Can you hear me? Okay, we're getting ready to get started here with Sportsman. Will be the first class out for their second heat in this CKNA Grand National 7 race here at the Castle Motorsports Park in Indiana. As we get ready, I believe Holden Harder sitting on the pole, Tyrone Kemper Jr. outside pole. A.J. Stoner in the third starting position. Alongside of him is Grady Cronick. Starting in that fifth spot is Isaiah Maxey. In sixth, it's Carter Barkis. We'll see if they get the green as they, nope, a couple carts are off the track, so they'll send them around again one more time. Got somebody stuck on the track. All right, so once again, Holden Harder and Tyrone Kemper Jr. will be taking them around. And hopefully this time they'll get the green. Looks like one Carter's already out. Not sure what happened there as they were approaching the green flag. And let me go back. Starting in 7 is Leighton Mull. Starting in 8th is Ezekiel Height. In 9th, it's Alex Hasse. In 10th, it's Lincoln Davis. Going back, it's Trenton Clinton. In 12th, Sawyer Chambers. In 13th, Will Wilkie. In 14th, Jacob Schabel. In 15th, it's Braden Westfall. In 16th, it's Braden Domont. In 17th, the 122 of Tucker Trieb. In 18th, it's the 63 of Ethan Leroy. In 19th, Evan Benoit. And in 20th, the 98 of Carson Benjamin. Let's see if they get the green this time around. Adam Woodbridge, Colin Eddy, Slayton Badlock, Axel Robards, Pearson Golseth, Reese Hussey, Jack Spett, Lincoln Massey, Tracy Rosinski, Sidney Miller, Noah Faust, Gage Grant, and Landon Robbins rounds out the 33 carts that take the green. And he does not give them a green again. Looks like we got another cart down in the grass, and maybe he's out. It looks like you can't see the number. We advise all carters to make sure your numbers are clear. It looks like 035, and that is Landon Robbins. So we ask that your numbers do get beat up out there in the first heat. So please check your numbers. All carters need 4 numbers if you want to get properly recognized. So make sure they're clear. If they got rubber on them and you can't figure out what the number is, best thing you could do is change it. I'm here with Dave Mack. This is Tony the Toe Cirillo getting ready for this second heat in this Cup Karts North America Grand National 7 at the Castle Motorsports Park in the 2023 season. This is their 7th Grand National here with over 500 entries, the biggest Grand National Cup Karts has ran. So, want me to put you on?
Yeah. Hey, Tony, Dave Mack here. Hey, we've got 34 entered in this class. 34, all 34 are going out. So we hope we can get a start. 2 times by, they have not started yet.
Yep.
Welcome, everybody, to Cup Karts North America. We're thrilled to death to have you all here, and you are part of a monumental occasion. And we thank each and every one of you for doing such a good job of being here. So, 34 entered, over 500 total entries. Hey, if you can't hear us right now, try to tune to 98.1 FM, 98.1 FM, and maybe you'll hear. Yeah, and we're going to try to start one more time. Tony and I are looking right into the sun, so we may have a little bit difficult time here, but we'll get her done. Evan Benoit on the pole,
Green.
number 5. And we are green, green, green. Go, go, go. Hammer down, boys and girls.
And it looks like Holden Harder got out there in front. Like you said, we're looking into the sun, so it's very hard to see even numbers or anything, really. So we'll have to pick it up as they come around. But I believe that is Holden Harder. backing up the rest of the group. Got a couple carts out already, or off the track. They have recovered.
Now, there is only one scoring loop we're using, just at the start-finish line,
Right.
so we don't get official results until they come across the line. So if Tony and I, like he just said, we're staring into the sun, we can't really see numbers on the carts or anything, but eventually we'll get that here. Here, they're coming towards us.
Oh, you a little bit lost over there, Dave Mack?
Hey, there's Xander Clemens.
Hey, good morning.
Very nice to see you, my
Good morning,
friend.
fellas. Been a little bit.
I got to tell you, I know Xander's the ultimate professional, but he's actually a lot of fun, too, and I wasn't aware of that. I found out last night. So here we are, Cup Karts, North America Grand Nationals, and the family just keeps getting bigger and bigger and better and better.
Well, they all, at least for the most part, made it through here to turn number 1 at the end of the opening lap. A couple of cars, like you said, got collected off the start. But a great start here for Holden Harder, who leads the way. Tyrone Kemper Jr. from the off-pole right now slotted into second. And A.J. Stoner's right there as well on the AMAX racing team. In fact, it's a 5-car group kind of all at the front. Grady Kronick is in there. Carter Barkus is in there. But Holden Harder leads our field at the moment, or at least he was. Tyrone Kemper Jr. has gone through to the lead, and I believe Grady Kronick on that red, white, and blue race factory machine has got his way to second. They're still side-by-side further back. That looks like A.J. Stoner on the AMAX blue and white car, and the 214 on the outside. He'll slot into about 4th. And just a little bit of battling. It's going to continue up front. New leader now. Kemper Jr. had it for about a quarter of a lap. It's Grady Kronick that leads us down into the infield hairpin on the blue and white race factory machine. And we're about 8 or 9 cars deep here as one driver's going to get shuffled off. That is the 214 of A.J. Stoner. The AMAX driver is going to drop all the way back to about 8th or 9th because they battled enough for the lead. It's brought everyone else into the mix. And this pack is absolutely massive, Tony. Grady Kronick leads, Tyrone Kemper Jr. second. Holden Harder's fallen back to about 4th on the racetrack. And I believe that might be, I'm not sure who we got. That's, no, Holden Harder in 3rd. Carter Barkus is the driver in 4th there right behind. And Alex Hayes has moved his way up into 5th. But Grady Kronick in the white, red, and blue race factory machine leads the field up and out of turn 4, Tony.
Yeah, no, great job there. And Holden Harder, I'm surprised. He was able to recover in 3rd because that was a lot going on there. He could have got totally shut out of that line, but he did a great recovery, and he's still in the mix here, and he's still going to go for the lead. And now we got another change occurring, and it looks like it's Tyrone Kemper going back into the lead. So any one of these 3 drivers, and maybe 4, 5, and 6, that's Carter Barkus, Alex Haas, and Leighton Mull, they all have a shot at winning this heat. Now, this is the second heat, so everything counts here, trying to get ready for the grand, for the grand final national here. And so these cars, and there we got another change, and I believe
Holden Harder.
It looked like Holden Harder took the lead. And I said, don't count him out, but he did a great job on staying when they could have put that line and shut him totally out. He squeezed back into 3rd, and now he's back in 1st. Well, so it's going to be interesting here.
And the best part about it for Tyrone Kemper Jr. is, unlike Grady Kronick, who got shuffled all the way back to 6th, in fact, he's back in that second group, was Tyrone was able to just kind of quickly drop into line in the gap into 2nd. So it's Harder over Kemper Jr. Then you've got the 400 or so of Carter Barkus in 3rd, and then they're side-by-side back for 4th and 5th. Kronick, again, just a little bit out of frame right there in the 6th spot as they all head up and over the hill to turn 4. Now Tyrone's going to go by. He'll shuffle Holden back to 3rd or so. He's still side-by-side, but he'll fend off the challenge from Alex Haas and Carter Barkus. Leighton Mull, fastest car on the racetrack in 5th, just got passed, though, by Grady Kronick as the pack kind of comes back together. And it's New Orleans, Louisiana's own Tyrone Kemper Jr. leading us up and over the crest of the green corner.
Yeah, great job by Tyrone there to get up there, up in front, but it's not over. Look at the top 4 now as they start to push up and trying to get away from the rest of the pack, and we got some action going on again in that 3rd spot, fighting for the 3rd spot, and I'm not sure who that is, 421? Is that 421? I'm not sure.
It was all the way through the lead group there. I think it might have been Leighton Hull or Mull, but yeah. They've pushed Tyrone back to the 5th spot now, or 4th spot now, and the new leader at the front is the 410 of Carter Barkus, who leads us down to turn number 1. Holden Harder's got his way back up to 2nd, but they have just traded the lead every single lap. Now there's a little bit of a gap from 1st and 2nd back to the rest of the group if Holden Harder is able to push Carter Barkus further up the road. They could make it a mano-a-mano fight, but with all this shuffling for the lead, we haven't really split the main group up too much. Still been pretty much about 10 or 12 go-karts now. As you see, Tyrone Kemper Jr. on your screen just went into third, Kronik back to fourth, and Leighton Mole back into that fifth spot as they exit the cell tower hairpin and head over. And look at them 2x2 behind as well. So lots of battling. Everyone's racy. Hyped up and early here, Dave Mack, for Grand National 7. Everyone's ready to get on camera and get up at the front of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is heat race number 2 out of a total of 3. So we got 2 and 3 later on today.
And, I got to give Holden Harder credit. And you can't believe the race savvy that these Sportsman drivers have. He's smart. He's trying to push Carter Barkus up there to get away from the rest of the pack. And like I said, don't count him out. He's done an excellent recovery. He's running in second, and he's being pretty patient, but not enough yet now. Looks like he did lose a little bit of that draft. He's going to get back into it now. And if he can push Tyrone. It was Tyrone?
Well, now he's going to go to the lead there as he goes by. It's Holden Harder to the point over Barkus. They passed as well for third. Kronik went by Tyrone Kemper Jr. He'll bring Leighton Mole with him. So Tyrone back to the 5th spot. And Holden Harder in the 57 already. Look at the gap he's gotten by just dumping Carter Barkus and going by, though. It brought 3rd, 4th, 5th, all back into it. It's a 5-car party at the front with 3 laps to go. Holden Harder by about 3 car lengths leads us over into this back hairpin as they come on out. And it's just, again, you have Carter Barkus right there. He led for a little bit, faded back. Grady Kronik's looked pretty racy here so far, but he really hasn't been at the lead all too much. He's trying to make up ground from that one pass where he got shuffled from the top spot all the way back to 6 a few laps ago. Now he's back in the mix right when it counts, because this time by Jason Burgess is going to let us know that we are down to the final 2 laps of this one. And it's no orange suit. It's a full black suit for Jason down on the front straightaway today. Changed up the colors a little bit on us. He doesn't pop out as much. But still, with a bright sun shining here, that black suit's still going to stick out. Let's see him onto the front straightaway. Holden Harder sees the 2 to go. He moves to the center of the racetrack. He'll start to try and cover off that inside lane a little bit. And no, white flag. We're 1 lap even ahead.
Yeah.
So 1 to go. While timing was showing we were at 2 to go, it's the last lap here in Sportsman. Holden Harder, final time around, just needs to park that thing on the inside of the racetrack and hang on tight here, Tony.
Yeah, he's got to try to protect the lead. He's been doing a great job, great race strategy on Holden Harder. He's been fast here last year. He's fast again this year. So he's trying to hold on to that slot. And so far, he might have went a little wide there at one point, but he recovered pretty good. And if they start battling for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th position, that'll give them a break. But it looks like the top 2 are breaking away, and that's Holden Harder and Barkus, right? So we'll see what happens. Barkus is staying right on his back bumper, and Barkus is probably going to try to make a move. And as we said yesterday, you might have to make that move a little earlier than normally you would think. You would think you want to do it right before the last straightaway there and then try to slingshot around, but it hasn't been working. It's been working if you made the move earlier on before you got to that final lap and to that long straightaway where the checker flag will be waving. So let's see what happens here. But so far, Holden Harder, now he puts a little bit of space. Here they come.
Yeah, down the front stretch to the checkered. Carter Barkus will pull out a line. Is he going to get help? It's going to be close at the stripe, just shy 4 thousandths of a second. Closest finish we've seen so far this weekend. But still, the leader coming onto the front stretch has been able to withstand the charge. And, again, black and checkers, unofficial, more penalties to come. Obviously, we saw some carnage on that opening lap, so that could be part of it. But it looked pretty clean up front, so I think it should be safe with the way they ended up. Holden Harder, Carter Barkus, Grady Kronik 3rd, Leighton Mole 4th, AJ Stoner 5th, Tyrone Kemper Jr. You saw him go for 4th on that go for 3rd on the final lap. Ends up fading down to the 6th spot. Alex Hayes, Ezekiel Height in 8th, Jacob Scheibele in 9th, up 5 spots. Good drive forward for Jacob, and Lincoln Davis rounds out your top 10 here in Sportsman. So 1 down already, and we've got plenty more to go. It's a lot of classes. It's a lot of racing. We've got 2 full rounds of heats here on Saturday. Park yourself on the couch. Make sure that you're ready to watch some great racing action here from Cup Karts North America Grand National 7. We're live here on Kart Chaser from Castle Motorsports Park, and we'll be right back.
Are you a racing enthusiast? Drive Your Line is the Mid-South's only full-service kart shop. We make dreams a reality for those 5 years old and up. All racers start in karting, and we're the purveyors of fun for the whole family. Karting the Coast is presented by Drive Your Line Kart Shop and is the premier race series on the Gulf Coast and brings racing to Biloxi at Finish Line Performance Karting and at the world-renowned NOLA Motorsports Park. Call us at 601-667-0770 or find us at driveyourline.com. Also on Facebook or Instagram.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Eat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
Welcome back here to Cup Karts North America Grand National 7. There's Jason Burgess letting them know, keep it nice and slow here as we get set to go green for Legends here in heat number 2. Ryan Cassidy is going to lead us to green on the Coyote. Tim Hannon on the outside, the top qualifier. Todd Barron and Eli Yanko will make up row number 2. Then it'll be the likes of Steve Lyons and James Perkins, Jamie MacArthur, Jeff Scott, Tim Stiefel, Brian Berger, and we're green down to turn number 1. So far, so good. Tim Hannon's going to get pushed off the wayside, though. He'll lose about 4, 5, maybe 8 spots, call it, as they go to turn number 2 and up the hill over to turns 3 and 4. But a clean and green start for Ryan Cassidy's blue and white Coyote as he leads Todd Barron there in the number 11 all black Aero Machine through to the horseshoe for the opening lap here, Tony.
Break for Tim Hannon. He's been really fast in our Northeast Series, and he's the owner of Oakland Valley Raceway and doing a great job out there. He's on an old Sodi kart that he took out of the shed there, painted it up and put it back on the track, and he's got it working pretty good. Just got pushed off to the side, but I think he's up into 5th spot, so he's still in striking distance and he can come back. So we'll see what happens. But Ryan Cassidy's a tough guy to beat in this class. He's got it down pat. But Dr. Todd Barron really puts up a race, and whenever he's in a class, you can't count him out either. So he's a champion twice, I think, Northeast Series and South Series.
Yeah.
Right, Dave?
Todd's brother, Dr. Todd's brother, is here on site today, so that's nice. He's never been around before. They're sponsoring part of the racing this weekend, the Barron Brothers Racing, or Barron Racing Team, I guess, BRT.
Yep,
So
they're the official national class sponsor for the Legends division, and Todd Barron trying to win in the class that he's helped put together and push. It has been a great, line of development over the last couple of years for the Legends drivers, 50 and over. It's the crazy old men on the racetrack here as Todd Barron's going to wave some guys on by.
Oh.
I'm not sure what was the strategy there, but maybe a little mistake, and he figured he better kind of line it up in the group because he was starting to lose touch with Ryan Cassidy off the bat. Cassidy starting to pull away, and so now it's Steve Lyons who has taken command of that group there on, I believe, the VLR. That's going to try and close back up to your race leader, Ryan Cassidy. But look at this again. Ryan Cassidy, no different than in heat number 1 yesterday, was able to just kind of inch away from the field and build a nice little gap at the end. He has been on fire here in Newcastle, Indiana. And a guy who, of course, has won this race before, is a big name as well in the sport, and just as the class name shows, a legend that's been around racing for a long, long time. As they go to the final 2 turns, we'll put 2 laps in the books. It'll be 6 laps to go. Cassidy's lead about 3 to 4 car lengths back to Steve Lyons. Jamie MacArthur, by the way, up a handful of spots. He's now up 4 as he's climbed his way to the 3rd position on that Ricardo kart. And through turn number 1, it's Yanko right behind. Couple Canadians there, 3rd and 4th. Then James Perkins in the white helmet on that CRG. And then Todd Barron. Todd Barron's actually fallen all the way back into this second group now. Just in the mix there, that's the number 5 of Tim Stifel going by. A little more battling through. There's Rob Howden in the mix of that second pack as well on the BJR PPK Coyote, running just outside the top 10 in 11th. He's picked up already 3 spots. So good stuff for Mr. eKartingNews.com. And he's still got a handful more that he could charge his way forward in these final 6 laps, Tony.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Todd Barron. I saw him waving people on. I think he might have gotten a penalty, and he wants to, recover that. He doesn't want to get penalized at the end of the day because he went all the way back there with Tim Hannon. So he might have had something to do where Tim Hannon got pushed off the track, and he was trying to get back there to give everybody back their spots, and now he's running right there in front of Tim Hannon. So maybe he was trying to recover from a penalty because he's still out there. He's still running pretty good, but he kept waving people on. So that was kind of unusual. But that's what I think might have happened. He felt bad, whatever he did, and he was trying to pay back. So maybe, Dr. Barron's a good guy, and he just wanted to be legit on the track. So we'll see where that ends up. But once again, like I said, Tim Hannon, one of your better runners, now all the way back in 7th. But he's recovering. He was down, I believe, into 10th and now moving up. We got Brian Berger in 9th, Tim Stiefel in 10th. So these are some of your top runners in the Legend class. I think you got to be 55 and over.
Is it 55?
I think so.
Indeed.
Well, and we're talking about the weights. People have been complaining to me maybe it's a little too heavy because some of these people have to put tons of weight on their cart. That maybe that we should lower the weight in the Legends class. I don't know. I guess we'll take a look at that over the season and see. It's at 390, I believe, so that's pretty heavy.
I would imagine Ryan Cassidy would
Yeah, Ryan Cassidy's
that.
got weight all over his cart.
Well, I mean, he looked fast early as James Perkins is going to try to go by the 470 machine of Eli Yanko, and he'll get cleared just barely into the Monza. James up a couple spots so far. That's 2 net gained on the start from 6th. And as we come onto the front straightaway, while Ryan did get away earlier, it's only taken 2 laps for the pack to slowly hunt him back down. So Steve Lyons, Jamie MacArthur seeing the cross flags. They're almost there to the man that's led every lap so far from the pole. They might be able to make a charge for that lead here as they come out of turn 3 and go to turn number 4. And it's 6 of them kind of in this group, a little bit back, but not too far back really to find Tim Hannon, who again, we mentioned Tim getting pushed off the racetrack. He's leading that second pack forward to get closer to the leading 6. And if they start to fight for the lead, all of a sudden we get a lot more drivers starting to dance here for the front of the field. For right now, though, the experience and wisdom that you would expect out of your Barron Racing Team Legends drivers are all holding strong and just kind of staying in line and keeping that pack at 6, no more.
Yeah, so Doug Cook at the 6th spot right now. That's where it breaks off. Tim Hannon's in 7th, but he's got a way to go to catch up to Doug Cook. Todd Barron now is behind Tim Hannon, so maybe he'll help Tim catch up there, and maybe that's the payback, because that's what it looked like to me. He really maybe felt bad. He pushed Tim Hannon off the track, and he wanted to make up for it. So now he can make up for it by pushing Tim to get up into that 6-car lead draft. And then it could be a 7-8 battle, an 8-cart battle for the lead. But right now, Cassidy doing a pretty good job. But, everybody could be waiting for the last 2 laps. Cassidy holding on. But I don't know if, and there goes Dr. Barron now. He does pass Tim Hannon. So maybe now everything's straight and everything's settled. He would have been better off, I think, pushing Tim to catch up to that lead draft. But maybe he feels he can catch it on his own. So we'll have to see what happens there. But I don't know if Cassidy can hold that lead. Now, I've seen Cassidy run this type of race and then on the last lap, find a burst of power and pull away from the pack. So I want to wait and see what happens here.
Well, James Perkins is not waiting too long. You just saw that CRG move up another spot. That's the LSR Motorsports machine picking up time. And James Perkins here, father-son duo racing this week. He's got his son Jed running in medium and in light. And James here in the Legends class closing on in towards the lead. Steve Lyons still in 2nd. Like you said, Ryan Cassidy always just able to pull out a little more speed on the last laps to keep himself out of striking distance from the group behind, and we're starting to see that. That pack has now fallen back just a car length or so but James Perkins, I think, looks pretty strong. You mentioned Todd Barron there a lap ago, working with Tim Hannon and trading some spots. He was the fastest car on the racetrack last time by. Steve Cook right now in no man's land. He's in Doug Cook. But as they come across, 2 to go, Ryan Cassidy continues to show the way, and it's up to maybe 3 car lengths now back to the second pack.
Oh,
here we go. There's Perkins side by side with that Ricardo Kart at the end of the group, but Jamie MacArthur for third. Still in front of them is Steve Lyons, and I believe we were talking there just for a moment ago. I think I mistook the VLR for a Burrell, so it's the Beer Art in second, and indeed it is. There you can see it on the back of his suit. So it's the Beer Art of Steve Lyons, the Ricardo Kart, same chassis, just different colors. The Jamie MacArthur back in fourth. But since they've fought a little bit for second and third, Ryan Cassidy's lead now bigger than it's been in a while. 1 to go. Perkins now going to go for second. He'll get clear. Side by side for the Canucks through turns 1 and 2, but they'll stay in line, and MacArthur back to fourth. And now getting up into the mix there is going to be Doug Cook on that all-black number 16 machine closing on in.
Yeah, so, I mean, like I said, Cassidy somehow finds a burst of power towards the end. He's done it, but he got help from the second, third, and fourth place drivers as they got into it, worried about who was going to finish second instead of staying with Cassidy and trying to make a move later on. So that caught them up, and Cassidy pulled a big lead now, and I think Cassidy's pretty much comfortable there, and he's on to a win in this second heat. But there's going to be the battle for second place now. That's where the battle looks like it's occurring there. But they started that battle too soon, and there it goes. We'll see what happens. Who's going to finish up in second? But is that Perkins in second?
Indeed.
So Perkins starting to pull away. So maybe the battle is for third, I should say.
Yeah, they're side by side a little bit there between the two guys on the Beer Art, the Ricardo, and then, of course, Doug Cook in the 16. Yep. Doug, by the way, is up 5 spots from 10th on the grid to P5. But one guy who didn't change at all race long, Ryan Cassidy, looks over. No problems. Yep. It is a perfect flag-to-flag heat race as he takes the black and checkers. Ryan Cassidy from the pole will go 2 for 2 in the heats and legends so far this weekend. 1 more to go to clinch that top starting spot in the main event. Now, with such a good result going 1-1 in the opening heats, he could finish probably 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th and still be on the pole for Grand National Championship Sunday. Further back, Brian Berger made it up 5 spots to 6. Tim Hannon, his recovery drive ends in 7th. Eli Yanko 8th. Rob Howden ended up a net gain of 5. He picks up from 14th to get to 9th. And Jeff Scott rounds off the top 10. Handful of movers and shakers, nothing all too drastic. Good run for Michael Wells. He picked up 11 spots. Same for Joe DeBover, picking up 11 spots as well. And ended at 18th and 19th. But as a whole, a pretty tame second heat race for the Legends. So they're all wrapped now, and now we get into senior heavy with the first of 2 split groups here, and is the first class on the weekend that will have a last chance qualifier tomorrow morning that will send some drivers home a little bit early before the main events get underway. This was a fun one to watch. Of course, we saw Eric Fagan have that smart drive, control drive in the opening senior heavy race yesterday, wait until the final lap, getting by, or almost getting by at the line, but he waited too long, like you mentioned, Tony. Not a single race so far this weekend that we have watched has the driver in second coming onto the front straightaway had enough draft and enough run to get by before the timing loop. So everyone's learning now that unless you know someone's right on your bumper, you're right on the leaders, and you're going to get a push. If you're just going off of the slipstream, it's not enough to be able to pull it off at the line. You got to get by sooner.
Yeah, and that has changed, because last year what we were talking about did work last year. But this year it's been a different racetrack, or different carts are running all about the same. So you got to make that pass earlier on before you get to that. But in that last race, if so-and-so, I forget who was in third, if he would have pushed that other driver, he could have maybe got the win, and not in the Legends class, in the class before.
No, I'm wondering. That's the way it is now. And
Yeah.
it was totally different from
Right.
last year, remember. I'm wondering if that's going to change over the weekend, though. That could change, where they could go back to doing that. And everybody's so used to doing that so many times.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah,
But
it'll-
with Ryan Cassidy leading that race, I just knew there was that
Yeah.
wasn't going to
Yeah.
happen. And I, no matter how tight it was going into the last couple of laps, I just said, I saw it last year. Ryan just gets a burst of power.
Yeah.
Either he holds back and he saves it up, and he pulls it out at the end. That he doesn't have to worry about if somebody's trying to draft him. He's going to be out there. But he got a little help when they started tying it up for second place.
Yeah.
So that gave him a break.
Real unfortunate for Tim Hannon and Dr. Todd Barron, though.
Yeah.
The early situation.
But
yeah.
I think Barron was trying to make it right. That's what I think happened there.
I
That's what I
absolutely
think
agree with
happened
you.
there.
I think that's
and,
exactly right.
and you saw Tim Hannon. He went purple in that race.
Yeah.
So he's fast, but he just got pushed back. He got tough break on that first turn.
And we
So-
don't have access to race control, so we don't
Yeah.
know what's going on,
Right.
unfortunately. But we expect the vast majority of races to be finished under black and checkered, which we're seeing traditionally.
When you run
It's
this
just-
close.
yeah, that's just the nature of the beast at
Yeah. So,
Newcastle Motorsports Park Grand Nationals.
Right.
So
So great job by those drivers, and this is a highly competitive race here. Grand National 7 at the Newcastle Motorsport Park, and great to be here with Kart Chaser and Dave Mack. And this has been a great weekend so far. The weather unusual for us here,
Yes,
Dave.
yes,
Come on, we've
very
been here a
unusual.
couple of years in a row, and we're either cold and rainy and damp. But it's been great weather, and I think the karters are definitely enjoying this. I'm getting a lot of good comments out there in the pits. And it's really been some good racing and a lot of competitors here. So let's see what happens in this. This is the A and B heat, right?
this is just a group, let me see. Yeah, A and B, you are correct.
Right,
A
senior
and B,
heavy.
Yeah, senior heavy A and B. And the reason that these groups are all split up, there's so many karts here. We have
Yeah.
over 500 entries. There just be too many on the track. So we're giving all the heat races and qualifying, we're splitting them up. No, during the feature, of course, it'll all be one group at a time on the track.
So this is going to be an interesting one. We got Jake Hevlo on the pole with Colin Aitken on the outside pole. There's Eric Fagan in third, David Vasquez in that fourth slot, Michael Dittmer in that fifth spot, Eli Fox in sixth, Jesse Colossi in seventh, Justin Wishart, another top racer, AJ Roderick. He knows this track.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
He's definitely good. And an old buddy of mine, number 6, Chris Giamara, moved up into the top 10. So let's see what happens. But there is a lot of top drivers just in that top 10. What do you think?
Well, you go back to 11th as well. Remember the guy that
Yeah.
went dirt tracking yesterday, Jacob Duvall, out of the green
right.
corner on that opening lap? He's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder to make up some spots that he lost yesterday. Keep your eye on that red suit and that all black number 91 rolling on the inside of row 6. But coming down the front straightaway, Jacob Hevlo on a go-kart about as old as most of the junior and senior
Right.
fields is having to continue to roll. The Aero chassis leads us to green, but it's a great jump for the outside
Wow.
lane. What a start there on the Tony kart for Colin Aitken. He'll lead him over to turns 1 and 2.
they got-
Hevlo still side by side. He'll lose third as well as Eli Fox gets by on the MGM.
It definitely shut Hevlo out there, but he's come back now. He ends up in fourth. But they were keeping him out of that lead pack there. They were trying to block that, and he had to find a slot in. He got back in. Now he's trying to move up, and he might get third place.
Oh, no,
no.
not
And
enough.
now he's going to watch. He might lose fourth and fifth. He's being shut out again out of the line.
Again, that all goes down to these Vega tires that just have so much grip. They're so soft and sticky, and there's, in 206 racing, lower horsepower, not a lot of braking, so you can only make up so much ground trying to get down someone's inside, but they can hang on the outside, although sometimes it doesn't pay off because they'll push you a little bit wide.
Yep.
That's what happened for one driver there in the middle of the group. I don't know who that was. Oh, no!
Oh.
Around in front of the field is one of the MGMs. It's the 47 machine of Nathan Heath, who gets spun. No, sorry, that's one of the Cole Nelson Racing Invaders that got spun in front of the pack there. So he's able to get back going, drops all the way to the rear. Check out the leaders, though. Colin Aitken out in front over David Vasquez as they go down to turn number 1. Oh, no! Aitken's
Aiken
off!
drops a tire. Oh, he's totally off.
Way off!
Wow.
The leader down by turn 1 got onto the brush the brakes, and I don't know if he got a little bit of help as well, but that right rear just kind of touched the grass and it sucked him all the way off. And now he's way off the racetrack, way out of the group. It is all the way back for Colin Aitken to maybe 10th or 11th. And the new leader, David Vasquez on that
California.
VLR. Eli Fox wants it, though, inside. Clear. New leader, Eli Fox, puts the MGM at the front of the field.
Wow, what some racing going on there. Hevlo holding on to that fourth spot right now. And look at Justin Wishart moving up. He's in, I believe, might be, I can't pick him up now. Maybe he's in third. Or no, Hevlo just moved into third. So Hevlo back on the move, trying to get back up at the front. But Wishart did a good job, moved up there from, I think he started back in ninth around there. So he's gained a few positions. But Hevlo is back on the move, and he's going to try to catch those two leaders there and see if he can get back up front.
Yeah, well, let's send it on down to pit lane. As Eli Fox continues to lead, we'll keep an eye on the side-by-side action and go side-by-side. Down to our very own David Land. Dave, what you got for us?
All right.
Okay, looks like we had a little audio situation on the interview, and they're going to try to get that straightened out and figured out. So we're back to the track. California's David Vasquez.
It looked like he took the lead, but we'll
yeah.
pick that up. Like you said, we can't.
I'm getting a terrible echo.
Yep. All right, now we're good.
Oh, much better. There we go. Okay.
So let's see. I know I could see Hevlo by those colors. He's in third, but I think it was David Vasquez in the lead. But we'll pick it up this time as they cross the stripe. There's definitely 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cart, 9 cart. You know, all staying together on that lead draft. Now here we go.
And this is our senior heavy class groups A and B.
So it is the 418 of Eli Fox in the lead.
leading.
David
Okay,
Vasquez in second. Jake Hevlo in third. Justin Wishart up to that fourth spot. Michael Dittmer's in fifth. Jesse Clossy in sixth. Eric Fagan back in seventh. He dropped 4 positions. Jacob Duval in eighth. A.J. Roderick holding on to that ninth spot. Chris Giamara still in the top 10. And the top 10 are running tight. So they're all in the lead draft, and that's where you got to be if you want to at least be in contention for a top 5 position. So let's see what happens as Eli Fox takes them around with David Vasquez right there in second. Vasquez on his VLR, of course, I believe out of California. And Eli Fox in the 418 takes them, and he is in the lead. And so far, Jacob Hevlo now looking to make a move on Vasquez. He might have made that move a little too soon, and they're going to close. But no, they let him back in. I thought they were going to freight train by him, but they let him back in, and he was fortunate to get back into that third place. In fourth, I believe, is Justin Wishart, and Wishart definitely hungry for a position. He's not going to have too much of Hevlo getting out of line and letting him back in, but we'll see what happens. They get to halfway.
Yeah, Wishart is watching. He's going to pounce on the opportunity. And right behind him is Michael Dittmer, so any one of these could.
Yep, and Fagan's right there, and not sure what's happening with Fagan, but he hasn't made a move yet. He actually dropped back some positions, but keep an eye on the number 175 of Eric Fagan with those Iron Man colors. We like those colors. They're red and gold.
Now, Fox is just staying in, minding his own business, staying in line, and Vasquez is staying right behind him also. So Vasquez isn't trying to make a move. The only one actually doing any jumping around is Hevlo.
Yeah, Hevlo trying to get back up there, and the top two are pulling away, and that's what they need to do. If Vasquez keeps pushing Fox, they can get away from Hevlo, but Hevlo's look like he's having no part of it, and he is closing the gap. So Hevlo doing a good job of trying to catch that lead draft and leaving the fourth place driver, Justin Wishart, putting some space between him so he can do battle with the top two and fight for that first position. But right now, Vasquez not helping Fox too much. He's got to get back and start pushing him if he wants Hevlo. But Hevlo has caught up to that lead draft, and Hevlo looks back to see how close is Wishart. And, now it's actually Fagan that has moved up into that fourth slot.
Yeah, Hevlo is the only one that's doing a whole lot of dancing. Everybody else is pretty much staying in line.
Yep.
The front two for sure. But Hevlo's all over the place looking for
Yeah,
some
well,
kind of-
he's looking for
some kind of
something.
chance, yeah.
I mean, he was the leader, and he was out front.
Oh, there he goes.
He's not going to. There
Inside.
he goes. And now he's.
Oh.
You know, Vasquez is just not going to let him in like that easy. And now it's going to cost him because Fagan, if you have Fagan behind you, you know he's not going to waste any time. So Fagan now moves into third with no problem.
And
so
they did
and now
touch.
Hevlo gets to the back. He's back in fourth now. And meanwhile, Fox hanging on to that lead.
Just minding his own business, staying up front here. He's making the cart good and wide, and everybody's happy. It's going to be 2 laps to go this time by the stripe.
Yeah, great job by Fox there. But now you got Fagan in the mix, and Fagan looking to Fagan tucks himself back in. He's trying to figure out where does he have to make his move. Fagan looking for a win in this heat. And right now, like you said, Fox doing the right thing, just hanging in there, minding his own business, trying to keep that lead. But look at this freight train coming down the straightaway. Man, you could drop a blanket on those guys. They were so close. Let's see what happens. So Eli Fox continues to hold the lead with Vasquez, Fagan, Hevlo, Wisher, Dittmers. Man, what a lineup. Duval, Roderick, Kobish, Nick Kobiak. Sobiak. And Jesse Clossy in your top 10 now. Top 10 has changed prior to what we were seeing earlier on in the race. But it's Eli Fox. Can he hold on? Can he hold off Fagan and Hevlo? Because Hevlo, there goes Fagan. Fagan making that move. And this time he is going to get by Vasquez. And look at Hevlo's not going to let Vasquez in the way Vasquez wouldn't let Hevlo in. And Hevlo goes into third now. So he shuts out Vasquez.
Vasquez down to about 5th now.
Yeah, so meanwhile, Eli Fox is catching it easy, but now Fagan's going to be on the attack. He's on the run, but only 2 to go, so we'll see what happens.
And Dittmer's getting hung out.
Dittmer's in the cart number 201. No, that was Justin Wishart putting his tires in the grass. So everybody getting antsy on these last couple of laps here, but it's Eli Fox continuing to hold the lead with Eric Fagan now right there in second place. In third is Hevlo. Hevlo trying to do a good job, trying to hit a white flag is out. The white flag is out. And watch Fagan. He's excellent when it comes down to the last lap. Fagan holding on to that second place with Eli Fox. I believe Fox is in trouble. And look at Hevlo. Hevlo trying to get in there, trying to make it a 3-way battle, but right now it's a 2-way battle for the lead. Fox holding on, but Fox is in trouble. Fagan is right there, right on his bumper. Fagan came up from 7th place and moved into that 2nd place. What a job by Eric Fagan. But meanwhile, can Eli Fox hold on? I'm going to say I don't know. But Fagan knows when he has to make this pass now. The track has changed from last year where they were making the pass right at the end there.
Yep.
And he's got to make it soon now because the checker flag will be waving. You see Fagan. He's looking on the inside. Well, let's see what happens. There he goes. He goes to the outside. He wants to get it right. And Hevlo was waiting for that. And Hevlo tried to get in there. But Fagan quickly shut the door on him. What a drive. And there goes Fagan again. He's going to push. He's trying to get by. Meanwhile, that allows Eli Fox to get a little bit of a break, but Fagan's back on his bumper. Here they come. I think
not much track left.
Eli Fox might make it here because Fagan got hung up with Hevlo. And you see Fox protecting. There goes Fagan. He's not going to do it.
No.
Oh, he didn't get any help. Fagan finishes up in second. What a drive by Eli Fox. Fox did a great job there. He got a little break when Hevlo had to go get into it with Fagan, and that kind of tied up Fagan a little bit and didn't allow Fagan to get, we got the black and the checkered waving, which means this race is kind of under protest or there might be some violation. Under review.
We don't know what's going on. And we honestly don't have a contact with the race control, so we don't know what's going on right now.
And then David Vasquez ends up in 4th, Michael Dittmers in 5th, Jacob Duval in 6th, Nick Sobiak gets 7th.
We just lost our monitor.
A.J. Roderick gets 8th. Justin Wisher drops all the way back to 9th, but not bad. Elmer Edmondson in the top 10. So Edmondson moves up to the top 10 and finishes in 10th on that race.
Way to go, Mo.
Mo came back. He was, I don't know where he started back there, but he did move back up and he got into the top 10, and that's what you got to do, especially on these split classes. So Mo Edmondson does a great job of moving up. I believe he was back in 26th.
Wow.
So he got up. Got to be one of the guys that had one of the most laps, carts passed in that race.
MGM chassis. I'm sure Paul and April are very proud. And there's a good shot of the pits. You can see the active pits front and center, right down the bottom of the screen. You see everybody lined up on the hot grid. Then you can see how much commotion is going on in the pits. Everybody is always doing something. There's so much commotion in the pits here. We have 500 plus entries. I think 519 or something we ended up with, something crazy like that. So the biggest event ever at Newcastle Motorsports Park, and we're thrilled to death to be here. Mike Adams doing a wonderful job, the general manager, and everybody, Estina, his wife, and everybody in the kitchen, and the food is to die for. I highly recommend, if you've never been here, if you're thinking about hosting an event, get a hold of Mike Adams at Newcastle Motorsports Park, and he will set you up, I guarantee it, and you'll be happy with the results. So,
yeah, they do a great job here at Newcastle. And this is one of the, there's only a few tracks you can hold a race this big, Dave, and this is one of them.
Yeah.
Let's face it, this is one of them, and they do a great job, and Mike has been here forever.
Yeah.
and you know, you just got to love Mike. You need something, he's there for you, and he does a great job. And like Dave's saying, you want to plan something, you talk to Mike, and he'll take care of it. So now we got the second, what is this, the C and D.
Yep.
What would you say? Charlie
Delta.
Charlie Delta.
Yep. That's phonetic spelling. You guys are making fun of me.
Well,
Come on.
no. We also want the
That's fine.
Canadians to understand this.
Oh,
and
then
then
we
my
gotta-
Brooklyn accent might get them off a
Yeah.
little. So,
And
you
then
know, we
try to involve that with the French Canadian, the French. Oh, so every time I did a race up there, and everybody knows this, and they laughed at me. I had one kid come up to me at the end of the weekend, threw his arm around me. You know, we're all done with the words, we're all done with everything. He said, "You know, you didn't pronounce a single French word right all weekend." I'm sorry, my friend. Yes.
I could get in trouble for not pronouncing a single name right in the whole weekend. So nothing there. But so the next race we got Chris Carroll, who did a great job. It looks like he's starting on the pole.
I'm not allowed to say that name anymore.
No, only when he's on the track.
Yeah.
But right now for the lineup, Chris Carroll starting on the pole with PJ Lida starting in second. Lida's been the Lida's brothers, right?
Yes, there's
doing
four of
pretty
them,
good,
actually.
yeah. And Jerry Fandre in third, Ben Lida in fourth, Sean Meyer. Oh, Sean Meyer, keep an eye on the number 30. Sean Meyer starting in fifth. Ben Cruttenden in sixth. He's in the number 19. The number 119 of Owen Lloyd in seventh. And Lloyd is always a top competitor. You got to keep your eyes on him. The 22 of Bryce Downs. And in ninth, Caitlin Brown. In 10th, it is Thomas Batt. All right, we've got a little difficulty up here, so hang on.
Okay. All right, so here we go. On the pole position is that number 12 card. I can't say that name anymore because I'm a jinx, so I'm going to try really hard not to. We're all watching Jason up on his perch, and yellow, no start, no start, no start.
Okay, they don't get the start, so they're going to... Oh, did they switch with putting PJ Leiter on the pole? I'm pretty sure it was Chris Carroll.
It was when they came by.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what's going
Why
on.
the
there.
scoring switch, maybe.
Yeah.
Let's see. Maybe, no. Well, we'll pick it up.
No, this is, I believe, the class. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, one more. Yeah, this is the class where all four Lida brothers are on the track racing against each other.
And speaking of Leiter brothers,
same time.
Jeff Leiter starts in 11th. Jack Zucchina starts in 12th. Jason Rothman in 13th. Benjamin Hanville in 14th. David Gallowina in 15th. Owen Mall in 16th. Matt Lyda in 17th. Christopher Mitchell in 18th. Matt Del Sol in 19th. Logan Quattrone in 20th. Matthew Ruth in 21st. Logan Stevens in 22nd. And 23rd is Nathan Lamhart. In 24th is Sean O'Shea. Sean O'Shea, he's back there in 24th. Nick Burrow in 25th. Joey Newzell in 26th. Caleb Viska in 27th. Jeff Shaw in 28th. Abigail Collins in 29th. In 30th is Gavin Isaacs. So let's see what happens here as they come around. And it is Chris Carroll on the pole, what I believe P.J. Lyda, outside pole. And Jason will look. Jason likes them and gives them the green. And you see Carroll quickly pull out to try to hold that lead. And so far, he's doing a good job of it. A lot of shuffling behind him. Somebody, I believe, went off the track. Didn't pick that up. But it is Chris Carroll going into the lead. And there's one of the drivers that have spun out. And the rest of them make it through. A lot of shuffling going on in the back there. But everybody holding on. And Carroll able to hold on to the lead, I believe, with P.J. Leiter in second. We lost the screen here, so we'll have to wait. But that is definitely Chris Carroll on his Coyote kart out in front. And as I mentioned earlier, Chris Carroll, a Coyote driver since he was a junior and continues to drive on the Coyote. And he actually lived near the Coyote plant where they make Coyotes, and then moved to North Carolina. I believe South Carolina. He moved to South Carolina.
Yeah,
so,
Chris is, I think Chris is,
yeah. Yeah.
Testing. There we go. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure Chris is currently South Carolina.
Yeah,
yes.
South Carolina.
And I didn't say that word. Number 12 up front. Number 12. I don't want to put the jinx in.
Let's see if we
for
pick
whatever
them up.
reason, our scoring screen is not accurate.
Yeah, our
so
scoring.
If you're watching Race Hero, don't pay attention to that. If you're watching the TV coverage, that is accurate, of course, because Kart Chaser is very accurate.
Something's going on. I'm not sure what's going on with Race
Hero.
Race Hero?
Yep.
Is that it? Is that what we're using?
Race Hero.
Right now it shows Sean O'Shea in the lead. I don't think that's right, but I tried.
Yeah, okay.
There we go.
Yeah, looks right. Okay. Whoa, there's a battle for position.
We'll have to pick it up again now because we lost the screen there. But Chris Carroll was definitely in the lead. I'm looking now. I believe he is still in the lead. And it looked like, trying to figure out how many people have pulled out. Well, it looks like the three top drivers have pulled away. That might be Carroll, Fandry, and Lida.
Yep.
Lida now going back into second. Lida was in third. Fourth place driver was Sean Meyer, and I'm not sure what happened, but there's a lot of battling going on between Meyer, Cruttenden, Lloyd, Bryce Downs. I think there's a lot of racing going on back there. We'll have to pick that up again as they come across the stripe and we get a more accurate setting here. So Chris Carroll in the number 12 continues to hold the lead. Jerry Fandry in second. P.J. Leiter in third. Cruttenden in fourth. Owen Lloyd now. Lloyd up into the top 5. And I said, keep an eye on the number 119 of Owen Lloyd. He does a great job. And now moving up, he got ahead of number 30, Sean Meyer, who fell back to 6th. Brendan Manville moves up 7 positions to get into 7th. Jack Zucchina moves up 4 positions to get into 8th. Thomas Batt moves up a position into 9th. Bryce Downs drops back to 10th, with Kalen Brown dropping back to 11th. Matthew Ruth comes up 9 positions to get into 12th. Jeff Leiter, tough break for him. He drops back to 13th, and that's the number 22. Bryce Downs, who was definitely in the battle there, and now he was in 10th, and he's way back. He's trying to start the engine, so a tough break for Bryce Downs in the number 22. It looks like he's out of the game, and he's not happy about it, but tough break for Bryce. He was running in that 10th spot, and now he's out of the game. But there's another heat later today that he can possibly come back, and it's going to be tough, but he can come back. We got some good racing going on back in the pack there. We'll have to try to pick up those numbers, but It is still Chris Carroll in the lead, Jeff Fandry in second, P.J. Leiter in third. They have pulled away from fourth-place driver Ben Cruttenden. Cruttenden trying to catch that lead draft. Owen Lloyd right there in fifth, Sean Meyer in sixth.
Owen Lloyd just did turn purple,
And
too.
Owen Lloyd, we said, keep an eye on Owen Lloyd. He just went purple, so he is fast, but he's got to catch that lead draft. It's not always the fast guy that wins, Dave. That's how it works.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, you got to drive, and you got to protect that lead sometimes, so it's not always the fast person. But at this point, Owen Lloyd being fast should allow him to catch up to that lead pack, and that's what he needs to do. But right now, it's Carroll, Fandry, and Leiter out front, and they are battling for that position, and that's P.J. Leiter in that third spot. As Dave was saying, a lot of Leiter brothers are in this one, but that's P.J. And it looks like
Still the number 12 up front.
Ben Cruton, though, has closed up. And we might have some changes going on there as Ben Cruton, I think, gets in there. And not sure about Owen Lloyd, where he's going to end up. So now we got a lead draft of about 7 drivers, and they got 5 to go. But it is still Chris Carroll, P.J. Leiter, Fandry in third, Cruton in fourth, Owen Lloyd in fifth, Sean Meyer in sixth, Brendan Hanville in seventh, Sukina in eighth, Matt Ruth in ninth, David Gallowina in 10th. Jeff Leiter is in 11th. But it's P.J. Leiter who's running up there in second place, and Carroll trying to hold on to that lead. And you see the 577 of Jerry Fandry trying to get by, trying to get on the inside. It's a three-way battle now. Three-way battle, and that's going to open it up.
Fandry got the short end of that.
It looked like Owen Lloyd took advantage of that and might have moved up a position. Wow, what racing going on there. Meanwhile, Carroll and P.J. Leiter pull away. So the race is for first, and now the race is for third. But third-place driver is definitely going to try to catch up to the lead, too. So we'll see what happens here.
And Sean Meyer turned purple that time. Anybody at home that when I say turned purple, that means that person ran the fastest lap of the entire race so far.
Yeah, Sean Meyer, he's fast, but he's back in sixth. He got shuffled back and just can't seem to recover from that. Not sure why. So I see a sign going out by Jason.
Somebody's getting the Sportsman flag and a sign. Yeah,
right,
you're right,
somebody
Tony.
there. So now P.J. Leiter takes the lead away from Chris Carroll. Carroll now in second. He's going to stay right behind P.J. Leiter. Cruttenden in third. Sean Meyer up into fourth. Owen Lloyd holds on to that fifth spot. Fandry in sixth. Hanville in seventh. Sukina in eighth. Matthew Ruth in ninth. And David Gallowina in your top 10. Jeff Leiter runs in 11th. Kalen Brown in 12th. But the battle now continues for the front with the number 09 of P.J. Leiter out in front. Leiter has the lead, but number 12, Chris Carroll, right behind him. And let's see what if third-place driver number 19, Ben Cruton, could catch up. But your leader is the 09 of P.J. Leiter with the number 12 of Chris Carroll in second. And it looks like that's where the race could be as P.J. Leiter tries to put some space between him and Chris Carroll. The top three now are pretty much separated. No challenge for position there. The battle is for fourth place with Sean Meyer and Owen Lloyd.
And it is 2 laps to go. 2 laps left for P.J. Leiter, your leader, and Chris Carroll right behind him.
Yeah, no, there's a battle for fourth between Owen Lloyd, Jerry Fandry, and Ben Cruttenden. That's where the battle is right now. Of course, the battle could develop for that first place, but P.J. Leiter put some space between him and Chris Carroll, so we'll have to see what happens there. You see the 577 of Jerry Fandry trying to make some moves out there, but not happening yet. And Carroll dropping back.
Some part just came off. Either his cart or he ran over a part. Something went flying on the grass.
I'm not sure what happened to Chris Carroll, but he dropped back to third, I believe, now. And in second, see the number? It could be Sean Meyer.
Possibly,
I believe Meyer has moved up into second place. It's definitely Coyote. So Sean Meyer might have moved. I think he did move up into second place. So P.J. Leiter caught a little bit of a break there. Not sure what happened to Chris Carroll, but he's still hanging in there. He didn't fall off. I mean, he's still in the race. He didn't go off the track, but he's running back in third.
It's about 1 cart gap between first and second, second, third. The white flag is out. 1 lap to go.
I don't know if Meyer could catch P.J. Leiter, but he's definitely going to give it a run. And remember, he went purple at one point, and he went purple Sean Meyer again. So Meyer's running. He's just got to close that gap and see if he can get him at the end. And Meyer does close the gap, so we might have a race here. P.J. Leiter could be in trouble as Meyer closes in, and we'll see what happens. And Chris Carroll is right there in third, but there he goes. And that's what Meyer had to do. Had to make this move a little earlier. This is what we've been saying. Can't wait to the end. Chris Carroll holds on to third place. Leiter was lucky. He got back into second, but your new leader is now Sean Meyer. Sean Meyer coming up. I believe he got pushed back to seventh, and now is your new leader. So Sean Meyer in the number 30 takes over the lead. And look at, Carroll holding on to third as the 577 of Jerry Fandry now got into trouble, putting his hand up. What's going on?
Carroll up to second.
Yeah.
Nope, back to third.
Oh, man, we got some racing going on for that third place. Meanwhile, Sean Meyer might be okay out in front. Let's see.
Carroll back up to second.
No, not sure what happened here.
And here we come by the stripe, checkered flag, and your winner is going to be
P.J. Leiter. Chris Carroll got second. Meyer dropped back to third. I didn't see that, man. That was tough. But P.J. Leiter gets the win. Chris Carroll finishes up. He recovers in second. Sean Meyer in third. Jerry Fandry in fourth. Ben Cruttenden in fifth. Owen Lloyd in sixth. Brendan Hanville in seventh. Jack Zucchiner in eighth. Matt Leiter in ninth. Caitlin Brown makes it up into the top 10.
Yeah, and I noticed there's no black flag in Jason's other
No,
hand
there was a lot going on out there, and I'm sorry I missed that, where I thought Sean Meyer was on his way to a win, and something evidently happened there, and I know there was a little bit of shuffling going on, and P.J. Leiter took advantage and got back into the lead.
He sure looked like it. It appeared like something came off of Chris Carroll's cart late in the race when bouncing across the track and into the grass. I'm not sure if it was off his cart or he hit something that was laying there that I hadn't noticed.
Right.
But hopefully he makes weight. So we're going to go to commercial real quick. We'll be right back. Stick with us on Kart Chaser.
Karting and Brandon Jartha Racing. Developing winners is what we do. We're a complete karting program with support, driver coaching, parts, and arrive and drive packages at all levels. Trackhouse, Motorplex Karting Challenge, club races, the CKNA South Division, the CKNA Majors, and a complete in-house ladder program with the BJR to move from 206 club racing to the highest levels of KA and X30 competition in the U.S. If you're ready to learn from industry veteran John Seglin and multi-time U.S. Pro Kart Series champion Brandon Jarzacrack, head over to ppkartingfl.com and contact us today. If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedShops.com for more.
All right, welcome back to Cup Karts North America, Grand National 7. We have our cadet class about to come out. All the cadets are going to be out on the track at one time, so that's very fortunate. We have 28 entered. Giovanni Fiorita is way back in 28th. I'm not sure what happened back there, but Giovanni is starting dead last. Your up front is going to be Connor Lipka and Aston Wyatt. Second row is Daniel Dragunov and R.J. Brown. Third row, Cooper Mull and Caden Williams. Then we have Parker Stewart and Dominic Gaddis. Fifth row is Austin Taylor and Ryder Thompson. Sixth row is William Vetter and Melville Dos Santos. Then we have Sparkles Eddie starting 13th, and Keegan Irwin 14th. And after that, Andrew Adams and Keaton Liams. And I just got to look out at the track. Okay, they're coming close. We lost a cart already. Somebody's off the track already. I don't know what happened. This is the formation lap, and we already have a cart off the track. So we are scheduled 8 laps, and we're all going to watch Jason Burgess and see what we can do here. There's a corner worker running towards the cart that's off the track.
I think that was Mila Stoner.
Oh, no. Unfortunately, Mila Stoner appears to be.
Well, they're giving it. They're yellow. So.
Okay, so they're not going to start. So we're going to give Mila a chance to get back out there. So that's fortunate for Mila. And once again, 28 should start. We are going to go around one more time. Now, these are a little bit younger kids. This is the cadet class, so they generally have a hard time holding back. They're very excitable young kids. So
this is what age limit?
Yeah, let's see, this is
12 to 15.
Yeah, right around there.
No,
12, not quite that old.
No,
yeah, 8
to
9
12 maybe.
Yeah,
yeah.
And I should know that, but I don't. Yeah,
I think it's
8 to 12
12
is right in that area. Did we get Mila back on the track? Nope, she's still sitting over there. Unfortunately, so. And I have not seen anybody go in the lake yet this weekend.
Yeah, she's out. It looks
think
like.
It's going to happen. Yeah, it looks like Mila's out. Gideon over there pushing her cart off. Gideon comes to us from the Northeast. He's is normally at Oakland Valley up in New York.
He's our assistant race director.
Okay.
Yep. Does a great job. Hustles out there, as you see him helping push the cart off the track.
All right. I know we've got Dee Olson and Patrick Olson showed up this morning. I just got to see them. So hello, Dee and Patrick. Very nice to see you here. Dee is working as assistant race director also, and Patrick is, I think, a corner worker. So I don't believe they've ever worked for us before, so it's always nice to have Dee and Patrick around. And it looks like we're all getting lined up 2 by 2, and unfortunately, the young lady is going to be out.
Okay. Come back for the next heat. Oh, somebody else is out.
Oh, no. We keep dropping them off.
I think they're going to throw the green.
Yeah, it appears to be. I don't see any early yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jason looks like he's already. And there it is. Green, green, green. Go, go, go. Hammer down, girls and boys.
And it looks like Lipka did a good job and took the lead right away, followed by Dragunov.
Dragunov is Bulgarian, and it says on the back of his cart, T. Gonish, and that stands for tag, you're it. Just love that. I see him every morning at breakfast.
And so Lipka.
Yep, it is Connor Lipka out front. And I believe
the 2-2-1 of Aston Wyatt trying to make a move, but has to hold on to that third place. They are staying pretty close, and they all did get through. I don't know what happened to that one driver right before the green. He just pulled off to the side. Maybe his car stalled or something. But there was no problem there as far as people hitting each other or anything like that. Your leader continues to be the number 44 of Connor Lipka. And now a challenge going on by Dragunov, and I believe Dragunov, oh no, that's Aston Wyatt, I believe, took the lead. So Aston Wyatt, I believe, in the 221, and
you are correct.
Took the lead. So good move by Aston to take that lead, and he's out in front now.
Dragunov still in second.
Dragunov right there in second. Look how close they're running. First, second, third, fourth, fifth. Well, fourth place a little further back. Cooper Mull's got a little way to go. Connor Lipka stays in third. Dragunov in second, and Aston Wyatt, your new leader. But he's being hard pressed by the 151, I believe. Yep, that's
Daniel
the 151.
Dragunov, yep.
Daniel Dragunov not letting up on that one. Dragunov had the lead, but then Aston Wyatt took over. And right now, Wyatt doing a good job of just hanging in there, not making any mistakes. Dragunov staying right with him in third. Connor Lipka's right there. Don't count out Lipka because he can make that move. And like I said, Cooper Mull's got a little bit way to go to catch up. Patrick Parker Stewart in fifth. Hayden Williams in sixth. R.J. Brown in seventh. Austin Taylor in eighth. Dominic Gaddis in ninth. William Ventor in sixth. Alyssa Eddy in 11th. Andrew Adams in your top 12.
And here comes Cooper Mull. He's in fourth place, but he caught right up to the front pack, and he's going to glue himself to the back bumper of Connor Lipka, number 44. Lipka, I suppose.
Lipka.
Dragunov still second, and your leader still Aston Wyatt. Hey, let's go talk to PJ Lyda down in the pits.
Yeah, that was an exciting C&D heavy pre-final there. Give us your thoughts, because, I mean, it seemed like they threw the kitchen sink at you, but kind of as the theory would go, you get to Monza first, typically you're going to cross the finish line first. Tell me about that.
Yeah, like right now it seems like as long as you, like you're saying, as long as you get to the Monza first, you're basically at least safe right now. I don't know if maybe we can gear it up for the final to be a little bit more draft heavy, but yeah, the racing's so close here. It's just about getting to the front 3-2 breakaway, and even then it doesn't seem like you can really do that right now. Like in that heavy class, that's the second heat in a row, like the front 3 will break away and then the rest of them will just catch them as the race goes on. I think this really close pack racing, you're just going to end up with an inevitable 10 kart finish at the end no matter what happens at this point.
Yeah, that's something that just up and down the grid we talk to everybody, and everybody seems a bit surprised how close it really is. I mean, we expect that in the Briggs racing, but 10 on the last lap in that lead group. I mean, what do you think's causing that?
I think a lot of it's the tires. Like these tires are super soft, so you can. I think there was a point where I didn't realize I didn't brake on a lap out there, and I was like, oh, that's not normal. Normally when you race the 2-cycle stuff, you're used to really getting on the brakes. I think I was almost done using the brakes on a couple laps out there. There's so much rubber out there, and these soft tires just let you just really roll through the turns.
PJ Lyda keeping it exciting for us. There's a lot of Lydas out here. They're keeping it real. Back to you guys.
All right, welcome back up to the tower here, and thank you very much, David Land. You do a wonderful job in the interviews down there. Yeah, there's a bunch of Lydas down there. I believe there was 4 in that last race, so always good to have them. Your leader still Aston?
No, I think we've had a lot of changes during that interview, so we'll have to pick it up and see where everything is going here. But it was Leiter in the Aston Wyatt in the lead, but I think we definitely had some changes, and it looks like we got another change of a leader. He just took the lead. I can't focus in on the number yet.
That's a 44 of.
Is that 44?
Connor Lipka.
Connor Lipka.
Yeah,
so
okay.
who was out? Yeah, that's the 44 of Connor Lipka.
Dragunov on the inside.
And the
Dragunov
151. Dragunov now goes back into the lead.
Yeah.
So Lipka and Dragunov, they've been fighting this out Lipka now has dropped to third. And
Dragunov leader.
Dragunov leader. And in second, looks like
Aston Wyatt.
Is it Aston Wyatt?
Well, here we're changing again, though.
Yep.
And we are halfway right now. Jason just gave the halfway
somebody
flag.
Just put a
That's
tire in.
Dragunov.
Oh, and the 44, Lipka, got caught up there, and he got bounced a little bit, and that's going to cost him as they go by him as he tries to recover that speed. So that's going to hurt. But let's see. Let's see who's back in the lead. I lost it.
I believe it's Wyatt. We'll check in just a second. It's definitely Dragunov in second place. And the race is officially halfway over. So, yeah, 221. Yeah, Aston Wyatt up front. Yeah, Daniel Dragunov in second. And there's a bit of a gap from first to second. There's probably
now there is, yeah.
2-3 kart lengths maybe more. And there's another little bit of a gap till we get back to third place. So Aston Wyatt's looking pretty healthy, pretty strong right now.
And I see the 44 of Connor Lipka trying to work his way back up. I believe he's back in 5th at this point. And he's got a little ways to go to work his way back up. But we'll see. He's definitely fast, and he's getting antsy back there. I don't blame him, but whatever happened, he put one tire in the dirt, and that cost him big time. So here they come across the stripe. We'll get the lineup. So it is Wyatt, Dragunov, Cooper Mull. Caden Williams is the person right in front of Connor Lipka, and Connor trying to get by. Caden Williams, that's where the race is. R.J. Brown in 6th, Dominic Gaddis in 7th, Austin Taylor in 8th, Alyssa Eddy in 9th, and Keegan Irwin in the top 10.
Dragunov looking on the inside and a left-hander. Dragunov takes the spot. Dragunov P1. Aston Wyatt back to second now. And Cooper Mull's kind of right up to the front, too. Cooper Mull is right behind Aston Wyatt in third place. And let's go down and talk to Aston Garrison. Come on, Mr. David.
Yeah, Austin Garrison, fast yesterday. Give us your sense going into Saturday, what you can get done in front of us.
Yeah, I know we're trying to go and keep up what we did yesterday. We got the win in the first heat race. Our pace is super fast. You know, our trackside karting service go-kart aboard the GFC. You know, it's just on rails. So hopefully we get a clean start and a little bit better start than what we did yesterday, and then we just keep our heads down, and hopefully we can come up with another win.
You know, we don't like to use the word strategy in sprint racing, but I think it's appropriate when we talk about this particular layout. It seems like if you can get to the apex of that Monza corner first, you're probably going to lead across the start-finish line. Is that kind of what your game plan is as a driver? Just get there and you kind of know you got it?
Right, yeah, definitely when you get around this last hairpin here, whoever's kind of in the lead there, you have a pretty good chance, of winning this race, because after you go out of that Monza corner, come onto the straightaway, you don't have a whole lot of straightaway left to get to the start-finish line. So, yeah, that is, it's pretty good to be in the lead going into that corner, definitely, but for sure, for strategy-wise, is to just want to break away from the rest of the people. You just want to have like a 1-2 car battle at the very end. So that's what we're going to try to do this time.
Looking ahead to this group, are there any names that stand out to you as your toughest challengers?
Paulie's been pretty fast, so hopefully me and him can get together and pull away from everybody. But we'll see. You never know. But yeah, Paulie's been super fast, so hopefully we can get together and go.
Paulie Massimino and Austin Garrison, those are two names that are very familiar to Kart Chaser watchers.
All right.
Okay, back to the action on the track. Your leader is still Daniel Dragunov, followed by Aston Wyatt and Cooper Mole. Cooper Mole is just staying right there with him. Daniel Dragunov, I was talking to Dad this morning. Dad races autocross all over the north part of the country, and we are white. We got one lap to go for your leader, Daniel Dragunov, followed by Aston Wyatt.
Yeah, in fourth place, you got Hayden Williams, and he was able to keep kind of Lipka in that fifth spot. Dominic Gaddis in sixth, Keegan Irwin in seventh. Big move by Keegan Irwin getting up to that seventh spot. R.J. Brown runs in eighth, Austin Taylor in ninth, and Alyssa Eddy has gained 3 spots. She's in the top 10.
Good on Sparkles.
Yeah, so some good racing going on there. Now we got Wyatt trying to get by Dragunov. I don't believe could do it. So Dragunov holds the lead as Wyatt was trying to get by, but did not do it. And you got Cooper Mull now. Mull trying to see if these two guys are going to get into it. There goes Mull. Mull's going to try to close the door if one of them. There goes Mull now on the outside. And look at that fourth place driver, which is Caden Williams, is in the mix here now. Oh. And I don't
they get the crossover. Dragunov still leading, but just by a bumper. Not even, well, now he's a full cart length ahead. But yeah, the big battle is right now is Dragunov and Wyatt. And we are coming to checkered, and we have the black flag displayed as well as a checkered. And it's going to unofficially go to Aston Wyatt.
Yeah, Dragunov gets second. Williams makes it up to third. Cooper Mull ends up in fourth. Connor Lipka in fifth. Dominic Gaddis in sixth. R.J. Brown in seventh. Keegan Irwin in eighth. Austin Taylor in ninth. Andrew Adams in the top 10. Alyssa Eddy drops back to 11th. William Vector in 13th. William Vector in 12th. Hudson Howard in 13th. Parker Stewart in 14th. Miles Wilson in 15th. Lincoln Willie in 16th. Caden Lehans in 17th. Melville Dos Santos. Then Chase Thixton. Aloe Barr. Anthony Dionato. Zion Dyer. And where do we leave? Oh, Reagan Hodges. Anthony Kofani, Giovanni Fiorita, and Jacob Faust. That's how they end up in that second heat.
Yeah, absolutely, Tony. Kid carts are coming out now. No, the kid carts, they push the cart on the cart stand out onto the track. They set the cart down on the track, the racing cart down on the track, and then they start when they get the green flag, and they take off from a standing start. So a little bit different format for kid carts. There's kind of an issue with letting them go down the hot grid and whatever. So this is how we start the kid carts. And they run a little bit condensed version of the racetrack. Still 8 laps, but a smaller racetrack.
They run the cutoff that we do if we have to go around for another lap and before the green gets waved. So they run that cutoff. But just look at these kids, man. They are unbelievable. And they're great racers. And again, we thank the parents and guardians who bring them here. And with this many, you never see 12 carts in a class. I mean, that's so it's so great that they turn out for this Grand National, and we appreciate all the kid carts.
5, 6, and 7 years old, and like I say all the time, these kids, you go to Grandma's for Thanksgiving, they cannot walk down the hallway at Grandma's house without bouncing off both walls.
Yeah.
But here they're racing professional racing machines faster than you can drive on city streets, wheel to wheel, open wheel, and they do a fine job.
Yep.
Our scoring girl, Megan, refers to these kids as Formula Helmet, and you can see why. A lot of them, their heads are fully developed, but their bodies aren't. And you put the helmet on, they look like a helmet walking around with two little legs sticking out underneath. So, yeah, it's always a kick. We've got one special one that I always like watching. He's going to start 9th. It's Diesel Maxwell. It's his first year ever, number 141. Diesel Maxwell out of AMAX Racing. And when he first started out racing, he was a little tentative, of course, but he grew into it. I bet you that's Diesel right there in the center, just right to the center of your camera. Anyway, Diesel just had a wonderful battle for the lead at, where were we? Whiteland.
Whiteland.
Yeah. And he battled right down to the last corner of the last lap. He ended up taking second. He didn't win the race, but he was proving to everybody, I'm here to race, and I'm not fooling around. So, some of these kids are a little tentative, and they stay in line. Whatever they start out as, they just stay in line. They don't want to pass. Diesel isn't one of them. Diesel wants to pass everybody. So it'll be fun to watch these guys. Spencer Height won the championship, and he gets to start on the pole. Number 31, Spencer, my buddy. He's always hanging around saying hi to me. Blaze Hendry is going to start second. Grant Heckman third. Riggins Barnacle will start fourth. Zeb Turner fifth. Jackson Brewster sixth. Reed Hendry seventh. Levi Shepker eighth. Diesel Maxwell starts ninth. Jackson Reinholtz 10th. Will Fierson 11th. And Liam Campatello 12th. And we have people from, we don't have, our scoring sheet doesn't go all the way, but Pennsylvania, Florida, maybe Iowa, another Florida. So people from all over. We have people from many, many countries. I know we have Bulgaria, New Zealand, United States, Canada. I'm trying to think. What are the countries? But anyway.
Yeah, there was somebody else you mentioned. Yep.
It's a big event, though. Once again, over 500 entries. This Newcastle is the premier facility anywhere, and this is the most that's ever raced here. So we're very, very proud of that. Cup Karts North America. And Kart Chaser is doing the broadcasting. They're doing a fine job. You can't even imagine. Tony and I are not used to that. So we're used to looking out a window or maybe standing trackside with a microphone in our hand. We have mixing boards and screens and camera people. And I'm looking down, and I see this whole place is full, and this is one small part of the entire group that's out on the track. So we're not used to this.
No, we're not.
Kind of spoiled,
we're not
aren't
used
we,
to
Tony?
this. And the other thing is, watching the camera versus watching the race live. The way we got a couple carts out already.
Sure.
And
somebody's off. 463. Yeah, it looks like Jackson Brewster is off, but he comes back on.
So it's a little different for us. But I appreciate Kart Chaser, and they're doing a great job here. And the races deserve this. It's being broadcasted on YouTube, and they really deserve this for the recognition of all the time and money they put into this, and especially at a Grand National. So it's really great that there is somebody like Kart Chaser around. Xander, who made this happen with Kart Chaser, and he continues to build that organization and covering all aspects of karting. These drivers and mechanics and everybody, and the interviews with people, that's what this sport needed because of, like I said, the time and dedication that people put in to get their driver or the driver themselves around the track here is not easy, and finally they get that recognition. So really great to have them here.
Yeah, and we're really proud to be a part of it. The biggest historic event here. Your leader, Spencer Height, Blaze Hendry in second. It looks like Blaze's brother, I think it is, Reed in
Hendry.
Third. Yeah,
Reed Hendry in third. Jackson Reinholtz in fourth. Levi Shepter in fifth. Riggins Barnacle. We got somebody over.
I think that may have been Reed Hendry. We'll have to double check.
Yeah, that was tough.
Red flag is
out. Red flag is out.
We are red. Red flag, red flag, red flag.
Yeah, that was a tough break there. And we were just saying how good they were.
I think that was our third place card, unfortunately. But
just hope everybody's
hopefully
okay.
everybody's okay. Yeah, right. Spencer got his hand up. Now look at this. So the kids could teach the adults something. You're always supposed to have your hand up when you're slowing down or coming out. He gets
bumped anyway.
But Spencer did have his hand up.
And another guy's not paying.
Here they come.
This
we're
guy's
coming up a little hot.
Not sure what the red flag means, right?
Yeah. Okay, we'll get this figured out here.
Yeah.
So, then still coming in a little bit faster than I would expect. Anyway, we're going to get them all straightened out and get them restarted once we get the track clear.
This kid's flying. They better get him down. Yeah, I think they got him. They got
Okay,
him.
I think we
He's
got the
good.
field woed up now.
Yeah.
So we're just going to wait and see what happens out here. Hopefully our person is doing just fine.
Maybe we get Dave Land down there if he can get an interview going.
So your leader is still Spencer Height when we went red. Spencer Height, and I believe that's Blaze Henry, in second place, I'm pretty sure. No, third place, I'm not quite sure of it. That may have been Reed that went over on the track somewhere. And I'm going to try to sneak around and look out a window here, Tony. Okay, so the cart is up on the stand, and it looks like the driver's walking away, so it appears our driver is just fine. Very, very fortunate to see that.
Yep, good to hear that he's okay, and we didn't have to make an ambulance run out there.
The ambulance did not enter the racetrack, so
that's a good sign.
Yeah.
So I guess they'll get them restarted here. So we'll wait for the officials to, looks like they're going to reline them up and get them started again.
So, okay, so it looks like the track is clear. We're just trying to get everybody lined up in the proper order. Once again, Spencer Height is your leader. Spencer Height, and we have to see who's missing. And I think it's scheduled to be 5 laps to go. This time they go by the stripe. They're right in front of the stripe. They stopped them right before the stripe. It's going to be 5 laps to go. I don't know if the race officials are going to shorten up the race at all or not. There's our hot grid director, Paul Bailey, out there trying to help him get a restart.
Can't mess up the pandas now.
Race director Rick Folks, and of course, okay, they're starting the engines. Jason Burgess dressed in all black. I started thinking about that. I wonder why Jason's dressed in all black. And I realized his suit was really dirty. I'm not sure what happened, but it got really dirty yesterday. And I wonder if he's having it cleaned. Because I bet he wants to wear the orange suit on Sunday.
Yeah, no, he wants to look good.
Yeah, and that is the CKNA colors,
Right.
the orange. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he's wearing the orange tomorrow.
Green flag goes
and wear
off.
green.
And they're off again. Spencer Height in the lead, but Blaze Hendry in second. Third is Reed Hendry. And then you got Jason Reinholtz and Riggins Barcel.
Jackson Reinholtz, Riggins Barnacle, Diesel Maxwell in 6th.
Diesel Maxwell.
Liam
up to that
Campatello,
6.
Jackson Brewster, Grant Hickman. So who's missing? I'm still not sure who went over. Will Firesen, Levi Shepner.
These two.
He's actually
Oh, no.
leading. Oh, Spencer Height is leading. I don't know what's going on. whole lot of. Oh, you know what? She's doing some changes up on the computer up there. Okay. That kind of throws everything off.
Yeah.
I've seen that before.
Looks like Jackson Brewster went purple that lap.
Wow. Congratulations, Jackson.
Yeah, and he moved up 4 positions.
Number
so,
463.
Yeah, good drive.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, so your leader, number 31, is still Spencer Height, who did win the championship for this year.
Here they come. Yep.
So, yeah, Spencer Height followed by the 19, which would be Blaze Hendry.
Right.
And then the... Yep, there's Spencer and Blaze. And I don't think we're going to shorten the race up.
No, I think they're going to run it out.
Yeah.
They're going to run it out.
Which they should. I mean, these kids want their time if we can squeeze it in. We got a big chili and crockpot cook-off tonight.
Yep. Right down here
Yep.
underneath the championship lounge, right?
Yeah, right below us, yeah.
Right below us here.
Sponsored by Jeff Hill. Jeff will be here later on and talk about it a little bit.
Yep.
So we're looking forward to that. Jeff Hill Trailer Sales used to be DJ Jeff Hill, and now he's Jeff Hill Trailer Sales. He changed businesses. And he was racing with us for many years, and now he's racing midget cars, and I think he's doing pretty successful. Okay, we are halfway. We just did get the halfway flags. Your leader is still Spencer Height, number 31.
I wonder why he's not picking up. Blaze Hendry is really in second, and they have pulled away from the rest of the pack. So the 31 of Spencer Height in the lead with the number 19 of Blaze Hendry in second. In third is, I believe, Jackson Reinholtz.
Yep, you are correct. Number 12, Jackson
Number
Reinholtz.
12,
Yeah.
Jackson Reinholtz. But the top 2 have pulled away. Some good racing going on further back. I mean, I believe Riggins, Barnacle, and Diesel Maxwell all fighting for position. But Maxwell's up 2 positions. Barnacle's up 2 positions. Barnacle running in 4th and Maxwell running in 5th. Jackson Brewster in 6th. He came up 5 positions to get into that 6th spot. Liam Compatillo up to 7th. Grant Heckman up into 8th. Zeb Turner up into 9th. And then we got Will Fierson in 10th and Spencer Height in, well, yeah, that's why Spencer Height's not there. Yeah, Spencer Height is actually leading, but for some reason he's not coming across.
Yeah.
Maybe his, what do you call it? His transponder has failed or something, and they'll take care of that.
So once again, yeah, Spencer Height. Two carts coming together.
There goes a whole nose.
And the kid that lost his nose, he looks over and, I think I need that.
So tough break there. He spun out, and then the cart right behind him had no place to go and clipped him and knocked his nose off. So they'll have to fix that before the next heat.
Once again, Spencer and Blaze, 1-2.
Spencer and Blaze driving a real good race out here.
Yes.
They're really moving for kid carts and doing a great job. The number 31 of Spencer Height holding on to that lead, but the number 19 of Blaze Hendry right there behind him. Sure. Third place has got a little ways to go to try to catch up to him. That's Jason Reinholtz in the number 12. But the top 2 have pulled away and doing a great job here. Unbelievable how these kid carts actually can get around the track.
And Tony, I think that number 12, that Jackson Reinholtz is catching those front 2.
He might be catching them, but he's got a ways to go yet. And you saw Spencer Height ducking down, he watches the older drivers, and he sees them trying to get down out of the wind down that straightaway. And he was doing the same thing, trying to catch Spencer Height. And now he does. He gets alongside of him, but Spencer Height holds a good line and continues to hold the lead as Blaze Hendry, Spencer Height, and Blaze Hendry, right, was that excellent way. We got Spencer Height back at the top. That's what confused me. So now they're coming up to a lap cart.
Sorry if we sound distracted.
And that's Will Fierson in 9th place. Checker flag is out on the leaders, and that's Spencer Height and Blaze Hendry. Jackson Reinholtz in 3rd, Reed Hendry in 4th. Diesel Maxwell makes it up to that 5th spot.
Way to go, Dave. Diesel.
So Diesel doing a good job. Grant Heckman in 6th, up 3 positions there. Jackson Brewster up to 7th spot. Liam Compitello finishes 8th. Will Fierson he was getting lapped out there, so Zapterno pull up the 9th and Firestone in 10th.
That means that I gotta head out. Good.
Okay. There we go, and we're back. Cup Karts North America, CKNA.
Senior light, first heat, well, second heat, I should say, but first group A and B out on the track, and we should have Austin Garrison on the pole, and Paulie Massimino, who drove an excellent race yesterday, outside pole. James Overbeck right there in third. Dylan Amston in fourth. Colin Warren in fifth. Now, you know, you're talking about top 206 people. This is it. Brandon Jossicrat in sixth. Jordan Pryor in seventh. Scott Clayman, longtime champion coming back. He's up there in eighth place. Jonathan Treadwell in ninth. Let's pick it up and see what happens here. And they all get through, but hey, it is tight racing, a lot of bumping and shoving, but they're going to start to work it out. And it looks like the 40 of Paulie Massimino pulled up into second. It might be Austin Garrison. I'm not familiar with the number, but let's see. Pretty sure that was Paulie in second, and I can't pick up that number in first. It might be Austin Garrison, or is it Overback?
I wonder if it might be the Cincinnati kid.
Yeah. He's been hot this week.
He's always, oh my goodness, every time he's at a racetrack.
And let's see, can you see the number there? You gotta tell these guys to put more. You can't pick. That's Paulie Massimino in second, that's for sure.
Cameraman's trying to help us out.
Yeah, I know, he's trying to help us, and I appreciate it. We're not used to this stuff.
28? Is that 28? 29. Oh, I bet it's Austin Garrison.
Then it's Austin Garrison.
Okay,
yeah, it was Austin Garrison. Okay, here we come. We'll get the lineup
the camera
now.
crew at Kart Chaser.
Yeah.
They did a wonderful job. There
they were really helping us out there. It's just that the driver doesn't have. There it is.
Paulie Massimino there.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. James Overbeck is in there third. Dylan
Cincinnati
Amston
kid in third.
fourth.
Yep. I'm sorry.
Brandon Jossicrat moves up to fifth. Colin Warren drops back to sixth. Scott Clayman in seventh. Clayman moving his way up. And Jonathan Treadwell in eighth. Jordan Pryor in ninth. Dylan White in the top 10. But right now, it is the number 29 of Austin Garrison out in front, but he's being hard-pressed by the number 40 of Paulie Massimino. James Overbeck. These are your top four-cycle drivers right here. Overbeck, Amston, Dylan Amston, and Jossicrat in fifth. So this is going to be some race here. We'll see how this pans out. But what a race we got going on here. But right now it's the number 29 of Austin Garrison trying to hold on to the lead, trying to hold off Paulie Massimino, who drove an excellent race yesterday and won the other class that he races in, I believe. And this one now, he's right up there, right up in front. And he's driving for the Coyote team this weekend. So is Jossicrat. So a lot of Coyotes out there, Dave.
But what's going on with Colin Warren? I just, for the life of me, color me shocked.
Yeah.
Colin Warren way back, I think he's currently in 5th place, and he doesn't appear to be on the move at all.
No, he won a race yesterday. Yep, he won a race yesterday, but this one he's having a little bit of a problem. But don't ever count.
No, and
Colin
it is
Warren out.
You're absolutely right, Tony.
He's a very strategic driver.
Yes.
He uses his head. He plans things out. And that's the one thing you see with some of the drivers that have been around for a while. The younger drivers are quick and their reflexes and everything else, but sometimes somebody like a Colin Warren will outthink them. And even though he might not be the fastest person out there, he'll still win the race. So we got a battle now going on for front. And
Cincinnati kid.
And I think
Overbeck, I'm sure, up front.
I think that was Paulie Massimino.
Oh, I could be wrong, yeah.
So
see the helmet. Looking farther back in the field. Oh, not a couple people came together, maybe not.
A lot of changes going on here, but wow, look at this as the 29. And that 29 there was trying to hold on. I believe that was the 29.
Okay, they're going to go by the turn up by I-70. They're coming down the long straightaway. They're going to come by the stripe right now.
We'll get them.
And it'll be 5 laps to go this time by. So.
And it is Overbeck.
Yeah, that is Overbeck up front.
Massimino in second. Yep. Colin Warren now, see, up to third. Colin Warren's up to third. Dylan Amston in fourth. Jossicrat in fifth. Jonathan Treadwell in sixth. And it was Austin Garrison having a little bit of a problem out there. He runs in seventh. And he's one of your top racers. Jordan Pryor in eighth. Cale Zimmerman now up into the top 10, running ninth. Adam Maxwell up into the top 10, up 3 positions. So now you're bringing in even more names that every one of these persons can win this Grand National Championship here. But right now have to fight their way up through the pack, through the heat races to try to get a good starting position in that final race that'll happen tomorrow. But right now it is Overbeck. He's also on the Coyote team, and he's bringing them around with Paulie Massimino. So Coyotes up in front, and they should be helping each other if they're working as a team. And Paulie would have to push Overbeck to get away from your third place, Colin Warren, who is always a threat. So Paulie's got to start pushing Overbeck to get him away from the VLR driver of Colin Warren. So we'll see what happens here. But right now it is Overbeck. But he needs Paulie.
Red flag.
Oh, red flag.
We got a red. We got a couple of carts off the track over by the cell phone tower, but we are red.
Oh, yeah. I didn't see that.
I did not either, but
so red flag is out, but, man, there was some good racing going on there. Overbeck needed help from Paulie Massimino to stay up in front of Colin Warren. If the Coyotes want to win it, they got to work as a team, and Paulie was doing a good job there, but he had to really help number 48, James Overbeck, in order to keep away. And you got Colin Warren, who's always a threat. He's very strategic, so don't count Colin Warren out. And then you got Dylan Amston in fourth, Brandon Jossicrat right there in fifth, another Coyote driver. So we got a lot going on here, but the Coyote team out there pretty strong. Jonathan Treadwell in sixth, Austin Garrison in seventh, Jordan Pryor in eighth, Cale Zimmerman up into the top 10, making up 3 positions, getting up into ninth. Adam Maxwell also pulling up, getting up about 3 positions into the 10th slot. And we got a red flag. I'm not sure what happened on the track. A few carts out. And so hopefully everybody's okay. On that last lap, you got to, like I said, you got to keep an eye on the 111 of Colin Warren. He did go purple on that last lap. So he's got the speed. He's also got the strategy. He's also got the race savvy, as I'll say it, the racecraft. He knows what he's doing. But now Overbeck and Massimino got a little time to talk to each other and maybe get a strategy on how they're going to keep the Coyotes out in front and trying to get ahead of the VLR there. VLR in third.
No, I'm kind of watching see the camaraderie here, and now the top 3 are all talking together. They're trying to see what's going on, but I'm pretty sure they're going to, like you said, Tony, have some kind of strategy.
Well, the top two definitely, they're both coyotes, so
Yeah.
they should have a strategy. And Colin's just being friendly and talking to them. But
And he's a VLR.
he's a VLR. So.
He's kind of the enemy right now, but yeah, he's another good racer. And then we got, I don't know.
Dylan. Dylan's in fourth.
Okay, Dylan Amundsen.
Yep.
Another VLR, and he came in, so now front four. are all
So
having
that
a
could be
powwow.
that could be a problem for a Coyote, as we have the two VLRs and two Coyotes out in front. So a good race going on here. We'll see what pans out.
all kinds
But
of
just
strategy.
hopefully everybody's okay. And then you got Brandon Jossercrack. He's back in fifth, and he's a Coyote driver. So a lot of Coyotes out there that could team up and try to take a 1-2-3 finish here. But right now it's okay.
Okay, so we're hearing Drew Such, which was involved in the accident, is okay up and walking around. The other driver, they're still checking him out. The medical staff is on track right now. They're checking out the other driver, but Drew Such is okay, so we're glad to hear that.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
So, and Landon Fitz, I'm getting told, is up and walking.
Okay.
So I believe that's all the drivers that were involved, just the two, I think. So they're both up and walking. So we're very, very happy. And I'm sure you go through a bad wreck or something, it just knocks the wind out of you. It kind of knocks you goofy for a minute or something. So they just got to catch their breath and just feel better. And once they do, they can be back. They probably won't restart the race, but at least they can get back to their pits and have ice water or something. And I can't remember if we got the halfway flag or not.
No, it's 8 laps, right?
Yeah, it's 8.
So halfway.
Okay, so yeah, we're hearing officially, yes, it is 5 to go. So they did get credit for that time going by. Oh, yeah, everybody's getting their helmets on. Everybody's ready to go. Hey, if you want to buy any swag, we got Briggs here with their tent set up for Briggs swag. And our Vega Tires, they're selling some hoodies and whatnot. So there's all kinds of stuff for sale. Of course, Mike's got stuff. CKNA has stuff. Go talk to Amy. She's got all kinds of stuff. Hey, there's Dave Mack T-shirts. They're on clearance. Go get yourself a clearance T-shirt. I'll be happy to sell them. I'll sign them too, yeah.
Yeah, you can get a Dave Mack T-shirt get him, Dave, to sign it. And, one day on eBay, it might be worth some money.
Yeah,
So.
it might be worth $11. You paid 10, it might be worth 11, yeah. Or it might be worth $1, who knows, but yeah.
But you got Dave right here, so he can sign it for you, make it official.
Sure, and some very nice hats and hoodies and whatnot. Amy's a little bit low on the spring and fall hoodies, but there will be more. We're going to have them on the website, so if you want one of them. And we are getting ready. Here's the carts are going. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
They're going to call it official.
We're hearing that they're calling the race, so it'll be James Overbeck will get the win then, and Massimino in second, Colin Warren in third, Amston in fourth, Jossercrack in fifth, Treadwell in sixth, Garrison in seventh, Jordan Pryor in eighth, Zimmerman in ninth, and Adam Maxwell in your top 10. Checker flag is out, so the officials decided to call it.
We must be on a time constraint.
Something.
That's what we're
I
concerned
would have
about.
thought you would have ran that one out. Dylan White gets 11th. Scott Clayman ends up in 12th. That's going to be it for now. So next up will continue to be Senior Light. It is the C and D, Charlie and Delta.
There you go, Tony.
There we go.
Yeah, Charlie Delta. Yeah.
I mean, I should know
C&D.
that. I was in the Army, and that's all we used back then. So
Sure.
I used to like X-ray.
X-ray, yeah. And if you Z, we do Zulu.
Zulu.
But if you're in Canada, it's Z.
Oh yeah, no, we use Zulu.
Yeah.
We use Zulu.
Yeah, and we have a lot of Canadians here, so happy Z to y'all.
All right, so this is the 7th Grand National Cup Karts of North America, CKNA as we call it, here at Castle Motorsports Park in Indiana. Great place to be in Newcastle, Indiana, actually. But this is one of the few places that can hold a race this big, and we're all happy to be here. And, of course, Kart Chaser providing this coverage on YouTube, doing an excellent job. The camera people are just excellent. They're able to focus in on the right thing and give you the right angle of stuff. They're doing a great job. We got Dave Land down there doing the interviews. I mean, this is what these people deserve. These drivers and pit crews and everybody, this is what they deserve. And that was the whole point of Dave announcing, me announcing, just trying to let people know who the heroes are out there, who are the best people out there, and to pay back all the time that they spend, that they can get recognized. And, we start to hear the big names in karting, and that's great, especially in 206 racing. So, and we appreciate Briggs & Stratton for coming up with this, coming up with the rules, coming up with the engine, and trying to keep everything as tight as they've kept it. They try not to change anything. It's been years. They keep everything pretty close. I mean, there's a carburetor, make different, but I mean, there's very slight changes where you have to go out and buy a whole new engine. You don't have to do that. So again, we thank Briggs & Stratton for coming up with that. And as I always said, and then we thank CKNA for providing this step up for local drivers if they want to get into a national series, that they now have divisionals in the North, which is basically the Midwest, right, Dave? That's the Midwest.
Yeah, we originally just had one division, and now we call it North, but it's, Midwest.
It's basically the Midwest. Then you had the South. You have the South, and it's mainly the winter, the winter stuff that goes on.
It's hot down there, so us Yankees like to go down there.
Yeah, you're right. So that goes on, and then we had Canada.
Canada, yeah.
Right. Canada was big, and that paid off. And then, of course, we turned it over to the Northeast, and CKNA had enough listening to me and saying, hey, Tony, we'll back you on this, and I appreciate that. And they brought that series, the CKNA series, to the Northeast, and I appreciate the Carters that really supported it. I mean, we had great numbers right from the day one, and that's unusual for a series just starting out.
I will say the Northeast was the most successful first-year series.
Unbelievable.
Of
yes,
any of them,
that's what I've been hearing. And we know our last race was really good at Pittsburgh International, the old Beaver Run, and Wampum, some people call it, but that's the old place, and it's been redone and a lot of nice space there. That's a big track, and that's a big pit area. I mean, they could hold a pretty big crowd there, too. That's a good place to hold a race. So we'll see how the 2024 season. But once again, I'd like to thank all the Carters who supported us and made that possible. And a lot of them are here. And that was great to see a Northeast series now, CKNA.
And going back to the Northeast, huge thanks to Tim Hannon and his crew.
Oh, Tim Hannon, I mean, I called him because we needed some workers, and he actually bailed us out in Charlotte as well.
He's many times this year,
So
Tim and his staff,
he's been, and he's the owner of Oakland Valley Raceway Park, and like I said, Tim races everything, you know, and he gave us a different car every day on display of his race cars. He had the Formula Ford, I think, out there. He had the dirt car out there one day, and a lot of the Carters appreciated that, especially the kids. They want, well, what's that car? What's that? And I drive that one on Friday night. I drive this one on Saturday.
I'm very jealous of Tim. I saw some of his stories. And this racetrack, there's multiple racetracks on property.
Yeah.
This is his yard. His house is sitting right there, and we're in his backyard.
Yep.
I mean, no kidding.
And he provided camping for people in the back there with the lake and with the pond, I should say. And he allowed them, hey, you can party if you want, just as long as you keep it, decent.
And it's in New York, but we actually stayed. We stayed at a hotel in
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania,
It is on the border of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York. So it's the tri-state area, as we'd like to call it.
Yeah.
So let's go. We're getting ready now for the next heat of Senior Light.
Senior Light, C&D group.
C&D group. And it'll be...
looks like Gianluca Savaglio.
Gianluca Savaglio in first. Hudson Brown, I'm pulling for him. 021 of Hudson Brown.
Why would you be pulling for him? Do you have any relationship?
He's the third generation of racing now with me. So I really appreciate Hudson Brown. He's up there. He's come a long way. He's doing a great job.
Tony's grandson, by the way.
Yeah. So Hudson Brown in second, Austin Juris in third, Owen Lloyd. You got, Owen Lloyd. You're talking top drivers here. Owen Lloyd in fourth, Christopher McKeithen in fifth, Henry Wheeler in in 6, Nikki Palladino in 7, Emily DeMaster, she was great. She came to Oakland Valley for the first race, did a great job. People were rooting her on.
And I'll tell you, you can always pick out Emily on the racetrack. She's the little one. She's the one about one hit.
For some reason, the New Yorkers loved her, so she did a great job there. Eli Fox in 9th, Keegan Clark in 10th, Elijah Skaggs in 11th, Addison Ianello in 12th, Parker Gill in 13th, Trey Arzin in 14th, William Adams in 15th, Austin Oles.
That's our scoring lady,
Holy
Megan.
man,
And
but running in 16th.
Yeah.
And, you know, Austin, he's a great driver.
Okay, so the other 3 series, and I don't talk about other series, but he won 1, took 2nd 1, took 3rd and 1.
I've been watching him.
Fast.
Yeah, I've been watching him. He's fast. He's coming up, and but he doesn't run a lot of 206. So he's got to get back into the groove here. But he's running in 16th. Ian Quinn in 17th. Let's watch.
And we must be green.
Yeah, it must be green. I'm sorry.
And somebody comes off the track. They're back on, but they did drop a couple. And we got a bunch of carts off.
Hitting the barriers. Wow. Yeah, that first turn could be tough.
They're over. Outside of 2 here.
We'll see what happens. Wow.
Okay, and another one goes off the track. Hey, being we just started the race, we're going to go to an interview with James Overbeck. So let's do it, David.
Okay, well, that was abbreviated, James Van Overbeck, but give us a little bit of your insight, at least from the 3 laps that you got to run.
Yeah, I mean, we were fast early on. I stayed in 3rd on the start, and I was trying to tell Paulie to go on Garrison because I could see he was sliding around a little bit, but he didn't, so I went on Paulie, and then I went on Garrison a lap later and got to the lead and got a little lucky with the red flag with only 3 laps complete, which I was expecting them to go back green, but they ended up not, so I'll take it. But I heard Colin and Dylan were catching up to us, so it would have been a good battle with them, but I'll take it. I'm sure they aren't like super happy that happened, but yeah, I'll take it.
He'll take them anyway. He can get them. Back to you guys.
Okay, we're back here. We're watching the race. We've got, I believe that's, my guy Christopher McKeithen from Charlotte, North Carolina.
So not sure what happened on the start there. We kind of got sidetracked here, but I don't see who I want to see up front, and that's Hudson Brown. But a tough break for 69 also. Austin Oles got knocked off the track. So I'm not sure what actually, I mean, there was a lot of commotion out there and not sure if they're going to recover. Are they back? And tough break. I mean, Hudson Brown was up there in 2nd or 3rd and not sure what happened, I guess, in that 1st or 2nd turn where a lot of karters were just getting pushed out and hitting the barriers over there. So,
now, this is heat race number 2 out of 3 heat races. The big day is tomorrow, so it's not critical. I mean, it's more important to finish than it is to finish well.
Well, yes, but because this is 2 parts to this one class, it is you got to be up there. You got to at least be in the top 10 to make the feature without having to go to the last qualifier there. Last chance qualifier. So tough break. I'm not sure where they ended up. I see Hudson Brown way back in 38th, but he might be out. Henry Wheeler got out. Eli Fox, I believe, got out. Austin Oles is out. Man, some of your top drivers didn't make it.
So your leader is still Christopher McKeithen. Second place is number 70, Nicky Palladino.
And the 931 of Austin Jers runs in 3rd. Owen Lloyd up into 4th, holding on to that 4th. Giancana Salvaggio, is that it? Salvaggio. Yep. He's in 5th. He's dropped back. He was up there, remember? And Elijah Skaggs in 6th. And Skaggs has moved up about 5 positions. Ian Quinn, really good move, up into 7th, gained about 10 positions. William Adams also gaining positions up into 8th. Spencer Conrad up about 10 positions. He's in the top 10 now. He's in 9th. So I guess that mix-up where drivers went out allowed a lot of these drivers to pull up. David Barnes pulls up 10 positions into 10th spot. Parker Gill gets up into 11th. So we had a lot of people escalating because of some of those top drivers getting knocked out. So a tough break for some of those top drivers, especially for Hudson Brown, who I was definitely rooting for there, and I didn't see what happened, so I missed that, but I'm sure it's on video so we can watch it again and see what actually happened. Christopher McKeithen now holding on to the lead. Nicky Palladino right there behind him. Austin Jers in 3rd. Gianluca in 4th. Owen Lloyd in 5th. Ian Quinn in 6th. Elijah Skaggs in 7th. William Adams in 8th. Spencer Conrad in 9th. Let's see if we pick this up now.
Let me double check. I think Ian Quinn might be up a little farther than. Well, we just had a pass for 3rd. Your leader is still Christopher McKeithen. And Chris's dad showed up today. I saw Tim this morning.
Oh,
so it was nice to have Tim around.
Yeah, I believe McKeithen is with the Coyote crew over there. And,
John Seglem, you betcha.
Yeah, John Seglem and
Precision Performance Karting down in well, he's based in Florida.
But,
McKeithen is actually Gastonia, I believe, North Carolina, which is a suburb of Charlotte. So it should be, when they come by the stripe this time, should be halfway. And I think things will start dicing, getting exciting.
So McKeithen trying to hold off Nicky Palladino. They do get the halfway sign. Palladino. Savalio. Gets 3rd right now. Lloyd in 4th. Jers in 5th. Ian Quinn in 6th. But he's up 11 positions. I mean, Quinn has been making some big moves out there. William Adams in 7th. Elijah Skaggs in 8th. David Barnes in 9th. And in your top 10, Spencer Conrad. Spencer Conrad pulls up. He pulls up 9 positions to the number 77 of Spencer Conrad and moves up to that 10th spot. Well, let's pick up the lead drivers again because that's where the action has been. But McKeithen trying to hold on to that lead. He's been doing a good job. But he does have Nicky Palladino, man. Palladino's knocking on his back door. But right now, McKeithen holding on. Top 3 now have pulled away a little bit. And that's Savalio running in 3rd. And Savalio right there, number 399, doing a good. Well, you're seeing Palladino, man. He's just knocking on McKeithen's back door. Now, will he shake him up? That's what he's
right
trying.
Behind. He's staying right behind him. I mean, he's glued to the back bumper, but he hasn't pulled out. He hasn't taken a peek.
No. He's just letting them know he's there, and he just signaled to Gianluca there, saying, "Hey, just stay with me, and we're going to make our move. We're going to get by this guy." And McKeithen could go from 1st to 3rd in the blink of an eye, and that's how it works when you're running like that. And I know Palladino and Gianluca are definitely working out together. I mean, they're maybe not teammates, but they figure they want to get by that leader. And right now, McKeithen's got his hands full. He's got his hands full, and if he can hold the lead, I give him a lot of credit because it's going to come down to the end. And now you see your 4th place driver, Austin Jers, starting to catch up. So we might have a 4-way, maybe a 5-way battle coming up now for this lead. But right now, it's McKeithen in the number 19 trying to hold on to the lead in his Coyote kart. McKeithen out in front, Palladino in 2nd, Savalio in 3rd. And now we're seeing somebody trying to get in between, and that might get, and in the 399, that was Savalio had to put his tire in the dirt as they got close, and that's going to lighten up on McKeithen there. He might be lucky, and he could start trying to pull away. So we'll see how they come across the stripe. No, we still got Palladino right. And Palladino looks, where's my help? It's gone. Yeah. So there was a lot of action there. And moving into 3rd now is Owen Lloyd. Never count out Owen Lloyd out of Georgia. He's a good driver, and he's right there now in 3rd place. Austin Juris 4th, Ian Quinn in 5th. And look at 399. Gianluca drops back to 6th, and that's what can happen. Meanwhile, Christopher McKeithen trying to hold on, and the top 2 have pulled away. That is McKeithen and Palladino out in front. And so now Palladino's just got to work with McKeithen on his own. He doesn't have help anymore. He lost his help. And let's see if that 3rd place, Owen Lloyd, can close in. And whether or not Owen Lloyd will push Palladino, we'll see. But Owen Lloyd's got a way to go. McKeithen holding on to the lead. He caught a little bit of a break there, but Palladino is staying with him. And Palladino's definitely going to do something towards the end of this race. But right now, it is the top 2, number 19, McKeithen, and the number 70 of Palladino out in front. Good battle going on for 3rd. Owen Lloyd trying to hold off Austin Juris, Ian Quinn, and Gianluca in 6th. William Adams in 7th. Wow, what a race we got going on here. Now all alone in 3rd is Owen Lloyd. He's not being hard-pressed for that position, and the white flag is out, so I don't think Owen Lloyd's going to be a threat in this, but he's got a good position. He's in 3rd, so that's going to help him when it comes to the next race, the next heat race. But right now, can McKeithen hold off Palladino? It's going to come down to the end, and Palladino is right there. Palladino's been pacing him for the whole race, and now coming down to the end. We'll see if Palladino can make that move. McKeithen doing an excellent job. McKeithen's going to drive a little more defensive, knowing this is the last lap, and that's what you got to do. Nothing wrong with that. He's not blocking. He's just being a little more defensive, holding on to that inside line, making sure that Palladino maybe can't sneak in there. But Palladino's going to pick a spot, and he's going to try to get a run on him. Well, watch. If McKeithen does make a little bit of a mistake, that's where there goes Palladino now, side by side.
Outside,
and Palladino can't do it, but maybe he'll cross him up. And he's right still on his back bumper. He's trying to shake him up, but man, McKeithen's doing a great job of holding on. Here comes Palladino. He's trying to get a run. He's going to come out, and I don't believe he's going to be able to do it. McKeithen,
I don't think so.
Right? McKeithen's got a good line. He's not going to do it. He's just going to stay there. He's not even going to pull alongside of him. So a good run by McKeithen. Yeah, we got the black flag out with the checkered. Palladino gets second. Salvaglio gets third.
Owen Lloyd back to fourth.
Yeah, Owen Lloyd. I thought Owen Lloyd had that third place just sewed up, but I was watching the leaders. Austin Juris gets fifth. William Adams in sixth. Ian Quinn drops back to seventh. He was moving up, but he did move up.
10 positions.
Yeah, he moved up 10 positions. Eli Skaggs moved up to 8th. Parker Gill in 9th. That's a good run by the Gill. Keegan Clark gets 10th. Colin Aitken gets 11th. David Barnes 12th. Alex Murphy in 13th. Mitchell Morrow in 14th. And, man, Morrow made a lot of moves to get up there to that 14th position. Spencer Conrad moved up 4 positions. He gets 15th. And was that Chloe
Drummond?
Drummond moves up 5 positions into that 6. So we had a lot of people moving up, but that was due to the problem that happened right in the beginning, that we lost some of our top drivers. So, okay.
So we're going to take a short commercial break. Please come back and see us on Kart Chaser.
Whether you're dominating the pre-final or just getting started, BriggsRacingGear.com is the only place for official Briggs Racing swag. Place an order of at least $25 by October 15th and you'll receive a free gift. BriggsRacingGear.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. Based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Are you a racing enthusiast? Drive Your Line is the Mid-South's only full-service kart shop. We make dreams a reality for those 5 years old and up. All racers start in karting, and we're the purveyors of fun for the whole family. Karting the Coast is presented by Drive Your Line Kart Shop and is the premier race series on the Gulf Coast and brings racing to Biloxi at Finish Line Performance Karting and at the world-renowned NOLA Motorsports Park. Call us at 601-667-0770 or find us at driveyourline.com. Also on Facebook or Instagram.
Hi, my name is Brandon from Brandon Jarvis Crack Racing / Precision Performance Karting. I'm driving the 138 in Senior Light and Senior Medium. Here's the rest of our driver lineup.
Rob Howden, the driver of the number 37 in Legends and Masters from Cambridge, Ontario, Canada.
Kate Yeager, number 64 in Junior, hometown Kewaskum, Wisconsin.
Chris Carroll, Kart 12, running Senior Heavy and Masters. Hometown is Charleston, South Carolina.
I'm Christopher McKeithen, driver of the 19 in Senior Light and Senior Medium from Gastonia, North Carolina.
I'm James Overbeck, driver of the 48 in Senior Light and Senior Medium. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Paulie Massimino, number 40, Senior Light, Senior Medium, hometown, Chris Knockman, North Carolina.
Okay, we're back at Cup Karts North America's Grand National 7, and we are at beautiful downtown Newcastle, Indiana, Newcastle Motorsports Park. This should be the Senior Light. Where's the junior? Oh, it is juniors. Yeah, okay. This is the junior class, juniors A and B group. Juniors A and B group. And it looks like there's a lot of carts out there. Hey, if you ever hear me, people at home that aren't used to racing, if you ever hear me refer to somebody turned purple, that means they ran the fastest lap of that entire race so far. So even it doesn't have anything to do with your position. Okay, the lineup on the pole: Brady Shad. Then we have Christopher Wakefield. Second row: Isaac Malkit, and Landon Buer. Third row: Ronnie Kleiss and Mason Rick. Fourth row: Garrett Andexler and Sam Tutwiler. Fifth row: Caleb Tarter and Adriano Yanuzzi. Sixth row: Shane Smith and Emil Osman. Then we have Nathan Dupuis and George Ma, Max Francelli and Declan Black, Clay O'Brien and Jack Lommer. And we are yellow. We did not get a start. No start, no start, no start. And I'm not sure. I was trying to read names and I wasn't looking at the screen here in the studio, but I believe somebody was out of line or something. So we'll try it again. And once again, if you see the starts, there's the white lines painted on the track. That's called tram lines. And believe me, we are watching very, very closely on those tram lines. You cannot go out of your tram line until you're past the start-finish line. It doesn't matter when Jason gives you a green flag. You are not allowed to go anywhere on the track. You have to stay within your tram line until you pass the start-finish line. And we are just really serious about that, and for reasons of safety. It's much safer if you keep you on your tram line, until you get to close to turn one. So anyway, I'm just predicting that the over-under for the whole race weekend of tram line violations, people who get penalized for tram lines, I'm putting it at 100. That's how bad it is. And I won't know till the end of the weekend how many actual tram line violations we have, but it's going to be fun to find out. So anyway, everybo's warming up their tires a little bit, and every once in a while you see somebody get real goofy and bang into somebody next to them when they're trying to warm up their tires. I don't know if it's all that necessary to be doing this goofy stuff, but they seem to think so, and I have always believed it might be a little bit of nervousness. But anyway, Brady Shad, very fast, number 865. Brady Shad on the pole. Yep, outside
Christopher Wakefield, outside, and camera work is excellent. I mean, there's times when you could see, if you're watching this on YouTube, how close these drivers, when they're making the turn and they're side by side, how close it is, and the precision they have to have. And you see how they start, and you see Brady Shad, he pulls out because he's allowed to do that. We got a bunch of karts in the grass, but all of them look like they can recover. But a bunch of karts just right on the start. And that's, the whole thing we always tell the racers, you're not going to win it on the first lap. But that's hard to tell them that they're not going to win it on the first lap, but they're not. So we got a good battle going on already for the lead, and it looks like, I believe is that the 811 of Wakefield that took the lead?
I don't know.
We tell these karters, make sure you have clear numbers on there. We got another guy spun out. That looks like 05.
Caleb Tarter. Caleb Tarter's off the track.
Oh, yeah.
He's coming back on. Here comes your leader. It looks like two karts up front. Shad is in second place right now. Your pole sitter, Shad, is in second place, I believe. So we'll see in just a minute when they come by. Oh,
another
two cars get together.
Oh, man.
Couple hard hits, but they just keep right on going. The most dangerous thing is when somebody spins a 180 right in the middle of the racetrack, so their front nose is facing oncoming traffic, because the way these karts are designed, they're in a wedge shape, and the kart coming at them could go right over the top of them. So I really get nervous seeing that.
So that was Isaac Malkut that took the lead, Brady Shad in second, and they try to pull away from the rest of the pack. Ronnie Cleese in third. Yeah, I think I was calling him Keys, but it's
Clyde. I always say Clyde. Yeah.
Clyde. Yes.
I've never been corrected, so yeah,
no,
maybe
it
right.
is Clyde.
Okay.
I was calling him Keys, but it was Clyde. Ronnie Clyde in third, Wakefield in fourth, Landon Brewer in fifth, and Dexler in sixth, Tutwiler in seventh, Emil Osman. He's from the Northeast. He won the Northeast Junior Championship, kart number 15. Keep an eye on Emil Osman. He does a great job out there. And he's been really struggling a little bit here, but the competition is it's a lot of competition here. But he is in the top 10, and right now he runs 8th. Nathan Dupas runs 9th, and Declan Black in 10th. Let's pick up the leaders, though, again.
Sammy Tutwiler doing a fine job there, 7th place, Sammy Tutwiler. And it's early, so we're going to send it down to an interview with David Land.
All right, Christopher, give me a rundown of that race, please.
I got a good start. The inside row really moved, and I got into third, and then got up to second, got up to first on the first lap, and then shuffled around a little bit, and then pulled away, and then held it on the last lap.
Yeah, it sure seemed like you were able to control that race a lot more than pretty much anybody else has been able to do this entire weekend. I mean, describe that feeling, because I'm sure that's a confidence builder when you can hold the lead like that.
Yeah, it's good when you hold the lead for the whole race, you know. It's good to have somebody that you can trust behind you to push you just around the whole racetrack, like Nikki did for me.
Well, that's such a big talking point down on the grid right now, is the drivers who are beginning to be a little bit more loose with who they trust and who they don't trust. And when you're looking to that final tomorrow, I mean, how important is that to be able to start to trust those guys who you're going to be racing with as we get to Sunday?
I think with 100 go-karts in the final, it's really just going to be gloves off and a dogfight to the end. I think we're going to be 10 karts deep in the front pack. I don't expect anybody to pull away.
We like to hear that. Gloves off, a dogfight. Sounds exciting. Back to you, boys.
Yes, sir. That was the man, Christopher McKeithen. I always enjoy watching him. And yes, the dogfight is coming.
Well, we know that in the feature it's going to be every driver for themselves. You know, it's going to be tough. There might be some teamwork that'll happen out there. That's the only way they're going to get, if they're going to get help. But other than that, it's going to be, as he said, gloves off, and that's it. So McKeithen telling it like it is, and he did good in that last race. He won that heat. So still another heat to go.
A couple of good shots of the second part of the pack. Sam Tutwiler out there in 5th place. Yeah, Sammy's currently in 5th place. Sam Tutwiler doing a fine job. Your front four, we've got a group of 2, and then a little gap, and another group of 2. That's Isaac Malcutt and Brady Shad. Then we have Ronnie Kleiss and Christopher Wakefield.
Yeah, the top 2 have pulled away, Malcutt and Shad. But I'm sure there'll be some action as we come close to the end. And then you have, like you said, Ronnie Clyde.
Yep, Kleiss. That's what I say.
And Wakefield. And Tutwiler in 5th.
Tutwiler. Yep.
Tutwiler in 5th. And Garrett and Dexler in 6th. Nathan Dupas in 7th. The Clan Black in 8th. Emil Osman up 3 positions, but he's running in the top 10. He's in 9th. Jason Wolno in 10th.
Wakefield struggling mightily in 4th place, trying to take over 3rd from Kleiss, and he gets not completing it yet. A good race going on between those 2.
Yep, Wakefield and Kleiss going at it.
And he finally gets it.
Yep, so the 8-11 of Christopher Wakefield does take that 3rd place. Now, will he be able to get help from Kleiss to try to catch the 2 leaders? Your leader, of course, is number 75 of Isaac Malcutt, and Brady Shad in the 865 in 2nd. But they have pulled away from the pack, and we'll see if 3rd place now, Christopher Wakefield, can make up that time. And Wakefield goes purple. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
4th place, Wakefield.
Yeah, Wakefield goes purple. So he's definitely on the move, but I don't know if he can catch those 2. And he's pulling away from Ronnie Kleiss.
He is, absolutely.
Yeah, you know, Ronnie Kleiss can't even help him because Wakefield has pulled away.
And as fast as he is, if he can catch up to in 2nd place there,
that is
Brady Shad.
Oh, yeah. Brady Shad is in 2nd.
I got a feeling we got a problem. And Jason Burgess is showing the sportsman flag, so somebody's got to move behind somebody.
And there goes Emil Osman trying to make a pass back there. Almost went off the track, but he brought it back in. So he's trying to do the right thing. He's still running in 9th. He was trying to get by the number 43 of Garrett and Dexler, but just couldn't do it. Osman trying to make a move, and he's trying real hard. He's our Northeast champion in junior, so he's running back in 9th right now, but he's pulled his way up into the top 10, and that's where he's got to be if he wants to be in the feature on Sunday. So the race continues at the front with Malcutt and Shad. And we said Wakefield was on the move, and he did turn purple in one of those laps, so he is fast, and he could see him. He's pushing back and forth in the seat. He could feel these guys in front of him. He's trying to reel them in, but a good battle going on right there between the number 9 kart.
Sam Tutwiler.
That is Sam Tutwiler. Yep. In number 9. Oh, no, yeah. Sam Tutwiler and he's being hard pressed by Dupas, Black, and Dexler, and Emil Osmond. So a good race going on for 5th place, but right now it is Sam Tutwiler holding on to that 5th place. But a lot of racing going on there for that 5th place.
I don't know if Wakefield is going to be able to catch Brady Shadd. I know they could run well together and probably create all kinds of problems for Malcutt, but I don't know if he's going to catch him, even though he's running very fast.
I'll tell you right now, Wakefield is really pushing it. He's really pushing it, putting a lot of stress on the tires. Remember, we've got to save these tires till Sunday. But Wakefield's doing what he's got to do to try to catch up. And sometimes you got to use some strategy here. Say, if I'm not going to get any better than 3rd, maybe I hold on to 3rd and save things. But he feels, I think, at this point, he could reel them in and maybe go for a 1st place. But he's pushing that cart very hard. I don't blame him. He's trying to catch up to the 2 leaders. And Malcutt and Shadd, I'll tell you right, he's in a good position because if they get into it, he's the only guy that can end up taking the lead because he's got a big lead over Ronnie Cleese. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Tony, is that, you got to save your tires all weekend. You got one set of tires all weekend. Also, you want points. You want total points. You don't have to win it today. Don't win this race. This is only heat race number 2.
Yep.
Just make sure you finish well.
Okay.
White flag is out.
White flag is out. And you see Wakefield, he went purple again. And so I'm telling you, he's pushing it. But I don't know at this point. He's there, okay? Something could happen as these 2 start the battle for that position. And did Brady Shadd take the lead?
Nope. He's still in 2nd. Yeah, Brady Shadd's in 2nd. Yeah, your leader's still Malcutt.
Right.
But okay, all 3 are together now.
Now it's a 3-way battle, and things can really. There go, Wakefield, good move. What a move by Wakefield. Wow. He is. I told you, he is fast. He's pushing it, so it paid off because he got now another set of points. Yep. He moved up into 2nd. Can he catch the leader? I don't know. But he really, that was a good strategy. Then he did push it hard. Here he goes. He's going to go for the lead. And let's see if he can do it. He is fast. Wakefield is on the move. He pulls alongside. He's on. Yep.
Let's see. Here comes Shadd.
And here comes Shadd. If Shadd will push him. No, Shadd got alongside him. But Shadd's got to get behind him and at least push Wakefield. And Wakefield will take the win. But, it's going to be tough. Here they come. And Wakefield definitely got the speed. And Shadd is right there. Wakefield does not. He does pull out now. Shadd had to get behind him, and Shadd doesn't do it. So Wakefield's not going to get the win, but what a drive by the number 811 of Christopher Wakefield. He gets 2nd place. Isaac Malcutt, you got to give him credit. He held on for the lead, I think, through the whole race. So a great drive by Isaac. Cart number 75, he gets the win. Brady Shadd ends up in 3rd. Ronnie Clyde in 4th. Nathan Dupas in 5th. Declan Black in 6th. Sam Tutwiler in 7th. Garrett Endexler in 8th. Jackson Wolney in 9th. Emil Osmond drops back to 10th. Not sure what happened there, but he was battling for position. He still gets a top 10, and so we're rooting for Emil Osmond, of course, coming out of the Northeast, but right now he's in 10th. That's where he's got to be, though, because there's 2 groups of these karts, and as long as he can stay in the top 10, he will just about, I can almost guarantee, he'll make the feature. His position might not be that good because he'll be pretty far back, but at least he'll be in the feature and have another shot.
Hello? There we go. Okay. Yeah, and once again, we finished under a black flag. Black and the checkered wave together, so there's some kind. It's under review. There's some kind of penalty being investigated. But there's a good shot of the grid. Okay, we're going to go down to pit reporter David Land again, and he's always entertaining. I'm looking forward to it.
Masters, how can you win it?
I think the key is to be in it for tomorrow. I think it's just let's stay in the game and get a good place in this so we got a good start for the next one.
Yeah, it's been so debatable throughout all the classes about where you want to be in the pack. I mean, it seems like the racing's been a lot closer than maybe we expected going into this thing. How do you stay up front? How do you keep yourself protected for that final on Sunday?
Try and make the least amount of mistakes and really think out your game plan on where you want to start and pay attention to the other drivers around you because everybody drives different in this class. We're all very respectable, but it's still a race and we all want to win.
And that's another talking point is who you can be around, who you can surround yourself with. Who are the guys you want to surround yourself with before the end of this thing?
Me and Eric work really well together, and I think if we can get together, it'll be a good day.
All right, Mark Steele looking to make it a safe one out there from outside pole.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Yep. There we go. Okay,
There we go. So I agree with David and Mark Steele there, trying to make it a safe one, and definitely we're trying to do that. But, you know, when it comes down to that last race on Sunday, that final race, I think it was, who was it, McKeithen that said the gloves are off?
Yeah.
That's it.
You know,
so, you know, Mark Steele was right. You want to just stay in these heat races, you just want to be there so you can make the feature, so you can have a decent starting position. I mean, yeah, if you can win it, that's great. You can win a heat race, that's great. But if not, at least be in it, and that's the main thing. And then making it to the feature here, and that's what I tell a lot of the newcomers. If you make the feature, you got to feel proud of yourself. That's first time coming to a Grand National, and maybe you only been racing for a year or two, and if you can make a feature where there's 100 karts in the class, 90-something karts in the class, 70-something karts in the class, you're doing a great job. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. But how many LCQs do we think we're having? Is it 4?
I think, let me double check here real quick,
Yeah.
but it looks like 4. Yes, you
Yep.
are correct. Heavy, light, junior, and medium.
So you see the amount of competition. And as long as those 4 classes you can make the feature, you got to feel good when you go home tonight.
I got a big kick out of that Mark Steele, though. He's such a cagey,
Yeah.
wily old veteran. You know, he knows exactly what he needs to do.
Well, he wants to keep it safe. He wants to probably go to work on Monday.
Well,
I don't know.
that, yeah. Mark, Mark has a business. He sells rare metals and stuff. So
Okay.
if anybody's interested, go see him. Buy your gold and silver from Mark Steele. If you need a good deal, go see Mark Steele.
You go see Mark Steele. I didn't get that last name for nothing. you know?
Yeah, exactly. So I always enjoy watching Mark racers. You
Yeah.
know, certain racers that you see all over the country, and they're just enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, this series has attracted a lot of good people, and it's been, like we say, it's been a fun series. It's been a family series. So it's really done a great job with CKNA, like I said, along with Briggs & Stratton and all the sponsors that get behind this thing and make it what it is, because it wouldn't be without the sponsors.
Yeah, I guess I kind of take it for granted because I've been with since day one. But
Yeah.
someday I'm going to just sit back and catch my breath and just realize just what we've accomplished.
Yeah.
In that.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, I'm sure when you started, it was just some like small local racing, right? And then just kept building from there.
I'll tell you a story, you know, when we're off the air sometime.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can't even imagine how tiny little pathetic it was. We piggybacked. We didn't even have our own race. We piggybacked on a tiny little club race.
Okay.
In the middle of nothing, Wisconsin.
Yeah. No, well, that's hey, listen, and it worked out. I mean, they got the right thing put together, and you know, Steve and Greg, and you know, they got to give them credit. They figured this thing out and said, hey, here's what we want to do. Here's where we want to be different than other groups, and you know, we want to bring it back to the people. And I'll tell you, I mean, karting has picked up because of Briggs & Stratton coming out with the 206. And then national type racing, divisional type racing has come back for 4-cycle drivers.
Without a
And
doubt,
and CKNA has brought that back. I mean, it was a many-year gap where really as a 4-cycle driver, maybe you had some local stuff going on or whatever, but now it's back and are appreciated by these drivers. And again, I thank Kart Chaser for doing this because these drivers deserve that. They deserve the recognition. The teams deserve the recognition. The sponsors deserve the recognition. So great job by Kart Chaser. So let's pick it up here.
Should be junior C and D.
Is it C and D? We had, oh yeah, we had A and B already, right?
And on the pole, we got number 239, Jordan DeLeo. And Jordan, and we are yellow. Waved it off right away. Jason is not happy with that start, so
and this
got to
is
go
down.
around once
Oh,
again.
there it goes. Okay.
Backwards again, though.
Yeah, I wonder why.
So we're going to go one more time around. Yeah, and yeah, talking about the early days of Cup Karts, or 206 Cup as it was called at the time.
Right.
Huge debt of gratitude that for showing us how to do that. It was Glenn Firing and Sandy down in North Carolina. They were
Yes.
just instrumental in telling us all the things that are important, which we would have never thought of. we came from club racing. We'd be half hour, 45 minutes late starting a class. Somebody wasn't ready, we'd wait for them.
Yep.
And you could do that in club racing. You can't do that at this level. You start right on the second. You watch our grid director, Paul Bailey, and he will be right on top of it. I mean, literally to the point that I sync my watch with him race weekends, and I know the exact second he's going to let him out.
That's how it works. And that's what Cup Karts has brought to this whole thing. And when, especially in the Northeast, where they never had a Cup Kart race, and they went to it. I mean, people were coming up to me saying, "I can't believe how you're so organized." For me and Dave, though, we've been doing this for a while, so it was no big thing. But for them, it was just unbelievable. And they said, "Man, I've never been to a race like this." Unless they raced some other. But the newcomers to the sport were really impressed on how CKNA managed that whole situation, and like you said, we go by the clock.
Yeah.
And if you're not up here, you're missing your class, and we're going to go out and
we're not waiting,
and we adjust if there's something that happens. So,
but the beauty of that is they can look at the schedule and they know the exact second that their class is going out, so they don't have to be up there a half hour, 45 minutes.
And they don't have
early.
to hear me and you calling
asking so-and-so, get on down here. We just don't do that. If you miss it, it's on you, not on us. Okay, we're watching Jason Burgess. I bet he's going to give him the green this time. Let's see. Green, go, go.
Whoa, look at that.
Look at the pole sitter come completely across the track.
Yeah, that's what, it didn't start off that way yesterday, but now everybody's seeing that's what you have to do in order to protect that lead. Yep. And now everybody's picking up on that. I believe, is that Jordan DeLeo?
Yep.
Jordan DeLeo out in front with Jackson Young, I believe, Cade Jaeger in third. And let's see. Yep. So those top three there are running pretty tight. Fourth place driver, I believe that might be Jordan Klein. And she has been doing a great job here. Man, she's come a long way, and she's driving a very strategic race, using her head. She's doing a great job. And right now, I believe she's running in fourth place.
Yep,
so
that is her.
She's great job by Jordan. So this is a Grand National, and Jordan up there in fourth place. Meanwhile, your leader is the 229 of Jordan DeLeo. He's out in front. Jackson Young is in second, 807. And then you got the 64 of Cade Jaeger. Yep, he's running in third. And Jordan Klein is right there in fourth. Back in fifth, it looks like it might be Derek Wargo. Not sure.
From Louisiana? Let's see.
Is it three? Is it number two? No.
Well, that's Jaeger there. Third place. Okay.
Third place is Jaeger, right?
Yep. Cade Jaeger.
Jaeger's in third, and Klein's in fourth.
Yep. Jordan.
And it might be Clark in fifth. So DeLeo holding the lead. Top three have pulled away. DeLeo, Young, and Jaeger. They have pulled away. So Klein's going to need some help to catch up, and let's see what happens there. And there goes the number two, Derek Wargo, making a pass. I believe Wargo moves up, and somebody trying to get by Wargo, I believe that's Jared Clark. So we got some racing going on back there, fourth, fifth, and sixth. And let's pick that up.
Yeah, that's a pretty good battle going on right there. Yeah. Number two, Derek Wargo from Louisiana, Metairie, Louisiana.
And you see the 41 of Jack Grody right in there. Right in there. So some good racing going on with those people back there battling for that fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh position. They're running tight. Your leader should be Jordan DeLeo. Yep, he's out in front. But Jackson Young and Jaeger is right there. That top three, man, they're right in the line.
Now, Cade Jaeger has raced with us a long time. I think he goes back to the 206 Cup days. So, Cade Jaeger is very much a veteran, even though he's young yet. Yeah, and DeLeo owns Goodwood Racetrack up in Canada, in Toronto area.
Okay. I'll tell you, Jordan Klein in fourth place has her hands full, because there they go.
Yeah.
They're going to try to shut her out there. They're going to get that freight train going. She's hanging in there, but it's going to be tough. She's got to hold on. She's driving an excellent race here, because believe me, she's under a lot of pressure there, but she's holding on. She might have lost just one position there. She could have lost 3 to 4 positions, but she held on. And tough racing out there, but everything was clean. Nobody pushed anybody out, so that was a good drive and a good racing going on there. And the top three continue to be running tight, DeLeo, Young, and Jaeger. But the race is back in the pack for that fourth place, which I believe now Clark might have moved up into fourth. And I believe Klein dropped back to 5th. We'll pick it up when they come across the stripe again. So we'll see what happens here. Here they come down the main straightaway, and it's still DeLeo, Young, Yeager. And yes, Clark has moved into 4th, Klein in 5th, Grody in 6th, Chambers in 7th, Derek Wargo in 8th, Christopher Yahtzee in 9th, and Cooper Perez in the top 10.
I think that in 5th place, I think is Derek Wargo. That number 2 is Derek Wargo.
Derek Wargo, yep. Well, I show him in 8th.
Oh, okay.
So not sure what happened. There was a lot of change of positions there, but your leaders continue to be DeLeo, Young, and Yeager. And then there's a gap, and then your 4th place is Jared Clark, Jordan Klein, Jack Grody, Josie Chambers, and I think Wargo. I think Wargo has dropped back a number of positions.
Oh, unfortunately.
There's your leaders again, top 3. They are running like a freight train. Here comes the next pack, and it looks like Klein has moved back up. She is doing an excellent job of holding those people off and getting back up into that 4th spot. And there's where the racing is going on for 4th place, because right now the leaders are all staying tight. They're not going to make any moves to the end, but a lot of racing going on for this 4th spot. And Jordan Klein's got her hands full.
But they're all over the back of her.
Yeah, they're all over side. Look at this.
Oh,
here they go. And now
the
driver there, 316 Clark, is getting help, and that's going to hurt Jordan Klein. And we got the number 2 out.
Derek Wargo.
And
Derek Wargo's off the track.
That is Derek Wargo, who was in the mix, and he got pushed out. So, I said that racing for that 4th spot is a big deal, and that's where the race is on the track for 4th place. And we'll pick that up again and see what's happening there. But unbelievable. And Jordan Klein trying to do her best, but then I think Clark got help from Chambers, and that kind of put the pressure on. But let's see. I think Klein definitely came back. So, but look at this racing going on in this pack. Like I said, the front runners, DeLeo, Young, and Yeager, they're going to stay together, and then the action might be towards the end with them. The battle is more for this 4th spot, and can they move up and catch the lead 3? And you see people trying to get a position now. We saw the 418 there just slide off as somebody was making a move. That's Cooper Perez. He got slid off the track and lost a couple positions. Looks like we got the number, was
99, Michael Robbins.
99, Michael Robbins. So a lot of racing going on there. Let's pick it up after they cross the stripe and see where everybody is. Of course, Yeager, DeLeo, and Young up front. Clark now in 4th. Klein, unbelievable, recovered in 5th.
Yeah.
Chambers in 6th. Yahtzee in 7th. Perkins in 8th. And Moore in 9th. And Tsukina up to the top 10. Jack Grody drops to 11th. Sweeney in 12th. Good in 13th. Perez, Cooper Perez, he got pushed out, but he's back in 14th. Sebastian Day in 15th. Man, what racing we got going on.
Wow.
But right now, the race is really for 4th place. That's where the race is. And you got to give Jordan Clark credit. She's been hanging in there, and she's had a lot of pressure. People even pushing behind her. And I think we have a change for the lead here, right?
Yeah, that's Kate Yeager up front, number 64, absolutely.
Is that? Yeah. Yeah, Kate Yeager took the lead, DeLeo in 2nd, and Jackson Young in 3rd.
And Young's peeking around DeLeo. Couldn't complete it, though. Kate Yeager's still your leader, number 64.
That'll give Yeager a break if they start tying it up, if DeLeo and Young start tying it up. But now they get back in line, and that's what they got to do. And I believe they're getting the 3 laps to go. Yeah, 3 laps to go.
Well, 2. They're signaling 2. That isn't.
Oh, yeah.
That's always
okay. It's 2 laps to go. And there's going to be a good race here between Yeager, DeLeo, and Young as they stay tight. And you see Young dropping back a little bit because you see him swing out a little bit. He's trying to feel where maybe he can get a run and try to get up front, because you could go from 1st to 3rd now in an instant. And now you're seeing DeLeo trying to get back in the lead, and I believe he's going to do it.
There it is.
And you're going to see Young try to close the door on Yeager.
Yeager's back to 3rd.
And he did it.
Third,
and
like
we
that.
said 1st to 3rd could happen, and it happened before I could even finish the sentence. Yeah. But DeLeo now goes back into the lead with Young going into 2nd. Young shut the door on Yeager, and now Yeager has to settle for 3rd. But this battle isn't over yet as the top 3 continue to race, bumper to bumper. And it's going to come down to the last lap. But right now,
DeLeo trying to pull away, I believe, trying to get us some space, and that's what he needs to do if he wants to win this one. He looks behind him, and he sees they're right. Look at this when they come down the straightaway. And there goes.
White flag.
White flag is out, and I believe.
Three-way battle.
We're going to get a new leader, though.
Yep.
It's going to be Jackson Young.
Yep.
Young takes the lead,
Yeager
and
up
he
to
brings
second.
Yeager
Yep.
with him. And DeLeo goes back to third. So now here it comes again, and you see Yeager's not going to settle for second place.
No, Cade, no, absolutely not. I know Cade.
He's not going to settle for second place, and I don't know if Jackson Young could hold on to it. We'll see. But right now he's doing a pretty good job. But Yeager is not going to settle for second, and you see there they go. They're getting side by side again with the 229. DeLeo trying to peek in. He's running third, but he had the lead. Man, what a race we got going on here.
And it's coming to the
it's coming
end
to
of it.
the end.
Cade
And look
Yeager
at that.
back up to the front.
64 of Cade Yeager gets back up to the front. I said he wasn't going to settle for second. And there goes DeLeo trying to get back. But this time he gets shut out by Young. Young shuts him out. And Yeager holding the lead now. Here they come down to the final. And nobody's going to help anybody. So
nope, they're going to stay just like that.
They're going to just stay like that, which is, like we said, trying to be smart, trying to finish a race.
Yeager,
and let's see
Young,
that
DeLeo,
fourth place.
Here's the battle.
The battle is Jared Clark gets that fourth place.
Over
Klein
Jordan
settles
Klein.
for fifth, but she did a great job there. And we got the black and the checkered waving. Preville Perkins gets 6. Christopher Utzi gets 7. Cooper Perez recovers up in 8th. He went off a little bit there. Josie Chambers in 9th. Jack Rote in 10th. Truett Sweeney, it's 11th. Jonah Good, 12th. Sebastian Day, 13th. Peyton Fayen gets 14th. Austin Johnson, 15th. Sloan Sterling, 16th. Ryan Sukina back in 17th. Michael Robbins, 18th. Tyler Colshorn in 19th. Porter Trudell in 20th.
So, wow, what a good race. Them top three, I don't know how many lead changes that were just on the last lap alone. It was fantastic.
Yep. No, those top three did a good job. And again, I got to give credit to Jordan Klein trying to hold on to that fourth position. Ended up in fifth. So great racing going on there for fourth, between fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. They were all in the mix. And that's where the action was most of the time, because the top three were just staying in line. They didn't want to screw anything up. And, of course, they started battling at the end, which we know we're going to see here.
That Jordan Klein you're talking about, and their family is a sponsor, Parrington Automotive from upstate New York. Her racecraft has improved so much.
Yeah, I said she has come a long way.
She used to be lucky to be mid-pack or lower mid-pack or something, and she's battling for the lead right now. Jordan Klein is just amazing this weekend.
She's doing a great job out there, and she wasn't getting shaken up. That's the main thing. I mean, they were side on, they were banging her they were hitting her in the back. Everything was going on, and she stayed, and she had fifth back for a while, but then fourth, and then dropped back to fifth, but. Really good job by Jordan Klein.
Yeah, she had her hands full.
And the main thing is that'll keep her in the feature. You
know?
Like we're saying, because that's a split class too. So there's an LCQ in that one.
This was heat, or it still is heat race number 2, and we've got a total of we've got. Yesterday we had heat race 1. Today we have heat races number 2 and 3.
Right.
And then we got the important stuff tomorrow.
Well, we have the LCQs first.
Right. Yeah. Let's see. So the schedule tomorrow, we got warm-ups in the morning. After that, LCQs. And LCQs are 10 laps long, Tony.
Wow.
So
okay, a little different.
Yeah.
Giving them a little more time.
Yep. And we're going to have a total of 4 LCQs, the senior heavy, senior light, junior, and senior medium.
Right.
Then we'll have warm-ups, grand final warm-ups.
Right.
Little break, and then the grand finals, 16 laps long.
I know, that's going to be.
And once again,
it's going to be interesting.
Split classes all weekend long due to too many karts on the track. We want everybody to get a chance. Not during the feature. Everybody that makes it is on the track at the same time.
The feature is the feature. I don't know how many were starting in the feature. I didn't get that number.
I didn't either. I should have last night. I'm going to guess. Well, I'm not going to say anything because somebody will hold me to it. So.
No, well, we can make it that we're not going to hold Dave to it, but I believe, and don't hold me to it, I believe the track can hold 50.
Okay.
I believe.
And I would tend to agree with you right around there
I
somewhere.
might be off, but I believe he can hold 50. But, that might not be the decision of the officials. They might want to keep it safe. I don't know. But I believe it can hold 50.
But make sure you check Facebook because all that information will be on there tonight.
Right.
Exactly how many and who made it and whatever. So
Dave and I are not the officials, so don't say Dave said it or Tony said it, and we want 50 carts on the track. But that'll be posted. What the features are, how many carts are going to be, and it'll also be posted how many coming out of the LCQs.
Yep, absolutely.
Are they taking the top 5? Are they taking the top 10 or whatever? So that'll all be posted, like you said, on Facebook, I guess, and we'll see where that goes. I think that one's right.
Eric Fagan.
Well, yeah, this is Masters.
Yeah, okay.
So Masters only has one group, so it's not a split class. And it looks like Fagan.
It's definitely Fagan.
Yeah, Fagan's on the
so
pole.
It looks like Fagan's on the pole. No, remember, Tony, the last couple of starts we've seen, the pole sitter starts on the left side of the track, the left-hand corner.
Yep.
What's the first thing to do? Come clear across the track to the right side.
They've all picked
Block
that up by
everybody,
now.
yeah.
So Fagan's going to do the same thing, I
Yeah.
would think. Even though Mark Steele says, I work good with Fagan, but let's watch and see how good he works with him.
Yeah.
Let's see if Fagan says, go ahead, take the lead, Mark. I don't think so, So it's going to be interesting here. But it's Eric Fagan and Mark Steele on the front. Jeff Shaw and Ryan Cassidy, man, right there in the second row. Third row is Bill McLaughlin and Michael Dittmers in the third row. In the fourth row, Ben Cruttenden and Jamie Bradford. In the next row, it's Matthew Grunholtz and Todd Barron back in 10th.
Oh, wow.
So
Dr. Todd, yes.
Yeah, that's your top 5 rows, and let's see what happens. Here they come.
It's a long straightaway. A lot of carts starting we have.
So Mark Steele, let's see how him and Eric Fagan work. They could be working good together and pull away from the pack.
49 entered in this class. We'll see.
Here we go.
And once again, Fagan on the pole, Steele on the outside, and
See,
Fagan's
Jason
gonna come clear
looks
across
and he
that
likes
clear.
it.
Green. And here he comes. Oh, and
He didn't
Steele
do
does
it.
not let
He
him
didn't do it.
in.
He
Yeah.
did work. He did work with Mark Steele.
And it didn't work out for him. He's in second place.
No, I said he worked with Mark Steele. Let Mark take the lead.
Let him take it, sure.
He didn't pull out way out in front. He stayed where he was. Now, that might be Fagan's strategy. Fagan is the guy that would rather be in second, I think, and then at the end make his move. So we'll see if that pays off.
And if you're going to run with somebody, Mark Steele is the one to run with.
Yeah, and Mark
You're
Steele's got
absolutely
the speed and the driving ability, so you can really push with him and get ahead of the whole pack. But let's see if that happens. I don't know if third-place driver is going to allow that to happen, but right now...
I'm going to keep my eye on Ryan Cassidy, though. I want to see how he reacts to this.
Ryan Cassidy, right, he's always a threat, and he's right there. So let's see what happens now. So far, nobody, they're hanging tight.
Jeff Shaw fourth.
And who's in third there?
Ryan
Is that
Cassidy.
Jeff Shaw? No, is it Ryan Cassidy?
Major Ryan Cassidy, 53.
So
Jeff
Ryan Cassidy has already moved up into third. You're right. So that's something to watch. Shaw is in fourth, and in fifth it might be McLaughlin, I think. So right now, Mark Steele, and they stay all in line. And Fagan, let's see if he starts to push and trying to pull away from Ryan Cassidy. Cassidy, like I said, he finds some power towards the end of the race. So, but he can't let them get too far out in front of him because then he'll never catch him. So Cassidy is definitely trying to stay on the back bumper of Fagan. He's not letting it get away at this point. And that seems to give Mark Steele a little bit of a break there. But
yeah, there's, I don't know, quarter cart length maybe, which it seems like the world in this race.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff Shaw in fourth, Michael Dittmers in fifth. Look at this, McLaughlin in second and sixth. Cruttenden in seventh, Bradford in eighth. Todd Barron moves up a position to ninth, and Kevin May in your top 10. Chris Giamara just outside the top 10 in running in 11th. So Chris Giamara out of California trying to make his moves here,
Michael Dittmer working against Ryan Cassidy.
And
did Shaw get up to third? I think Shaw's up to third.
So
there's Cassidy.
Yeah, Cassidy has dropped back, and he's got a big gap there. It's going to be a problem for Cassidy. So now Cassidy all the way back in fifth.
Shaw in third, and Michael Dittmer in fourth.
Michael Dittmer, you never count Dittmer's out.
No.
He's a top racer in this series, and right now he's moved up. So a good move by Dittmers.
Mark Steele and Eric Fagan are 1-2 yet.
Yep, they're staying
And we have
1-2.
Jeff Shaw.
Jeff Shaw is right there in
Yep.
third. Then you got Dittmers. Then Cassidy in fifth. McLaughlin drops back to sixth. Cruttenden in seventh. Todd Barron in eighth now. Todd moving up little by little. Jamie Bradford in ninth. Chris Giamara gets into the top 10. So Giamara is starting to get accustomed, get a little more used to this track and the kart he's driving and stuff. I don't think he's been driving too much a lot lately, so this is a good race for him to get back into it. And your leader continues to be Mark Steele, but Eric Fagan's going to stay right with him, and right now Jeff Shaw and Dittmers. Dittmers is not going to stay quiet back there. He's gonna be looking. He wants a win, or he's going to be looking to get up there. So we'll see what happens.
They don't call him a king for nothing.
Yeah, that's right. And you can't miss his name on that front
I
panel.
love that. I'm so grateful for that.
Makes it easy for us announcers,
Yes.
We don't have to look at the number. So Cassidy in trouble here. I'm not sure what's going on. Let's pick it up. And you got Dittmers in fourth, Cruttenden in fifth. Barron moves up to sixth. Jamie Bradford in seventh. Giamara moves up to eighth. So what happened to Cassidy? Kevin May in ninth. David Cole in top 10.
Oh, DC. Way to
so
go, man.
David Cole makes it up. J.D. Gunn just outside the top 10, running in 11. Amber Flint in 12th. Rich Foligno in 13. John Price, he's our local champion and won the championship on the Northeast. Price running in 14th. Sean O'Shea in 15th, but Price had moved up like 9 positions. You got to give John Price credit there. He's on the move, and he gets up into 14th spot. Hopefully he can make it up into the top 10. We'll see how that plays out. But right now, your leaders continue to be Steele.
Oh, there we
Fagan.
go. Change.
Fagan took the lead.
Took it, yep.
So Fagan took the lead a little early, which means that tells me Fagan knows he can pull away because he usually will wait to the end. So let me see if I'm right here. Maybe he'll still be threatened at the end, but Fagan to take the lead this early on with 5 to go or 4 to go is not likely of him, but unless he feels he can make that up, he can pull away.
So at the halfway point, it's Fagan, Steele, Shaw, and Dittmer. Yeah.
Right. And then in fifth, Todd Barron.
Oh,
So
Dr. Todd.
But
Okay.
Todd's got a long way to go to catch this group, and that's going to be tough for Todd. Top 4 have pulled away. That's where the race is. Any one of these 4 drivers can win it. But Fagan taking the lead so early on, I got to say, I think he feels he can wrap this up, and it looks like he's putting a little space between him and Mark Steele. Of course, Fagan on the MGM, and we got a couple carts out. Cart number 191. And that's David Galawina. So he's off to the side. I think he might be getting back on. Tough break for Galawina. So top 4 continue to do battle, but right now it's Fagan, Steele, Shore, and Dittmer. And like I said, you can't count any one of these top 4 drivers. Any one of them can win it. I'm going to go with Fagan's going to win it because he usually doesn't take the lead this early on when they're running this tight. So to me, he's got something in store that he knows he could pull away at the last minute or something, but they are staying tight. They are staying tight. Mark Steele is right there, and I don't know if Steele's going to try to push him so they can get away from Shore and Dittmer.
I don't think they can get away.
That's what I'm
Sean
saying.
Dittmer is so good.
Fagan must have felt he knows he can overpower Mark Steele, and that's why he took the lead so early on. So we're going to look at the top 4 as they go around here. It's going to be a tight race, but once again, any one of these 4 drivers could win it. But I'm going with Fagan on this one. MGM driver Eric Fagan with the Iron Man colors, hot rod red and the gold. That's what they call it. And now a good race going on with Dittmer.
Dittmer's trying to take the third away from
yeah,
Shaw.
Yeah, and I think he does. So
Yeah,
Dittmer's, but that cost him some space there. Yeah. And Mark Steele and Fagan start to pull away. Now Dittmer's, can he get help and catch up to that? Because Dittmer's, like I said, don't count him out. And now he's in 3rd place. So we got a race, but they're not close enough to the top 2, which is Fagan and Steele. So Fagan doing an excellent job of holding off Mark Steele. We'll see. And maybe Mark will be okay with 2nd place just so that it's safe. He doesn't get in an accident, and he's going to finish this with some good points. Nobody breaking out. 2 laps.
To go.
2 laps to go.
Your leader's still Fagan, followed by Mark Steele. Then we go back about 2 kart lengths till we get back to Third place, we have Dittmer, and then Jeff Shaw.
Sure.
And then we got another gap till we get back to the Docker, I think, is still in 5th, right?
Yeah, no, Cruton has moved up into 5th. Surprising. Todd Barron runs in 6th. Chris Giamara now up to that 7th slot. So Chris on the move, getting up to 7. Kevin May in 8th. Jamie Bradford in 9th. David Cole hangs on to the top 10.
DC, you're the man.
J.D. Gunn holding on right there in 11th. Rich Foligno in 12th. Amber Flint in 13th. Sean O'Shea in 14th. Matthew Gunholtz in 15th. John Price up 7 positions now. He dropped back, I believe, to 16th. Casey Stoll in 7th. And Chris Carroll running all the way back in 18th. So, you know, this is how tough it is here. So let's see now. Eric Fagan, like I said, I predict Fagan can win it. I don't think he would have went out in the lead so early on if he didn't think he could stay there. But you never know. Dittmer's trying to hold on to 3rd, trying to hold off Jeff Shaw. Good race going on for that 3rd place. Here they come. White flag should be waving, right, Dave, at this time?
Should be.
Yep.
And it is, yep.
Yep, white flag is waving. And
okay, so now all eyes are on Mark Steele. When's he going to try
to
make a move?
all eyes are really on Fagan. Can he hold off Steele?
Yeah.
And you see Fagan now clipping the corners, man, really trying to take up anything he can. But Steele, Steele.
Some kind of hand motion. I'm not quite sure what that was about.
I don't know. I don't think Fagan could see that.
No.
But it was some kind of hand motion by Mark Steele. But Fagan just holding on. Like I said, I don't think Steele, I don't know. Steele's there. I mean, he could do it. He would need help, but there's nobody behind him to help. And at this point, I wouldn't push Fagan. I would just try to get behind him and then try to pass him because they are far enough away from your 3rd place, Dittmer, that they don't have to worry about the 3rd place person right now.
I think Shaw, Shaw's back up to 3rd place, and Dittmer's in 4th.
Oh, Dittmer's dropped back, huh? So here we go. Can Fagan hold on for the final lap here? Can he take the win away from Mark Steele? Mark Steele right there, right behind him. Fagan putting a little space, but not enough. And Fagan, like I said, Mark Steele isn't going to get help coming down the straightaway. It doesn't matter. He could pull out. Let's see if he's got enough.
I don't think he's got enough.
Oh, man, I'll tell you, he came close, but I predicted Fagan. We got the black flag and the checkered, so there's something going on out there. It'll be under,
under review.
Under review, as David puts it.
Yeah.
So Fagan, which I predicted from the time he passed, would win it, and he did. Steele finished up in 2nd, Shaw in 3rd, Dittmer's in 4th, Cruton in 5th. Todd Barron ends up at 6th. He was up to 5th. Chris Giamara did a great job here, pulling up into that 7th spot. Kevin May up 8th. And Jamie Bradford in 9th. David Cole makes it into the top 10.
DC.
Okay, we got David Land down there, and he's got an interview. So we'll turn it over to him. Take it, Dave.
All right, rolling off 14th in medium. How do you get to the front?
Probably just get through the start cleanly and then start making moves all the way to the front.
We talked a lot on the grid before your light race about kind of, you hate to use the word strategy, but it works in this sense. What's your strategy when you're looking for probably the last couple of laps? You gave me kind of an interesting answer there.
Yeah, I would want to be leading for the last lap. I'd rather block and keep people behind me because I'm sure 2nd and 3rd will be definitely battling, trying to get to me. So.
Yeah, and that's always interesting because it's a bit of a different contrast to what we're expecting in Briggs 206 racing, where everything's so close. It's such a difference this weekend with how close the field is. Why do you think that is?
I think everyone's been testing a lot more this year. Everyone's starting to get up to speed. I would have to say they are coming stronger this year, that's for sure.
All right, should be exciting. We're getting ready for medium. Thank you.
All right, we're happy to be back here. It's going to be the senior medium A and B group. This is heat race number 2. We're going to do heat races number 2 and 3 today. This is heat race number 2. We're splitting the senior medium class in half. So the A and B group are coming out right now. C and D group will come out at about 1:12 p.m. And there's a nice shot of the hot grid, and I think Bailey will let them out in any moment here. Oh, we still got track recovery, so Bailey is waiting for the track to clear. Yeah. What a great racer that between Steele and Fagan there, and
Yep.
that was quite enjoyable to watch. I think Shaw came home third on that.
Yeah.
And Dittmer fourth.
Yeah, Dittmer lost that third place. He did have it for a while, but he did give it up at the end there. And like I said, I predicted when I saw Fagan take the lead earlier on in the race than I thought he would. Then I predicted he knew he could stay out front, and he did it. So good job by Fagan.
I had to laugh a number of years ago. The first time I ever met Jeff Shaw, I wasn't quite sure who he was. And I said, "Are you David Vasquez?" And he said, "No, I'm Jeff Shaw, and you will remember my name by the end of this weekend." And he was absolutely right. I definitely remember his name now. I know him well.
Well, good to be back in the booth here with you guys. Glad to remember him. Let's go into senior medium groups. Heat number 2 on the rotation. And again, it's groups A and B that'll line up together. Paulie Massimino on the pole. It'll be Ian Quinn on the outside. Then Christopher McKeithen will line up in third. Eli Fox fourth. Henry Wheeler, Adam Maxwell, Jordan Pryor, James Overbeck, Colin Aitken, and then Addison Ianello rounding off the top 10. A lot of big names still further back that'll be trying to work their way forward. Austin Jers has shown a lot of speed this weekend. He had a bit of a rough ride in the opening heat race yesterday afternoon. He rolls off 11th. To the outside of him, of course, Gary Lawson, the man who's got himself a couple of CKNA Grand Nats titles. And then you go back behind. Justin Wishart has had some good runs this weekend. Alex Murphy joins him on row number 7. Jed Perkins picked up a number of spots from a pretty poor qualifying effort in Heat 1. He rolls off 15th. To the outside of him, Keegan Clark, who was really fast here 2 years ago. Christian Savalio and Mitchell Morrow make up row number 9. Joshua Conley and Nick Zobiek round out the top 20. And in total, 48 cars make their way into the tram lines behind yesterday's winner. What a Friday it was for Coyote, PPK, and BJR with Paulie Massimino. 2 for 2 in the heats. Can he make it a third here this weekend as he goes to the inside? Ian Quinn on the outside. Down to turn number 1. The field has made it so far so good. 2 abreast as they go to turn number 3 here on this opening lap. And it's Massimino's black and white Brandon Jarstacrack Racing Precision Performance Karting Coyote ahead of Ian Quinn's Mark Steele Motorsports Beryl Art Machine down to turn number 5. He'll hold the lead there through the horseshoe. Eli Fox, good start. He's third. And fourth looks to be McKeithen there in the all-black suit and helmet combo.
Yeah, good move by, Ian Quinn tried all he could, and Massimino was able to hold that lead. That was unbelievable because Ian Quinn really tried to help. Massimino couldn't go wide as they've been doing on that start. He kept him where he had to be and couldn't take it from him, and Massimino went into the lead. And he drove an excellent race yesterday, Paulie. Paulie just drove an excellent race. He's been much faster this time than past Grand Nationals. He's always been up there, but this one he's up there. He's winning it.
Oh, no, we got one that's gone up and over, guys. We got a flip coming into the infield hairpin. This was further back in the field. I don't know if the driver's gotten out, but the red flag is going to come out now as that driver may be injured. That is, again, just off the side. This was further back in the middle of the group. They're going to try and get that cart over and off the driver that has flipped over. So before we even get started, we get stopped, and the red flag will get us there. So we'll give you an update on the driver involved, and if once they are checked and okay here when we get a moment. In the meantime, let's go down to David Land on pit lane for a bit more intel. Dave?
So P1 and Masters, you mentioned obviously we got a big crash out there, so obviously track conditions changing a little bit. Describe that for us.
Yeah, the track conditions are getting a little greasy, so it's pretty hard to drive in the middle of the day, but make some changes and get it sorted out for Heat 3.
Yeah, it seemed like a little bit more spread out. I'm sure that was the track conditions. I mean, what was your kind of observation out there in this race? I mean, who'd you kind of feel were the strong karts, or maybe some of the karts that are coming up to challenge you?
I think me and Mark, had what we needed. We just needed to trade places and see how we could go quicker. So once we swapped, we got it going towards the end of the race.
Yeah, we talked to Mark beforehand, and he definitely wanted to protect his position. I'm sure he won't be quite as nice on Sunday. I'm sure we'll be talking later on in the day. Let's pitch it up back to the booth and hopefully get an update on that incident on track.
Thank you, David. And as we go to the on-track action, the driver involved was the number 06, we believe, is the driver that went up and over coming into the infield hairpin on the opening circuit. And actually, I don't believe we have a 06 in the field here, Taylor, so a little bit off in the intel, but we'll figure out the number of the driver involved. In the meantime, we stay under red flag conditions as there is the field all lined up. So we did not fully complete that opening lap, which should mean that it would be a complete restart by the book. And so with that in mind, then, as good of a start as Ian Quinn was able to get from the outside to drop into second, and a good start for the pole man, Paulie Massimino, they'll have to do it again.
Yeah, that's always tough on a driver, you know, especially when you get the lead and everything went good and you didn't get in any trouble, and then you hear there's going to be a total restart. And, you know, the start is the hardest thing for all the drivers. Once that green flag drops and you settle down, that's when the racing starts. But that first, you know, waiting for that green flag and coming into that first turn is always you got to get by that. And so that's going to be a little tough. Can Massimino once again take the lead? Again, Quinn really held them tight, which was, I thought, a good move on Quinn's part, because we've been seeing when that green flag drops, that pole sitter just swings out and blocks everybody so that they could stay in the lead. But Massimino couldn't do that. Quinn stayed right with him, and that was the right thing to do. So we'll see. Same thing we're seeing, that you got to pass earlier on. You can't pass and get that draft at the end of the straightaway. At the beginning of the straightaway, the way they were doing last year. And in that last race, like I said, when I saw Fagan take the lead so early on in the race, I knew he had something that he felt he can stay in front of Steele. And Steele stayed with him, but Steele just wasn't going to pass him.
And my mistake earlier, there was a number 06. We were correct on our intel to our production team and spotters. It was the 06 of Levi Wilbur. That is the driver they are checking out on the racetrack now with the on-site medical team. It's not been as smooth of a morning, really, racing-wise, as what we got treated to yesterday afternoon, fellas. We've already had a couple of red flags. I think the flip counter is up to 6. So things have everyone obviously whatever they felt like Friday went, we're trying to get a little bit more. And just kind of going up and over the edge for a couple of classes here in the first bit of the day. Unfortunate stuff for sure.
Yeah, well, you know, this is the second day, and drivers are getting antsy. They know especially in these split classes, they know they got to be up there. Like we were talking yesterday, Xander, they got to be in probably the top 10 to be secure. I mean, I'm sure we're going to go back a little bit more, but to be secure and know they make the feature, they got to be in the top 10 in either of the split classes. And that's putting a lot of pressure on. And a lot of drivers feel, I'm hearing in the pits that, hey, this guy is blocking me, he's not moving, I'm just gonna take him out, you know. And you know, we got to watch that. And we've been pretty clean racing, but I know drivers do get frustrated, and the drivers that are battling to try to get up into that top 10. It's tough for them, and they feel if they're getting held up, they're not going to be courteous, you know.
Well, again, you know, you heard it also from PJ Lida's interview, right? With the soft compound tire, the Vega tire that we have here, and with the lower horsepower engines, they're barely brushing the brake. A few laps, he said he really wasn't off the brake. So when you're matted down and everyone's got their foot to the floor, you're going to end up with a lot of guys packed up the whole time. There's not a lot the driver's able to do to make the difference to get further and further away when it's, you know, that little of, getting off power. And of course, then just relying on the toe. If you're straight line down the straightaway, full throttle, it's just coming down to draft because you're maxing out the power band. That's keeping everybody packed up. And with how much grip these Vegas have, we've seen it all the time, guys being able to stay on the outside and beat the guy out of the corner. And it is harder to pass because, again, there's a short or nothing existing braking zone to outbrake a guy and get position into the corner. And he's got so much grip, he can ride the second groove through a hairpin and still be alongside him. We don't see that on different tire compounds in some of the different races we've been to this year. So naturally, it's a lot easier to defend your position than to get by guys, and that's where you see it. I think a lot of that frustration of people starting to say, all right, he keeps holding the outside on me corner after corner after corner, and I can't get by him. I'm getting tired of it. I'm going to shove him off finally.
Right.
And maybe that's a bit of it coming together today, too.
You know, when we talk about the tires, I'm not sure. I mean, you've been around more than I have, but the red tire is supposed to be a little bit harder than some of the other tires that are out there. I don't know. It's not their softest compound that Vega makes. And we know that the red tire does hold up, and that's why a driver can, qualify with that tire and go through all 3 days here and finish the feature on that red tire. But I think what's happening is the traction on the track is picking up. In some cases, I heard Fagan say it's getting greasy out there, so that maybe will slide a little better. But, I've noticed the Vega tire usually, it definitely does have good traction.
but it's not as good as some of the other higher level tires, I believe. It was designed to hold up, to be a club tire that we can race after race and not have to change tires. So, but it's like you're saying, you're full throttle. You very rarely hit a brake in a 206. Yeah. You're full throttle, and that's the case. And you don't want to bog that down in any given way because it takes time for that Briggs to get back up there to speed. So it's that, like you said, the person staying with them, and they get fed up and say, hey, I'm going in.
And part of it, I mean, I don't want to drive it in. You're right. You know, there are softer compounds out there, but in general in the U.S., I mean, this is not necessarily a ton softer than, you know, the other compounds, but it's definitely not one where they're icy on the racetrack. The other thing with the Vega compared to, let's say, an MG tire in the latest iteration is a lot more of a synthetic blend of rubber. So whereas 3-4 years ago we'd come here to Castle Motorsports Park for, say, a SCUSA Pro Tour, US Pro Kart Series race, and the MG yellow rubber, it would rip your shoe off if you walked on the groove. Nowadays, especially this year, it's just kind of, you know, a light little grazing, and it doesn't lay down that much. But not only is the Vega maybe a little less synthetic, a little more real rubber that's going to lay down more rubber on the racetrack and grip it up, but also 2 weeks ago we were here for the Rotax Grand Nationals. That Mojo tire, a very good, very soft tire compound that does lay down a lot of rubber. By the end of the day, Thursday there, from only 100 drivers at the Rotax race amongst the 5 divisions, granted, probably was about the same number of carts on the racetrack because they do more sessions than the SCUSA race a month prior. But by Thursday, we had the level of grip that the guys were getting on Sunday afternoon from the SCUSA Nationals. So, and that rubber's still here from what everyone's been saying. It didn't really wash away. We haven't gotten a massive monsoon rainstorm that's going to clear the racetrack off, make it green again. So not only we have Vega rubber getting laid down with 500 entries, have the Mojo from 2 weeks ago. That's just giving these guys so much grip on the racetrack as well. We're like, you know, again, like PJ said, he went a couple laps forgetting to brake, and it didn't, you know, he was still up front. So on the grid, the drivers are allowed. We're being told to make minor adjustments. Now that does, is that official? Drivers are allowed to make minor adjustments on the grid right now. Well, that's what we're being told there from the pit lane. Now, what would make sense?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, because normally under the red flag, you're not allowed to make any adjustments.
You're not allowed to touch anything.
The only thing that would make sense for that is this is going to be a total restart. So technically, if the race never started, you know, you give them a chance to go down. So obviously, you can see, you know, if they weren't allowed to do anything, they'd be pulling the drivers away from the go-karts. They're all standing around. I don't think anyone's going to make any changes. You know, we're not running pushback bumpers, so it's not like you're going to see someone get to push their bumper back out like what we'll see at a lot of other series. And, you know, it's hotter, but it's not so hot that all of a sudden you need to drop your pressures back down because in 5 minutes they built up 5 more PSI.
Well, evidently, I see some of the drivers taking off their helmets and stuff, so they must have been told it's going to be a little bit. And it's, well, yeah, they're going to reduce the amount of laps, but I'm talking about it's going to be a little while before they start. So maybe they're waiting. I guess the medical people maybe took the person away or something. I'm not sure what. So there is a delay there. So, but you're right. I mean, there's not much. Maybe they would want to adjust tire pressure. I don't know, but you know, that's about it, I would think. You can't make any other major adjustments.
And there wasn't really any major wrecks besides the flips. So there weren't probably a lot of damaged carts that would be looking to try and, you know, fix a tie rod or you know, replace a tie rod, I should say, or anything else under this. Everyone was pretty clean beyond that. For the continued wait, if they did, whether or not they transported to the hospital, if they're still checking that driver out, even if they got them off the racetrack, then they're going to be waiting because they don't want to have a double emergency where they're still working on, you know, checking out the driver that did get wrecked, and then we go green and we get another one, and they're, you know, spread too thin. So they're going to wait until the bus is fully cleared out, and they're ready to roll in the event it happens again. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully these 6 laps are clean all the way through. But now with 2 less laps and a double file start to this one, I mean, this is going to be definitely action from start to finish. These guys going at it.
Different strategy now with that happening. But, you're right. And what did we say? We had already 2 flips.
Mm-hmm.
And how many red flags already?
We've had quite a few.
2 that we know of.
2 that we know of. We had a flip yesterday, of course, in the Masters class down the front straight away. I think we're told we had 6 total flips. 6 flips so far over the 2 days. Granted, didn't have any red flags yesterday. The drivers were quick and up and okay. Today, a little bit rougher. Of course, that one was straight onto the asphalt, so that always hurts a lot more when you land in the grass versus landing on top of pavement. But we'll get an update on Levi here soon. You can see Jason Burgess as you're getting ready. It looks like he's standing and waiting for them to make their way over to him. We're still waiting on drivers to get the command to get their gear back on. Like you can see Paulie Massimino at the far left of the screen on that black suit. He has his gear off.
Yeah, so I'm saying they know, they must have been told they have some time and you know, take off your helmet, cool off, because the sun is out. It's got to be a little warm out there. I'm not sure what the track temperature is, but as Fagan mentioned, it was getting greasy, which tells me it's getting pretty hot on the surface of the track. So we'll see how that changes things. But you're right. A lot of rubber is down. You could see it. I see when some of the drivers pull in, I see how much rubber's on their tire, what they're picking up, and some of that might be Mojo rubber, of course, besides Vega. And Vega is more of a rubber tire than some of the other tires that I've been seeing with, like you said, the synthetic. And we're probably going to see more synthetics as time goes on, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think
to see more of
Michelin's
this
saying
stuff
they're going to start
that.
using repurposed plastic bottles and stuff.
Yeah. When you put all that, it just doesn't lay down, you know, like it used to. It used to be very interesting coming to national races where, you know, sure, the local guy knows the racetrack well. He's going to be quick there off the bat. But as you get down this level of rubber and grip laid onto the racetrack that's never seen outside of a big event, the local heroes would kind of fade a little bit back lap time-wise, and the national guys that were running the full-time circuit knew what the track was going to do.
Right.
And now we're not seeing as much of that crazy development over the course of the weekend. Tracks always change based on temperature, and a little bit of rubber goes down, but not to the nth degree that we saw even as recent as 5 or 8 years ago.
Yeah, so the other thing that we might see, like you said, as the traction maybe picks up, gear ratio is going to be very important. And with these 206s, gear ratio is really important because of the horsepower range and the rev limiter and all of that. So what do you do? I mean, you could be, when it comes down to the end, if you're one tooth off, looks like they're getting the restart here, but you're one tooth off, that could cost you the race.
Yeah,
and it
depends how
critical.
the race goes as well, right? If you're
right.
geared for qualifying or fast laps, maybe running a little bit less teeth to give you more top-end straightaway speed, and you're quick by yourself. But if it packs up and it gets tight and we're low lining
and you
2x2, you can't get out of the corner because we're doubled up in passing, and you get swallowed up because you can never, again with the lower horsepower, get back up to the end of the rev range. So a guy putting one extra tooth on might not be as good, by himself or down the straightaway, but he's at least able to race with the gear in the pack when things slow down and they pass and battle. And I wouldn't be surprised to see another big pack here. We again, as mentioned, have the drivers back underway. Unfortunate, the driver that was out was Levi Wilder. Looks like everybody else, though, is going to be able to continue. This was a great savior as well for the other drivers that spun off to the side of the racetrack around that flip, because now the pack is all back up. And granted, while they have to go to the tail of the field, they at least get to start with everybody for the remaining 6 laps versus driving around half the track back by yourself. So this was a godsend for them. But for everybody else, it's a little bit more hectic. They're now under the gun when it comes to less laps, because instead of 8, we're going for 6. Paulie Massimino on the inside of the PPK BJR machine. On the outside, Mark Steele Motorsports' own Ian Quinn. One driver's off. Oh, is that Justin Wishart there?
I think so.
Yeah, it looks like Justin Wishart potentially blew a chain coming out of the last hairpin or something as they head down to the green. We are underway, and we're racing down to turns 1 and 2. The update on Justin Wishart, it was the bumper that got hooked, it looked like, is what he was working on, dragging potentially. So a bolt maybe breaking for Wishart, takes him out before it gets back underway. He's rolling now off screen further back, but your leaders, Massimino, Quinn, 2x2 further back as they go through turn number 4. Look at a couple of them 3 wide there as they got to the horseshoe, but it's about a 7-car grouping, and luckily it all worked out for the leaders, at least the exact same spots as that first try here, Tony. You have Massimino, Quinn, side by side for the lead. Quinn wants it. Eli Fox is right there, and just like that, now Ian Quinn realizing he needed to go by early because everyone is going to be hunting at this point in the race. Look at how big that group is. 15 cars deep to the green corner.
And the top 2 start to pull away a little bit. And I give Massimino credit. Even though he got shut out, he played it cool and at least got back in line, and he still got a shot if he can catch the top 4 there. He's dropped back, it looks like, I guess, the 5th.
Yeah,
so,
and he's got his teammate there, Chris McKeithen, behind him, so he was able to trust that Christopher wouldn't just dive bomb him and send him further into the weeds.
Right, I didn't realize that. Right, McKeithen might have let him back in, but now McKeithen's got to help him catch up, and they are teammates, and we'll see how good they work as teammates. And your leader,
Ian Quinn.
Ian Quinn, he's
done a great job, and he's out in front.
Ooh, little mistake right on cue there. Commentator Kurtz just heard him. He dropped a tire.
And there he goes.
He
Might lose 2 positions, but he's trying. He holds on to that second position.
Oh, look at Sean Meyer. Look at Sean Meyer getting on the inside right there in the number 30. What a good start it's been. Or no, sorry, that's Adam Maxwell. My mistake.
Right, Adam Maxwell
going through.
Yeah.
Tried to get through for second. Almost good, and we got one off. McKeithen.
Oh.
McKeithen gets pushed a little wide.
Wow.
He'll drop back outside the top 10 now. So it's Fox, Quinn, Maxwell. There's a pass on James Overbeck by, I believe, maybe Gary. Is that Gary Lawson that just went by?
It could be. Don't count out Lawson. He was back in 8th, but he could have pulled up there, taking advantage of all that was going on there. And he is good for that. And this is, let's face it, it's his home track, and he's won many of Grand Nationals here and many championships here. So he could be coming through the pack.
It was indeed Gary Lawson in the 100,
Yep.
but now
Oh, and he's
Overbeck
out.
gives it a little bit to him. Gary shook his head. He's like, these kids, man.
That is the difference there. Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, he falls back in line. Colin Aitken able to get around him there. And up front, more battling. Massimino getting back forward as Ian Quinn is door-to-door with Adam Maxwell down the front straightaway. He's going to lose another spot if he's not too careful, because here comes James Overbeck. Quinn will have to drop in line behind both of them and lose another one. And just like we talked about yesterday, sometimes fighting that pass for that one corner, not one to let one guy by, slows you both down, and then the pack lines up on the inside behind him. You lose more spots. Quinn, Overbeck, way wide there as Quinn tried to clear himself, and their bumpers hooked.
What a tough break for for Overbeck there. He went way off the track. Massimino did an excellent job of getting back up into second place. Maxwell right there in third. Quinn has to drop back. Overbeck, like we said, had a problem, so we'll have to pick that up and see where they all end up. But Eli Fox definitely took the lead, and Massimino closed up in second, which he was back there. He was back in 5th and moved up into that second spot now. And it looks like the top 2. There goes a good move by that's Adam Maxwell. So keep an eye on him. He's on the way up.
Yeah, getting his way back forward. He just got back around Colin Aitken there, who had gotten around him. Colin, again, is up a couple spots. He's been charging through the grid, it feels like, every single heat. So a lot of speed for the driver of the 291. Now he loses one spot there, but he's still up overall in 4th. Then it's Gary Lawson 5th. Then Addison Ianello. She's picked up a couple spots from 10th. Runs in the 6th position just behind her. Jordan Pryor, former CKNA Grand National race winner. The Canadian in 7th. Net neutral for Jordan as there's more passing at the back, and I think there was an issue a little bit that split this group up, because the top 7, nearly 8 back to McKeithen, now have a big gap back to the midfield that are really getting after it here. But I'm waiting to see when the move's going to go for the lead. There it is. Paulie Massimino back to the point on Eli Fox in the cell tower hairpin.
Now, do you think Paulie made this move a little too early, or he knows he can hold the lead to the end? I mean, it is a shortened race. But I don't know if he might have made that move a little too early, but I think he definitely can hold it. He seems to have the speed. He did drop back all the way to 5th, got back up into the front now. He's a leader again. But to keep an eye on Gary Lawson there. Lawson trying to move around. And he kind of puts 2 tires down on the grass, but no, hanging in there. So keep an eye on Lawson. He knows this track, and he also is going to play it cool, but he might get shut out.
Yeah, there's Jordan Pryor on the Viral Art down the inside. Addison Ianello's lined up with the Canadian down the straightaway. Here comes Eli Fox back to the inside. 2 to go at the line here again. So disregard the time monitor on the top left of your screen. That wasn't updated. That's showing the original 8 laps with 4 to go, but it's 2 to go. Ianello trying to find a place in line as she's hung out to dry, and it's allowed the top 3 to get away. But here's the thing with Paulie there of why I would think it's actually all right. Fox is emphatically saying go forward. But at this point for Paulie, he felt the pack close up. He did get up to 2nd, but then right when he got to the bumper there last time when he made that move, 3rd and 4th had just caught up to him, and he knew he was going to be dead meat for someone. Either he had to go or someone else had to go, and he went to the inside to make sure it wasn't him as Adam Maxwell drives up and over the top of Eli Fox.
Eli's not going to be happy with that.
No.
And Paulie did squeeze him at when they were coming around right after the start-finish line into that first turn. Paulie did stay tight there, and now Paulie pulls away.
Oh, yeah, perfect scenario. Again, another textbook lesson from a basically seasoned veteran now in Paulie Massimino. When you get to the lead like that and there's at least 2 guys behind you, defending a little bit early to trigger them to fight for second is going to allow you to get the gap that he's gotten. He's got to hang on, though, for one more lap, and they're lined up behind. Jordan Pryor and Eli Fox are trying to hunt him back down. It's a big margin here as the white flag waves from Jason Burgess. We'll see if they can get there. Look at this fight, though, edge of the top 10.
Wow.
Everyone is going at it. Gary Lawson drops a tire. He'll lose a couple spots. That's Henry Wheeler side by side with him. Wheeler to the outside. There's Ian Quinn back in the mix. He's able to get his way back forward. And how about it? Is that James Overbeck, I believe, that's worked his way all the way back up that group again?
Maybe.
James Overbeck was mowing the lawn out of turn 4 a few laps ago. He now sits, I believe, in that 7th position. Great recovery for Overbeck. Here's the look up front, though, as we go further up the order. There's Ianello going by on one of the drivers there. Might have been Alex Murphy, I think, that she got around. So that moves her back further up the order. And they've caught Paulie. It'll be close. Again, we haven't seen anyone win on that front stretch. But Eli Fox wasn't too happy with Paulie defending. Maybe he'll try and help Jordan Pryor get there. A car length away as the battle continues further back. Final run to the line. Massimino. Pryor's right there. Paulie blocks low on the Monza. Jordan will have a big run on him coming down the straightaway here, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, if Jordan needs some help, though, and if he wants to make it, we've seen it hasn't worked, and nobody got behind Jordan, and now you see Massimino defend it very good. He'll stay there, and Massimino's going to get it. When you try to make that move, we're seeing that today. If somebody doesn't get behind that second-place guy when he pulls out, he's just not going to beat the leader. It just hasn't happened all day. Yet last year it was happening. You could do it. You could pull out and slingshot him and get the win. But today, if that third-place driver doesn't decide that, hey, I'm still going to be in third, but let me help this guy get the win, it's not going to happen. And nobody got behind Pryor to help him when he pulled out. And that should have been where Eli Fox should have went with him, and I think they would have beat Paulie. And maybe Eli would get second, but it would have been tight. But definitely, I think Pryor, if he got a push from Fox, could have taken that win.
Might have had a shot at it for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
It ended up.
You saw how close he was, but he needed that push.
So with Massimino getting another heat win, he's now 2 for 2. That's setting the bar pretty high for groups. The other two groups C and D to get set to go green for their heat race here, because with Massimino getting 2 wins, it puts him in a really, really good spot and overall in the lead on the points so far to start from pole here on Grand National Championship Sunday. What a weekend that has continued for the PPK BJR camp with him there at the top. Pryor on the barrel arch second, Eli Fox third, McKeithen fourth, another Coyote, and then Adam Maxwell rounded off the top 5. We go from one half to the other half of senior medium now. Colin Warren. What a great educational lesson it was for Hudson Brown and company yesterday to see one of the greats when it comes to the Cup Karts Grand Nationals lore, Colin Warren, show how to navigate a 10, 12, 15 driver lead group and come out on top. He'll lead us to green alongside Hudson Brown. Eli Warren, Brandon Jarsakrak, row number 2, Owen Lloyd, Sean Meyer, row 3, David Barnes, David Vasquez, row 4, Scott Clayman, Ryan Gensheimer in the end of the top 10. There's Jake Evelo, of course, on that super fast old school Arrow in 11th. Brady Atwood in 12th. Jaden Krause and Dylan Amundsen. Talked to Dylan, of course, a few moments ago after that senior light heat race. He rolls off in 14th here for his senior medium one, Tony.
Yeah, Eli Skaggs in the 15th position, Such in 16th, and Andrew Hitchcock in the 17th position. Mickey Bolin taking up that 18th spot, and Ben Lida. We got the Lida brothers back, right, Dave? Yeah. He's in 19th, and you got James Michael Sullivan in that top 20. So as we get ready here, they're just pulling out on the grid. 21st, we have McLaughlin, right?
PJ McDonough and Logan McDonough, brothers on row number 11. They're 21st and 22nd. Then you have, of course, William Wallace and Vince Scatina on row number 12. Brooks Anderline and Braden Heber on row 13. Bryce Dykeman and Jerry Fandry on row 14. Cale Zimmerman and Spencer Conrad back in row number 15. A couple guys who we've seen up front here, both of them over the years, so they've got work to do. Then you go Max Tremmel, Nathan Heath, of course, Mo Edmondson down in 33rd with a lot of karts in front. He'll have to try and get around, of course. We talked about Paulie having a great day Friday. It wasn't the best day on Friday for Mo, unfortunately. And down to the rest of the group here. Reddick 34th, Bryce Frank and Matthew Frost on row 18. Raphael Kraus and Jacob Duval. Further back, Brandon Hanville and William Lalonde round off the top 40. And the last few drivers on the grid, Betsy Gallagher, Will Lawler, Drake Tift, McAndrew Gamrod, Stephen Masterson, Desi Pedregon, and Jordan Johnson for 47 here in this grouping. CKT, senior medium, the second half here, and the last one before the short lunch break as we get set to roll down the tram lines for Colin Warren on the inside on the purple and chrome and black VLR. On the outside, the white, black, and red Coyote of Hudson Brown. We're green down to turn 1. Hudson got a decent start. He should be able to get into second.
In there, Hudson.
Eli Warren behind there in third, still side by side over to turn number 3.
So Hudson Brown does a good job staying in second place. Snap your neck engines, Coyote power. He's trying to do the best he can. Young driver, he's come a long way. We've been working with him for a couple of years now, and he's able to run up front. And
now to the lead. How about that? Got by Colin Warren there, turn 5. Jarsacrack followed on that throwback purple and pink, or blue and pink Coyote, and he's to second. Warren third. Eli Warren and Colin Warren, no relation, third and fourth for the two of them. I believe are we going as we head over to the green corner now. Jarsacrack to the inside. He gets through, and Jarsacrack to the lead. Of course, the veteran takes over from Hudson, who wants to maybe give it back. Nope, defends a little. Colin Warren going to find just enough space, and Hudson Brown fought that pass there on the exit, just couldn't quite get back clear. He'll lose another few spots.
You know what I don't understand? I mean, Jarsacrack, Hudson Brown, supposedly team members. Jarsacrack should have stayed with them at least until they can pull away and then go for the lead. Instead, Jarsacrack takes the lead right away, and that cost Hudson Brown a couple positions. Now, you know, you're running as a team, run as a team. And that you knew Jarsacrack could have pushed them. They could have got way out there, and then Jarsacrack could have took the lead. Instead, he did it at a time when there was a pile up, and, you know, everybody's running close, and cost the guy a couple positions. But, hey, you know, you got to do what you got to do if you want to win. But I guess I don't know what teammates mean when they tell me Coyote has a team here. So maybe I'm old-fashioned. But, you know, we would work together if we were on a team. So let's see what's happening. Now, Jarsacrack loses it, and who else takes the lead? Who do you think? Colin Warren, right? You know?
Yeah, and he doesn't have hardly any teammates there at the front of the field.
He has nobody
He's by
there
himself
to help him.
under that TS Racing tent. Jarsacrack back in on him. And here's the thing, though. The only safe spot when the pack is this big is the lead.
That's
Whoever's
right.
got it, they're okay. If you're second, you could go way back. And now a little more contact in the middle of that group. Getting shuffled a little bit wide. It's one of the Beryl Art machines. Might be Ryan Gensheimer or David Barnes. Getting through was, I believe, Hudson Brown.
Yep.
And there they are side by side. Sean Meyer on the outside. One of the MGMs down on the inside there. And coming through as well as Owen Lloyd on the orange. He gets through on Sean Meyer. They're side by side down the front stretch. That'll lose them some time. That pack's got to get lined back up, or the top three will break away of Jarsacrack, Colin Warren, Eli Warren, Hudson Brown trying to charge back up there, a couple car lengths back from him as they head for turn number 4.
All right, so Hudson Brown's definitely got the power. He's been running good. He's got a good engine on there, and he can catch up to those top three. Colin Warren playing it smart now. If he just stays there behind Jarsacrack, he also knows he can get by Jarsacrack and is going to maybe wait towards the end to do it. I don't know about Eli Warren, though. Eli Warren might get antsy, and then that's going to cause Colin Warren to think about what he has to do. But Colin Warren, I believe at this point, you're not going to see him do anything crazy. He's going to stay behind Jarsacrack. He passed Jarsacrack once already. I think he could do it again. But Eli Warren is the key here. And Eli Warren could upset everything. And you see Hudson Brown now starting to come up. But, of course, there we go. And now Colin Warren did take the lead. We'll see how long that lasts. Hudson Brown trying to get into that third spot. Can't do it.
Yeah, Eli Warren was able to cross him over coming out of the turn, let him go and get back underneath him. For Colin Warren, though, again, like you said, a little surprised to want to go by, but Jarsacrack might have a bit of a problem because he's looking down and around on his machine, and I think he might be losing power. So not good stuff for the BJR PPK team captain. Back to fourth. Here comes the rest of the pack. They're shuffling him backwards. Brandon Jarsacrack sliding backwards fast. He's back to maybe ninth already as they go to turn 4.
Now, you see, they didn't work as teammates again because this time Hudson Brown said, okay, I'm going to go for it. He could have got behind Jarsacrack and helped him.
His hand in the air. He's off. Jarsacrack's done. Brandon Jarsacrack from leading the race. Mechanical problems takes the 138 out, and he is going to go all the way down to the mid-40s on the results and have to come from the rear of the field in heat number 3. That's going to be detrimental to not just, of course, getting through into the main event in a good spot, but just making the main for Sunday. Bad news for one of the fastest drivers and a favorite coming into the weekend to win it all. And because they took a minute to get around him, and Hudson Brown's battled more with Warren, he's gotten himself finally to second. Colin Warren is long gone from everybody else.
Yeah, you don't even see Colin Warren sometimes. That's how far out he is. Hudson Brown now running in second, right? I think he's moved up.
Yeah, he's up into second.
But he's got a long way to go to try to catch Colin Warren, so that's going to be tough. Hevlo moving up through the pack.
Yeah, Jake Hevlo moving up.
Jake Hevlo.
How about the run from the back for Mo Edmondson's up 16 spots to 17th here as the cross flags are given. 4 down, 4 to go. Colin Warren just went the fastest lap time of the session by himself, a 1:14.1. That will get beat further down the order. In fact, the fast lap came way down to Will Lawler.
Wow.
A 13.8 for Will. Big toe lap for Will. He goes up 11 spots so far from 42nd to 31st. But Colin Warren showing the way. Hudson Brown in second. Ryan Gensheimer there on the MGM is in third. Eli Warren is fourth. Little gap to Sean Meyer leads the next pack with David Barnes. Jake Hevlo, like you said, up 4 spots. Elijah Skaggs is up 7. He's to 8th now as they crest the hill to the green corner. Hudson Brown under fire for second. Going through is Ryan Gensheimer, a little bit overcooked. Hudson learning from what Eli was able to pull off on a crossover. He does one of his own, gets back to second. Warren trying to get for third, can't quite get there.
Wow, I thought Eli Warren there definitely helped Hudson Brown out there because he could have lost that second place position with Gershheim really pushing on him. But what do you call it? Eli Warren, he's been the factor in this whole race here of what's going to happen. Meanwhile, I mean, Colin Warren's gone, so that's the race is for second place at this point. And Eli Warren is definitely a factor in this, what's going to happen here in the end. But Colin Warren.
Two off. Spin right there. That's one of the comp car drivers. I think that's Vince Scatina in the 522.
Yep.
That goes around. Vince was 15th. One more was with him. I don't believe it was Elmer Edmondson. I think it might have been James Michael Sullivan. It might have been Edmondson because they were side by side at the line. So Mo, we'll see when he tracks back across the loop. He was all the way up 19 spots to 14th, but if he got together with Scatina, he's way back now. Side by side again for third. Eli Warren trying to get by, can't get by. Now he's under pressure from the Burrell art behind him of David Barnes, but David cut him a break. Now Eli, green corner again, trying the inside. Still not able to do it. And this, hey, we talked about this, right? All the grip the outside guy can have, they can start to frustrate a guy like Eli Warren's position.
And that's what was happening with Eli. Eli was getting frustrated there, and that allowed Hudson Brown now to break away. But no help for Hudson Brown to catch Eli Warren. It's just not going to happen today. But yeah, that's what happened. The frustration took over. I said Eli was somebody that was a factor here, and he could do something, but now he got tied up there. And look at the lead Colin Warren has, man. It is unbelievable.
Yeah, massive lead for Colin Warren. Big safety net gap as well for Hudson Brown. Hudson's 2 seconds back, 2.25 out from this group because they've continued to fight. And like we said, Eli Warren's been the nice guy with Ryan Gensheimer more than a couple of times now. At some point, he might get his elbow out and push him to say, look, man, you can't shut the door on my face more than this many times because he's done it. For the moment, Gensheimer's safe and okay, and Eli, again, not saying he would do anything to it, not saying he would get a little bit tougher, but most guys at some point, they'll only take it for so long of you continuously just fighting them when they're trying to get by you and costing all this time. I mean, that gap, not that Hudson Brown isn't fast, but that 1.2 seconds, that came 100% from these two trying to fight of who gets third.
That's right. And like I said, Eli Warren has been the factor in this whole race of wherever he is, causing a position to be lost or gained. And you see Hevlo now moving up. He's up to 6th spot, but he's having a problem, and he just got passed for that 6th spot, and he might get shut out and drop back to 7th or 8th. Wow, maybe 9th.
Yeah, Hevlo on the a little bit wide there, even into the grass as the white flag waves.
Right.
Jake Hevlo finally able to find a hole and get into 9th, it looks like, as he came across. Elijah Skaggs now up 9 spots to the 6th position, by the way. He's continuing to roll on that Tony Kart with the white helmet. Elijah Skaggs picked up a number of spots in Heat 1, picking up more now in Heat 2. In fact, he's on the bumper of David Barnes, who's going to start defending that spot for 5th into the horseshoe. That'll keep Eli Warren and Ryan Gensheimer safely out in front of him. And then right behind Elijah Skaggs, Brady Atwood's also up a handful. He's up 5 spots for Brady. moving forward. Hevlo,
look at
Lloyd, David Vasquez, I believe, getting in there. David Vasquez indeed in the 52 getting involved. But it's not Vasquez's VLR that leads. It's Colin Warren with a massive gap. Here's the fight for third into the green corner. Eli sends it deep this time.
How long is Eli going to take this?
He
does
finally
it.
gets it.
He
Gets it
finally
done
gets
clean.
it.
Credit to Eli. Kept it clean.
I
Could
give
have been
Eli
mean.
credit. He's been a.
Oh, back on him goes Gensheimer's. Eli left the door open. And down the front straightaway to the checkers. Colin Warren, massive gap, perfect race. He matches Massimino 2 for 2 in senior medium heats for Colin Warren. Hudson Brown second again. Gensheimer, Warren third and fourth. And down to Brady Atwood, who ends up 6th, gets around Elijah Skaggs on that last lap. David Barnes hangs on tight for 5th. He'll end there. Atwood 6th, Skaggs 7th, David Vasquez 8th, Jake Hevlo 9th. Owen Lloyd fell back a handful of spots. He was, along with Sean Meyer, both of them just kind of marred in the middle of a swarm. It felt like all race long. They're 10th and 11th. Then it's Mikey Bolin who picks up a few. Scott Clayman. Was it Mo Edmondson? It was. It must have been Mo Edmondson that went off the racetrack with Vince Castina. He was up a number of spots before that wreck happened, and I think he ended up a little bit further back.
Will Lawler. He did
Will
a great
Lawler,
job.
16 up.
16, wow.
Yeah.
Big gain for him.
Yep. So let me ask you, what would you do now? You're one of your top drivers like Edmondson. You're coming into the third final heat race. You got to get up. Now, do you use a lot more gear and try to make it up?
I would think so, right?
Yeah.
You think it'd be a lot of pack racing. You know, you
Right.
by yourself a lot. I'd probably stack a tooth or
Right.
two on.
That's right.
I think the other thing with Elmer Edmondson that's going to be tricky is he's showing one lap down as finishing, and I think when he went wide around Scatina, he missed the timing loop on the racetrack.
Could be,
So
yeah.
I'm not quite sure where he ended up. I don't think it was all the way back to 44. I think it was probably around the high 20s or 30s. He's going to need to bring his video to show the timing officials or have them take a look to show that they can hand score that he did still cross the racetrack of unofficial line, but it
On
doesn't
the
go
grass.
through the grass on the outside. So unfortunate for him for sure.
Yeah. And that's it. When you're one of the guys that want to be in that feature, and you should be in that feature because of where you are as a driver, and things like this happen to you. I don't know about Jossicrack also. He pulled off the track. So does he have a chance to come back? Can he make the feature tomorrow? So what does he do? He's going to start dead last. He was the first one to go off the track or pull off the track. And he has to have a strategy on how he is at least going to move up. He knows he can't win the next heat, but can he get into a position where at least secure him a top position in the feature race? So that's where you start playing with your gear and have to give up something to gain something. So we'll see.
Well, we've got Malkiewicz. There you go. Isaac Malkiewicz. Yes, to pronounce his name right. Ike's had a good day in 206 Junior. We tried to get Paulie Massimino to talk to us. I got to apologize to him publicly. We had him lined up for the interview yesterday.
Yeah.
He showed up right as we went off the air. He took his time a little bit, but now I think Paulie's feelings are hurt because he told us no interview after that second heat race win. So an official call out to Paulie and the grid. We want to talk to you. You got fans that want to watch you back home. Come and hang out with us, and I apologize that we missed you yesterday, but we were trying to give you some airtime today. We talked to Colin Warren a good bit, so we'll let him off the hook here for this one, get to lunch break, and come back with another run through the entire class lineup here with the final round of heat races this afternoon.
very low budget over here, babe. Ugh. Well, not this one, I guess. I'm moving it back into the correct position. This is crazy because since I've worked for these guys, my tent has blown away 3 times. You know, it seems like it would be kind of should be like a rare occurrence, you know, because like, I don't know, I mean, should fucking give your people like steaks and shit. But no. Nope. Oh my guys. So I don't know how. I really hope it doesn't blow on the track. That's the only thing to worry about. I mean, it wouldn't be, but I'd rather not. Like, you know, be there when a disaster happens. You know? Yeah. Yeah. But didn't she already tell you that? Called you and shit. Then she called you. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Definitely. Yeah. Smart. Yeah. I gotta go. Alright, baby. It was good talking to you again. I'm sorry. I'm moving a million miles an hour. Alright. Love you. Bye.
Testing 1, 2, and there we go. Okay, so we are going to get started with heat race number 3. This is heat race number 3. It's 8 laps long. Here, the Sportsmen are on the track right now, and they're going to be out here in just a moment. For today, yeah. This is the second heat race of the day because we had one heat race yesterday. So yesterday was heat race number 1. This morning is heat race number 2, and this is now heat race number 3. And once again, we're going to go through all the classes: Sportsman, Legends, a Senior Heavy A and C group, then Senior Heavy B and D group, Kid Karts all at once, Cadet all at once, Senior Light is split in half, Junior split in half, Masters all at once, and Senior Medium will be split in half. So we're watching everybody here. The corner workers doing a fine job of trying to warm them all up. It looks like we have on the pole number 57, Holden Harder. 410 is Carter Barkas. 442 is Grady Cronick. 427 is Leighton Moe. 214, AJ Stoner. 411, Tyrone Kemper Jr. 76 is Alex Hayes. 048 is Ezekiel Haight. 421 is Jacob Scheibele. 59 is Lincoln Davis. 61, Trevor Clinton. 12th place, starting 12th, number 9, Braden Domont. 13th, Sawyer Chambers. Starting 14th, Tucker Trebe. 15th, Slayton Baldock. Starting 16th, Isaiah Maxey. Starting 17th, Colin Eddy. Starting 18th, Will Wilkie. Starting 19th, Evan Benoit. Starting 20th, Adam Woolridge. 21st, Ethan Leroy. 22nd, Pearson Gulseth. 23rd, that's Carson Benjamin. 24th is Axel Robards. 25th is Braden Westfall. 26th is Lincoln Massey. 27th is Gage Grant. 28th is Reese Hussey. And I got to watch the start here, watching Jason Burgess. And we are green, green, green. Go, go, go. Hammer down, boys and girls. And it looks like we go into turn 1. Somebody comes off the track a little bit in the grass. Oh, and somebody goes on the inside of the track. Three more Karts wreck. And at least one of them gets going right away. 2 of them get going. And they think the third one will get going soon. Hopefully everybody minds their P's and Q's and stays pretty much in line here. This is an 8-lap heat race, by the way. 8-lap heat race. This is our Sportsman class, and the entire class is out there right now. And the entire class consists of 34 entries, I think. Yeah, it looks like 34 entries. Once again, your leader is... I'll know in just a moment. I think that's Holden Harder, 57. Yeah, it is indeed. 57 is Holden Harder. He's out front, and Holden is a little bit ahead of second place. And somebody, oh my goodness. I can't quite see a 470, 420. That wouldn't be Leighton Moe, would it? I'm not sure who that was. Holden Harder still leading. Second place is 442 of Grady Cronick. So they go down the far side of the track. We had terrible fog here yesterday morning. Early in the morning, you couldn't see the track at all. You could just see that piece right in front of you here. And it got better as the day went on. We have had a bunch of rain here for move-in day and a little bit of practice, but it's been dry ever since, and it's expected to be dry tomorrow. So it should be just ideal weather out at Castle Motorsports Park here in beautiful downtown Newcastle, Indiana. And we have a lead change. Our new leader, Grady Cronick. Grady Cronick is ahead of Holden Harder. Grady Cronick, and it's real early in the race. There we go. Grady Cronick, Holden Harder, then the 410 of Carter Barkas. And I think that's Leighton Moe back and forth. I'm pretty sure that is. Is that 427? Yes, it is. That's Leighton Moe back in 4th place. And Leighton Moe is the subject of much attention. He's getting bumped any number of times by the cart behind him. He's still in a healthy 4th place. Way down on the far side of the track. Coming back this way. 1.1 mile racetrack. '57 once again is Holden Harder. That's your leader. I can't remember where Holden lives, where home is, but Carter Barkus in 2nd. And it looks like Leighton is up. Yeah, yes indeed, I think. Yeah, Leighton's up to 3rd place. Leighton Mull. So congratulations, Leighton. No, as Tony and Xander were saying earlier, you know, the real concern here is tires. I was just talking to one of the dads in the inside the building, and he said they're going to rotate their tires tomorrow. Now, you can, obviously the fronts and the backs are different sizes, but you can take the back and put left on right and right on left to try to salvage the tires somewhat. But tires is going to be a major concern, and especially tomorrow after all the warm-up sessions. And I just imagine some people aren't going to do full warm-ups. You know, they're going to try to save tires. But the features are 16 laps long tomorrow. Exactly double what we're running today. That's a lot of laps. And I would imagine there's not going to be much left at all of the tires when they're all done. Holden Harder still up front. I think we're going to get the cross flags. Yes, indeed. Jason's got 2 flags. So.
Yeah, Holden Harder has been fast all day yesterday and today. So right now, still in the lead with, I believe, Carter Barkus right there in 2nd, and in 3rd, Leighton Mull. So the top 3, but they're really not that far away. I mean, they have pulled away a little bit from your 4th place driver. I believe that's Grady Cronick, and they get the halfway sign. Yeah, so Grady Cronick in 4th, A.J. Stoner in 5th, Alex Hasse in 6th, Ezekiel Height in 7th, Tucker Tribe in 8th, Jacob Scheibel in 9th, and Sawyer Chambers in the top 10. And you got to give Sawyer Chambers credit. He's come up about 23 positions to get into that top 10. So right now, Holden Harder, number 57, is your leader. Top 3, Harder, Barkus, and Mull. Starting to pull away. They're trying to get away from that 4th place driver, Grady Cronick. Cronick running in 4th with A.J. Stoner right behind Cronick.
Now, Tony, this gets a little more important. This is heat race number 3. This is the last chance. Last chance, yeah. After this, all we have is warm-ups tomorrow and LCQs, which wouldn't affect the front runners here.
No.
And some more warm-ups, and then the races. So, yeah, this is it. You know, I was telling a couple of kart dads inside there earlier, you know, just make sure your kid finishes. You know, don't wreck. That goes out the window now. Now this is heat race number 3.
This is heat race number 3, and for some of the top drivers that had some problems today, they're starting in this heat, this final heat race to get a starting position in the feature. They're starting way in the back, so it'll be interesting to see what they do, what changes they make in order to try to get up there. Now we see Carter Barkus take the lead, Holden Harder in 2nd, Grady Cronick in 3rd, Stoner in 4th, Leighton Mull in 5th, Alex Haas in 6th, Ezekiel Height in 7th, Sawyer Chambers in 8th, Tucker Trieb in 9th, and Jacob Scheibel in 10th. So Jacob was on a good move there, but you got to look at Sawyer Chambers coming up to that 8th spot. He's had to come up 25 positions, it looks like. So what a drive by Sawyer Chambers. So we'll go back to the front, and it looks like Carter Barkus is able to hold on to the lead with Holden Harder right there. But now they've all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kart. It's a 5-kart draft now, where before it looked like Harder and Barkus would pull away, but Barkus took the lead. Harden is in 2nd, but they're being hard pressed by Cronick, Stoner, Mull.
And that Stoner, look at Stoner. He made it up. He's up to 4th place. It's only one spot improvement, but it's a huge spot improvement.
Yep. And we're seeing they're getting dicey out there because coming down to the end here. And right now it's still Carter Barkus in the lead. Kart number 410 is your leader with the 57 of Holden Harder in 2nd. And we're getting a little bit of dicey back there, which might allow Holden Harder to take the lead. Let's see. I believe Holden Harder does take the lead, and he gets back out front, and he's able to put a little space between him and Grady Cronick now, who has moved up into second. I believe that is Grady Cronick running in second. So change of position.
AJ Stoner up to third.
Yep.
AJ Stoner, number 214, up to third. So it's Harder, Holden Harder, number 57, the black card up front. And right after that is a 442 of Grady Cronick.
Then Stoner.
And who's next? 410 is, Carter Barkas back and forth. Okay. And then Leighton Mull, of course, in fifth. Yep. You can tell him because he's got that very distinct helmet. I always like picking out that helmet.
So here they come down the front straightaway. You see them all in a straight line.
White flag.
And white flag is out, and now the 214 of Stoner.
No.
That's gonna cost.
That's the 410. That's the Carter Barkas.
Carter Barkas, who had the lead for a while, and that really going to cost him set him back, and it's going to be hard for him to get back up front. He might get back in the lead pack, but he's not going to come back into lead. So Holden Harder right now, who is, like I said, has been fast all weekend and continues now. Right now, he's in the lead, I believe, followed by Grady Cronick.
Second place, yes, is Grady Cronick, yeah.
And then you got Stoner in third, and then Mull in fourth now, I believe. Yep, Mull moved up to fourth because Barkas has dropped way off the pace, being off the track there for a while. You got the numbers, I believe that's the 76 of Alec Hasse.
He's
he's up there. But
so Holden Harder, Grady Cronick.
Here we come.
Here we go.
Down the stripe. Now you see
get the
Holden Harder protecting the lead a little more now, trying to protect. Oh, checker flag is out.
And the black.
And the black. But Holden Harder did get the lead. He did did get the win. He tried to protect it, and he did a good job. Harder got the win. Cronick in second. Leighton Mull got third place. Alex Hasse in fourth. A.J. Stoner ends up in fifth. Carter Barkas ends up in sixth. Sawyer Chambers in seventh. What a drive by Sawyer Chambers. He gets up into the top 10, gets it to seventh place. Tucker Trebe gets eighth. Jacob Shabo, ninth. Ezekiel Height, 10th. And then you got Adam Woodbridge, Isaiah Maxey in 12th. Braden Homon. Okay.
So we're going to go to a real quick commercial break. Please stick with us on Kart Chaser. We'll be back shortly.
Are you a racing enthusiast? Drive Your Line is the Mid-South's only full-service kart shop. We make dreams a reality for those 5 years old and up. All racers start in karting, and we're the purveyors of fun for the whole family. Karting the Coast is presented by Drive Your Line Kart Shop and is the premier race series on the Gulf Coast and brings racing to Biloxi at Finish Line Performance Karting and at the world-renowned NOLA Motorsports Park. Call us at 601-667-0770 or find us at driveyourline.com. Also on Facebook or Instagram.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Eat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
Okay, we're back. Cup Karts North America Grand National 7. This is the Legends class coming out. This is heat race number 3. It's 8 laps long. Legends, it looks like we've got approximately 39 karts that are entered on the track, and they are all coming out at one time. On the pole, number 53, Ryan Cassidy. Outside front row, James Perkins. Then we have Steve Lyons and Jamie MacArthur, Doug Cook and Brian Berger, Tim Hannon and Ellie Yanko, Rob Howden and Jeff Scott, Todd Davis and Joseph Mason, Dr. Todd Barron and Dan Fierer, Tad Stahl and Jim Fry, Kevin Scott and Joe DeBover, Michael Wells and Timothy Clark, Anthony McCargo and Jeff Sterling, Jeffrey A. Danoon and Ken Paulson, John O'Keefe and Raymond Brown. Back in 14th row, we have the 88 of James Larson and the 2 of Jeff Chalmers. Then we have Bill Cobb in the 62 and Robert Newsel in the 25. Wayne Hanslick in the 55, Larry Pike in the 151, Donald Hetzler in the 16, and Donald Harrington in the 95. Martin Peterson, 289, Brian Glasgow, 89. And way back, starting 37th, Ronald Henry, 875, and Tim Stiefel, number 5. And then we have Ron Tipton in the 48. So once again, Ryan Cassidy gets to dictate the start. Now, traditionally, what looks like has worked really well is start on the left side, cut over to the right. We are green, 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 go, 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 hammer down. And Ryan Cassidy didn't come as far right as I have expected. Well, I guess maybe he did. So,
well, yeah he didn't have to because he had a good jump on the lead, on the start, and was able to not have anybody right next to him or pushing him or anything. So he did come a little bit, but he didn't have to do it that much because he had a good start. The inside row did move. And now we got the number 22.
Is that 2? I'm not sure. Is it, yeah, I'm not sure.
Sometimes we don't. 22 is Joseph Mason.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
And tough break for Joseph Mason. He was up into the top 15 at least. And now I think he pulled off the track. I'm not sure what happened. So the 22 of Joseph Mason. And you see now the 53 of Ryan Cassidy pulling way out. Like I said, he got a good start, got a good jump on the start, and that led him to be there. So the race now is going to be for second, it looks like.
Yeah, Ryan's checking out already.
Ryan looks like he is checking out. Usually he checks out on the second to the last lap or something. He starts to pull away. But this time I guess he just couldn't resist it. He had a good start and didn't need to get problems with everybody. So he's pretty clear in the lead. We'll pick it up from second. It looks like James Perkins.
Yeah.
Perkins being pressed by Steve Lyons, MacArthur, Ellie Yanko. So they're all there pushing Perkins, and we'll see what happens with Brian Berger in 6th, Doug Cook in 7th.
No, Ellie Yanko started 8th. He moved up to what? It looks like 5th right now?
Yeah,
so he's up 3. And he had Rob Howden started 9th. So a couple of Canadians there. Let's see how they run.
Howden back in 9th, Jeff Scott in 10th, Tim Hannon back in 8th, and that's unusual for Tim. He's been one of your fast drivers, but right now running in 8th, Doug Cook in 7th, Brian Berger in 6th, Ellie Yanko up to that 5th spot. And meanwhile, the number 53 of Ryan Cassidy out in front.
Okay, so we're going to take a real quick interview down there with David Land, and we will be back shortly. Pay attention to David.
Eli Fox. All right, so about to go out in Briggs Light. It seems like a lot of the drivers are starting to talk about the track conditions starting to go away. Lunch break, heat been pouring down on the track. Are you expecting it to be a little more slick out there?
Yeah, I imagine the track will probably turn pretty greasy here towards the end of these heats.
Yeah, and so what's that going to do for the racing? Obviously, it's been so close throughout the weekend. I would imagine that's going to space it out a little bit like we're seeing in the Legends right now.
I mean, I really don't think the spacing will grow, honestly. I think it'll just continue to be tight. I mean, you got a lot of really good guys here that are going to stay on top of the racetrack. They know what they're doing.
And how do you land on top of the pile? Are you looking for a win, or are you just looking for a good position to start Sunday?
I mean, I'd like a win, but, I mean, got to stay consistent. And like I said earlier, you got to be there at the end to win it.
All right, Eli Fox going to be looking to go for it at the end.
Thanks, Eli. All right, way to go, Eli. Nice interview, David Land. Always enjoy your interviews.
All right, so Ryan Cassidy's still out in the lead, but the battle is for second place. That's where the race is, for second place. And then there's a gap between 3rd and 4th place. That would be Stephen Lyons in 3rd, but MacArthur's back there in 4th. So Well, we'll have to see what's going on here. But right now they are separating a little bit. And that was one of the questions at the interview. As the track conditions are going away, will this cause more of a separation? Well, maybe in the beginning, but as drivers figure out what's going away, they'll try to correct that and deal with it. And so it might not cause much of like you'll see a big break like this. But right now, Cassidy in the lead, James Perkins and Steve Lyons, not a threat to Cassidy at this point, but they're driving. James Perkins holding on to second, but Lyons is right there looking to take that away from him. Then you got Eli Yanko, who moved up to fourth, but he's got a long way to go to catch Lyons right now. MacArthur in fifth, Doug Cook in sixth, Brian Berger in seventh, Tim Hannon is still in eighth, Jeff Scott in ninth, and Todd Barron in the top 10. So we might see some action back there as Dr. Todd starts to pull his way up. He's also a very fast contender and somebody you got to keep an eye on. But right now, Ryan Cassidy, like on a Saturday afternoon drive, which we haven't seen this at all throughout yesterday and today. So as those track conditions change and people don't adjust to that change, that could cause this problem. Evidently, Ryan Cassidy figured this out pretty early on, and he's doing a great job out there. But let's see how long it lasts. Now, he might have changed tire pressure or something that did help him in the beginning, but maybe towards the end it might hurt him. And as Dave was saying, tomorrow we're talking features at 16 laps, double what they're doing today. So talk about saving your tires and what are you going to do, what kind of setup you're going to do. Yep, it's going to be tough. And they got the halfway mark that time, so halfway over.
You know, Ryan Cassidy is looking so comfortable out there. It's like in the warm summertime when I'm driving down the road, I got my arm out the window. That's like Ryan Cassidy.
Right. That's what I said. He's on a Saturday afternoon drive here.
Wouldn't surprise me to see his arm up on the seat.
Good race going on for that second place, though. Well, I mean, I'm sorry, the fourth place. That's where the battle is right now. Eli Yanko, Jamie MacArthur, Brian Berger, and we're seeing some changes in position there. They're three abreast. They're coming out of that one turn now, two side by side. So battling for those positions back in fourth, fifth, sixth, and we'll see how that turns out. But a lot of good racing going on back there. That's where the action is. Meanwhile, Ryan Cassidy, your leader, out in front. Perkins holding on to second with Steve Lyons right on his back bumper. So we'll see if anything starts to happen with that. Let's go back to fourth place and see. That is where the action is.
Rob Howden getting keyed on by the photographer there. Rob Howden not in the top 10, but he's doing a good job of running there. Rob Howden, of course, from EKN. Rob and DC, David Cole took a 10th earlier today, so DC, you're doing fine.
Rob Howden running in about that 11th position, so trying to get up into the top 10.
That's Tim Hannon right there with a cheeseburger helmet. That's definitely one of my favorite helmets anywhere.
And so right now, again, Perkins and Lyons hold on to that second and third. Jamie MacArthur in fourth. Tim Hannon now up to fifth. He's gained 2 positions, so he might be a threat for MacArthur, looking to take that fourth place position, but will he be able to catch Lyons and Perkins? Doug Cook in sixth. Eli dropped back to seventh, I believe. He was up there. Eli Yanko in seventh. Rob Howden into the top 10. He makes that 8th place. He's up into 8th. And Brian Berger in 9th and Jeff Scott in the top 10.
Yeah. Cameron's keying on Rob Howden. Oh, there's Ryan Cassidy. All by himself.
They're just showing you the lead that he has, which has been unusual today. We haven't seen that at all today in any of the classes. But right now,
there's Rob Howden.
Yep, Rob Howden running. I believe he's running in that 8th spot.
Yeah, and Jeff Scott right in front of Rob Howden. Jeff Scott, number 70, I think 73.
Jeff Scott is 73. Well, last time he crossed, he was in 10th.
And Jason Burgess showing 2 fingers up, representing 2 laps to go.
Jamie MacArthur holds on to 4th. Tim Hannon in 5th. Doug Cook in 6th. Eli Yanko in 7th. Jeff Scott moves up to 8th. Kart number 73 moves up to 8th. And that puts Howden back a position. Howden drops back to 9th. And Todd Barron still in top 10, just holding on to 10th place.
There's Ryan Cassidy, the dominator.
Yep, Kart number 53 with a big lead out in front. Like I said, the race is going to be for second between Steve Lyons in the 409 and the 15 of James Perkins. That's where the race will be. We'll see who will finish 4th. Right now, it's the number 475 of Jamie MacArthur holding on to that 4th place, but Tim Hannon is there, and Tim is a seasoned racer, and we'll see if he can get by for that 4th place. Everybody now
trying to get a good position, trying to get the points. That'll give them a good starting position in the features tomorrow. Hannon there, but he's got right behind Hannon, he's got the 16 of Doug Cook. So I'm not sure if Doug Cook will help him or hinder him by trying to pass him. Meanwhile, you look at Ryan Cassidy, the number 53, and he's on that Coyote, and he's way out in front. Here's the battle for second. It's going to be Steve Lyons and James Perkins. The green flag waves.
White.
Oh, white flag. I'm sorry. We got. Well,
we all know what you meant.
It is green, but it is the white flag. 1 lap remaining, and Tim Hannon still holding on to that 5th spot. Will he make a move at the end? There's your 2 drivers for that 2nd spot, and that's what I said. It's going to start to maybe change as Perkins starts to push Steve Lyons and looking to take that 2nd spot. They got a good lead over your 4th place driver, Jamie MacArthur, so they can do a little dicing and not worry about finishing worse than 3rd, but maybe nothing's going to happen here. But that's where the race is for 3rd and for 4th, as Jamie MacArthur and Tim Hannon with Doug Cook right there. And so that's, yep, and it looks like Tim Hannon trying to hold on. Look at this. They had 3
wide.
3 wide, and Hannon is able to hold it off.
There goes the
and,
cheeseburger.
man, that was unbelievable. Hannon able, well, I believe Tim Hannon got by Jamie MacArthur and took that 4th spot. That 4th spot. So we said there was a race for 2nd and a race for 4th. And right now it looked like maybe Tim Hannon's going to get a checker flag and black flag are waving. So
Ryan Cassidy takes a win. Steve Lyons takes 2nd. James Perkins 3rd. Tim Hannon comes home 4th. Jamie MacArthur 5th. Doug Cook 6th. Jeff Scott 7th. Todd Barron 8th. Ellie Yanko 9th. Rob Houghton 10th. So Rob Houghton made a top 10. He tied David Cole. They both took 10th place. So there's no beat Rob Houghton, beat David Cole going on right now. They're tied.
They're tied.
Brian Berger 11th. Todd Davis 12th.
Kevin Scott 13th. John O'Keefe in 14th. Jim Fry in 15th. Dan Fryer in 16th. Tad Stahl in 17th. Joe DeBover at a Target Distributing in the top 20, finishing 18th. Michael Wells in 19th. Ken Paulson in 20th. Jeffrey A. Denoon in 21st. Raymond Brown in 22nd.
Then we have McCargo, Tim Stiefel, James Larson, let's see, Jeff Chalmers, Wayne Hanslick, Wiggity Wayne, go buy some hot sauce or some barbecue sauce. Donald Hetzler, Bill Cobb, Robert Neufel. So
keep changing
congratulations. Yeah, it's jumping around a little bit. But
and right now we're going to go to commercial. Be back in a moment.
At Precision Performance Karting and Brandon Jartha Racing, developing winners is what we do. We're a complete karting program with support, driver coaching, parts, and arrive and drive packages at all levels. Trackhouse, Motorplex Karting Challenge, club races, the CKNA South Division, the CKNA Majors, and a complete in-house ladder program with the BJR to move from 206 club racing to the highest levels of KA and X30 competition in the U.S. If you're ready to learn from industry veteran John Seglin and multi-time U.S. Pro Kart Series champion Brandon Jarzakrak, head over to ppkartingfl.com and contact us today. If you're a
Okay, we're getting ready to start the senior heavy A and C group. And I believe we have, what is that?
Eli Fox?
They didn't get the green. They did not get the green.
No green. Thanks for watching, Tony.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm getting an echo or not on or something. There we go. Okay. So on the pole in the senior heavy AC group, Alpha Charlie group, we've got Eli Fox and PJ Lida, Sean Meyer and David Vesquez, Wicked Nick Sobiak and Owen Lloyd, Jake Hevlo and Brandon Hanville, AJ Roderick and Matt Lida, Kaylin Brown and Elmer Edmondson, Jason Rothman and Jesse Classy, Matthew Ruth and David Cole, Owen Malley and Linus Gugino, Sean O'Shea and Nathaniel Labhart, Cody Svoboda and Matt Del Sol, Jacob Kazubski and Ryan Bennett, Ben Lida and Nathan Heath, Joey Newsel and Abigail Collins, Cameron Glasgow and Madison Knox, and Jordan Henderson. And this is the class, I believe, the AC group, I believe, is the one where we got 4 Lidas in there, 4 brothers, 4 Lidas, all racing each other in the same group. And, of course, Cup Karts has never had that. I don't think any racing series has ever had that. So 4 brothers racing the same race at the same time. That's pretty amazing.
All right, let's see if Eli gets a good start here.
Eli Fox, 418. He's done a few interviews today. He's very popular. And he's looking. He gives a hand signal behind him. We're all watching Jason Burgess. Jason's on the perch. And green, green, green. Go, go, go. Hammer down, boys and girls. And he does come across as far as he can.
And he takes the lead.
Goes in, yep.
And we got a bunch of them.
At least 2 or
Couple
3
of them.
off.
Oh, 2 of them tied up here.
Together.
Number 8.
Unfortunately, the number 8 is Nathaniel Labhart.
Yep.
He gets tied up. And it looks like your leader. It should be Eli Fox. I got to wait till we come a little closer.
Yep.
Yeah, that's 418. Yep, Eli Fox up front. Okay. And a couple of carts come together, just bump and love tap a little bit, nothing serious. Once again, this is 8 laps long. All these heat races are 8 laps long now. And it's pretty important that you do well.
Oh, yeah, this is the heat races that'll get you qualified for the feature, and especially in these split classes. You know, like I said, in order to be safe, you got to finish up in the top 10 after today's racing, and you at least got a starting position. You could be probably a little further back, but if you're in the top 10, you're pretty safe. You won't have to run the last chance qualifier. So we'll see what happens. This is one of those classes that are split. So only a certain amount of them are going to go to the feature, and this is the way they're going to get eliminated. And look at this lineup coming down the front straightaway. Eli Fox. David Vasquez was the guy that moved into second. PJ Lida dropped to third. Sean Meyer up there in fourth. Nick Sobiak in fifth. Owen Lloyd in sixth. Brendan Hanville in seventh. Matt Lida, there's the other Lida, in eighth. And A.J. Roderick in ninth place. Elmer Edmondson in 10th. So Mo makes it up to 10. He hasn't been having the best day or racing experience here lately, but right now making it up and into the top 10. And that's what I'm saying. You want to try to play it safe that you're in the feature tomorrow. You got to try to finish up in that top 10 in these split classes. So right now Mo Edmondson on the bubble, but in 10th. And let's pick it up.
And I think possibly only 3 of the 4 Lida brothers made this field. I don't see the 4th one. I'm just glancing real quick at the starting lineup. But even if we have 3 of the 4 brothers, I think that's highly unusual. NASCAR may have done that back in the hillbilly days. Way back when.
Maybe.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody's ever had 4 before.
Here we go again. Let's see.
And the 418 of Eli Fox.
Eli Fox holding the lead. David Vasquez, is right there on his VLR.
52.
And following him is, no, that ain't Sean Meyer. Oh, yeah, Sean Meyer.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, we're going to have an interview real quick. David Land is going to go talk to Rob Howden, so definitely watch this.
All right, Rob Howden, I think you were in the top 10 there in the Legends division, and you are a legend, especially in the karting world. Before we talk about you specifically, this is a historic weekend for karting. I believe this is the biggest Briggs race that's ever taken place, 600 entries. Talk a little bit about the history and what's being made here this weekend.
Well, I think the big thing, obviously, is what the team has done at CKNA. You know, they started with a small group up in the north and builded that to a bunch of different series, but they launched this Grand Nationals. And they always say, right, if you build it, people will come. And this really reminds me of one of the early Super Nationals. When people were here a couple of years ago, they realized they were, you know, here and part of something special, and that's what's grown. People, they're going home, they're telling people. There's going to be more people here next year as well.
Absolutely, and so let's actually focus on today. Obviously, temperature coming up. We had the lunch break there. Track temperature, I'm sure, rising quite a bit. It looked like the field was a lot more spread out than we've seen it pretty much the rest of this weekend. What were you experiencing within the kart handling-wise?
To be honest, I think our Coyotes ease is coming in really good. I was a little loose earlier on turn-in, but right now what I'm getting is fantastic. I had lots of grip out there myself, but I was in the middle of one of those pass or B-pass kind of things, right? It wasn't spread out where I was. There was, I think, like 6th or 7th on back to probably 10th or 12th. We were all together. You made one mistake, you went back 2 spots, and I got up a couple of spots because of other guys' mistakes as well.
So looking ahead to the big one on Sunday, what do you got to do to get up there and charge for the lead?
I didn't have a good qualifying run, right? I started 18th, I finished 14th, 9th, and I think 9th again, 9th or 10th in that one. I'm hoping for a decent starting spot. But for a class like this, and we're all 50 and older, but these guys have been racing for decades, right? We got pros from many, many years back, so it's such good competition up front. I just want to get in the lead group, I think, like we all do, and then see what kind of piece you have. It's 16 laps. I know I'm going to be in trouble at the end because I'm going to be tired, but the guys that aren't tired and the guys that can make the right moves at the end are the guys that are going to be up front.
I'll tell you what, guys, Rob Howden of eKarting News, he makes my job very, very easy. Thank you, Rob.
You got it, bud.
Thank you, Dave.
David Land, always a great interview. Rob Howden, always a great interview.
A lot of action while that interview was taking place. Vasquez had the lead for a while, but then Eli Fox came back and took it back. And so we got,
Nick in second.
Eli Fox and Nick Sobiak up into second place, putting Vasquez back in third. Owen Lloyd right there in fourth. PJ Leida, he was one of your leaders, back in fifth. Sean Meyer, I don't know what's happening with Sean. He's running in sixth. A.J. Roderick up to that seventh place. Matt Leiter up to eighth. Jake Kevlo in ninth, and Brendan Manville in the top 10. But the race is up front with Eli Fox, and now Nick Sobiak holding on to that second place. And you see Jake Heflo out there in a mix with Karts. There's a lot of driving going on there, a lot of passing, trying to gain position, knowing this is the last heat of the day, and which will put the points together with the other 2 heats and get you a starting position in the feature tomorrow, or a starting position in the last LCQ. And we see the 119 of Owen Lloyd getting pushed off into the dirt, but he recovers and gets back on. I'm sure he lost a position or 2 with that. And a lot of action going on back there. And I believe that's Sean Meyer kind of leading that pack. He's back in sixth, I believe. We'll see. Yep. So Sean Meyer's up to fifth. Yep.
Vasquez doing all kinds of hand signals up there. He's in second place. He's right ahead of Wicked Nick, I believe, in third. Anyway, Vasquez, all kinds of hand signals. He wants somebody to run with him.
Well, he's looking for help from PJ Leiter, I believe, because he's a VLR guy. So the VLR guys are trying to team up out there. And that's the top 3 is Eli Fox, Nick Sobiak, Vasquez in third. Then you got PJ Leiter, and he's right there with Sean Meyer, who is trying to head up. And A.J. Roderick now moves up to 6. Owen Lloyd back in 7th. Jake Hevlo back in 8th. Brendan Hanville in 9th. And Jesse Clossy moves up into the top 10.
Wicked Nick takes over
yeah,
P1.
Look at
Wicked
this.
Nick Sobiak, number 23, and he's bringing Vasquez with him. So VLR is 1-2. Wicked Nick Sobiak and David Vasquez.
And that's what the VLR guys had to do. They teamed up, and that's what got them up front. And so now the 2 of them are up front. And if they could pull away enough, then they could see who's going to win this race between them, but knowing that they'll have a 1-2 finish. So the VLR guys, working good as a team, have pulled up. And you see them, he's telling them, push me, let's get away from these people, because that's the safest place to be. So we'll see what happens. Can they pull away from the rest of the group? It's been a hard battle, but they are teaming up, and that's what they need to do in order to get away from P.J. Leiter, I believe.
Yep, P.J. Leiter in third, and P.J.'s running all by himself. There's a bit of a gap. Well, he just caught up to the front 2, but There was a gap in front of him, behind him.
PJ closing up that gap. A good run for PJ because those two guys were teaming up, but PJ was able to catch up. And here comes, I believe, Sean Meyer trying to make up that time, but he does drop back a little. Top three have pulled away, and I believe that's Sobiak, Vasquez, and PJ Lida, right?
So yes. Sobiak, Vasquez. Yep, that's correct.
So here's the battle for
fourth place, and what a battle it is.
Yeah, and I believe Sean Meyer gave that up there, so we'll see.
Yeah, Meyer looks like he's back in fifth.
Yep.
Who was that? 418. Oh, Eli Fox back and forth. They're up and forth. Right ahead of
Eli
Meyer.
Fox, I said there was a battle going on there. Here's the top three again. And the VLR people, I think, trying to work as the white flag is out, so this is it. And the VLR people just got to keep pushing so they can keep away from PJ Lida because Lida's got some speed. He's able to stay with them. He don't get it. They're pushing.
Yeah.
He's staying in their draft, and that's what he needs to do. So he might have a shot at the end of this. It just depends as the two VLR drivers up front. But you see Lida right now on their back bumper, and they are pushing all the way through. And PJ Lida doing a great job of staying right in their draft. So he is in contention to get a win here. But right now it's Sobiak in the lead, Vasquez in second, PJ Lida in third. In third, right. In a distant fourth is Eli Fox and Sean Meyer. But right now that's at the front with Sobiak,
yep.
Sobiak and Vasquez.
Yep, and they're not changing position. There's a lot of dancing.
They're playing the team route here. Yeah. They're not trying to take each other out. They definitely know they got to keep this going because PJ Lida's got some speed and he's right there. Good battle going on for that fourth place. Yeah, a lot of racing going on there. And here they come down the finish. And, you see Vasquez is going to protect it.
Vasquez is looking on the right.
But
it's going to be Sobiak, right?
Yep. Sobiak won it, but Vasquez protected that by pulling out, so P.J. Lida couldn't get up there. Eli Fox gets fourth. Good battle with Eli, and he takes fourth. Sean Meyer ends up in fifth. A.J. Roderick gets up to sixth. Jake Hevlo in seventh. Owen Lloyd in eighth. Matt Lida in ninth. Jesse Closey in 10th. Brendan Hanville finishes up 11th. Sean O'Shea back in 12th, but he made up 7 positions. Ben Leiter in 13th. Owen Mall in 14th. Matt Del Sol in 15th. David Cole in 16th.
Unfortunately, DC. Oh, no.
A lot of people don't realize David Cole and Rob Howden, Karting News, they have this thing going on. Who's going to finish better at this race? So that's why we keep saying David Cole got 16th. Rob Howden got a top 10. So maybe Howden's leading that battle.
I think Rob Howden can hold his head just a little bit higher this afternoon.
And Nathan Heath in 17th. Kalen Brown in 18th. Jason Rothman in 19th. And Matthew Ruth in the top 20. Now we go to the next group, right, Dave?
Mm-hmm. What is Mike watching completely wonky? What time is Okay, senior heavy B&D group on the pole, number 175 is Eric Fagan. I'll let you announce the outside front row.
Yeah, outside front row, so we don't give him any bad luck. It's the number 12 of Chris Carroll out of Coyote, doing a great job up there. He's on the front line.
And then we got Jerry Fandry in the second row, number 577. Nice to have Jerry racing with us again. Michael Dittmer outside second row. Third row, Jacob Duvall and Ben Cruttenden. Fourth row, Jack Sukina and Justin Wishart. Fifth row, Colin Aiken and Chris Giamara. Sixth row, Logan Stevens and Jeff Shaw. Seventh row, Riley Scott and Macon Moore. Eighth row, Thomas Batt and Jeff Lida. 19th row, Kyle Lomar and, or 9th row rather, Kyle Lomar and Caleb Case. Then we have David Galawina and Todd Overmeyer, Gavin Isaacs and J.D. Gunn, Nick Bro and Christopher Mitchell, Rafael Leon and Chris Worley, Caleb Visca and Logan Quarterone.
Yeah, Quarterone.
Katie McDaniel, Bryce Downs, and John Fiorina.
All right, second group of this senior heavy out there. Eric Fagan, of course, won the last race, so he's starting on the pole. Chris Carroll right there alongside of him. Jerry Fandry in third. Michael Dittmer in fourth. Some of your top drivers here. Jacob Duval in fifth. Ben Crutenden in sixth. Jack Sukina in seventh. Justin Wishard back in eighth. Colin Aiken in ninth. And Chris Giamara makes the top 10, starting 10th. So let's see what happens. Let's see if Fagan is going to want to pull out right away and take that lead, or is he going to let Carroll go and get behind him and then try to do that later on in the race, get that win?
Which seemed to work pretty well for him last time.
It works for him, right? That's what I'm saying. We'll see.
I think you're going to be right, Tony.
Yeah.
And we are, I lost.
You see, he didn't dive out. He didn't push out like a lot of the drivers been doing from the pole. And Chris Carroll goes into the lead, and he takes a few people with him. And that's going to drop Fagan back to about fourth place as Chris Carroll takes the lead, and followed by, I would believe that was Dittmer, maybe. No.
Dittmer's in third.
Dittmer's in third. Trying to pick up who's in second. That could be Fandry. I'm not sure.
That would make sense. He started up front. I bet it was Fandry. I can't see the number. Yeah, it's a really difficult one to see.
Man, can't see that.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll see it when they come across. But right now
There's
we know
Dittmer
it's
in second now.
Oh, Dittmer got second, so that could be
Not for
Fandry.
long, no.
Him and Fandry
Nope,
dealing,
back to
working
third.
it out. And you see Fagan just staying there in fourth, not trying to get involved in that mix. He doesn't want to get in an accident at this point, and he'll start making his move as things settle down. But it's number 12, Chris Carroll, and Chris Carroll's trying to put some good space between him and the second place driver. And he's doing a good job of it. But once they get finished dicing, maybe that second place will start catching up. So we'll see what happens here. Here comes your leader, number 12, Chris Carroll.
Second place is Ben Cuttenden.
Oh, it was
number
Ben.
19. Yeah.
Ben got it. Ben Cuttenden in the number 19.
Oh, and he's off the track and back on.
And that,
he lost a couple.
That's going to cause Ben. But Ben was doing so well there in second, and now he lost it. He dropped back. So it looks like Dittmer's maybe
in second.
moved up.
Oh, and somebody was Wishard. It looks like, yep, that's Wishard again.
Oh, tough break. This hasn't been Wisher's weekend.
No.
He's been sliding around, getting off the track a few times. Tough break for Wishard. Justin Wishard, one of the top racers in the North Series, and now having his problems. We'll see. Hopefully he can make the main.
And we're going to go down and get another interview with David Land.
Yeah, we're down here with Nick Sobiak, and that was an exciting race. VLR domination, and I want to ask you about the livery first because it's a really cool anniversary and a cool thing that your team is doing.
Yeah, so Jeff Shaw made the stickers, and we just figured we'd go with the blue. Blue is a beautiful color, and what a way to celebrate the 51st year of RLV.
So yeah, it was dominant. You guys came across the line side by side. It seems like track conditions are changing just a little bit. Not quite as tight as it was earlier in the day. Can you kind of describe that for the viewers?
Yeah, it definitely got a little greasy. A lot of the corners had to lift and try to hold on to the car, which we did. And luckily I had my teammate behind me, and we made sure to lock out 1-2, did our jobs, and we did our best we could. So
obviously it's a good start for Sunday. I mean, what are your expectations when we get to tomorrow?
I just love to be up front with these guys. These are best of the best, and coming back from getting taken out in Heat 1's probably best thing ever, getting first in that heat race. So I'm really looking forward to tomorrow.
It's a good start for Nick Sobiak. We'll see him tomorrow running for the front.
All right, thank you, David Land, and it's always good to hear from Wicked Nick Sobiak.
And a good interview there, and he mentioned that, how they teamed up and took that nice and 51st anniversary for RLV.
I am shocked. I had no idea.
That's a lot of years RLV's been around, and we love them, of course. Their exhaust is on every one of these carts here, so RLV doing a great job with a lot of other stuff besides the exhaust. They sell a lot of other parts and stuff, and the VLR cart.
Yep, plus they're a wonderful sponsor of CKNA.
Yes,
have been
right.
since as long as I can remember, and Art and
Rob.
Rod, yeah.
Rod.
Art and Rod are there, and Miranda's on site somewhere. And, just really appreciate their sponsorship.
Yeah, no, they've supported karting, I'm going to say, to 51 years.
Yeah. And there's somebody up front that I can't talk about.
So Chris Carroll now in trouble. He had a pretty big lead as we took the break there to have the interview. And Chris Carroll he's got Fagan on him. And this is where Fagan likes to be. Yeah. This is where Fagan, we said, you notice Fagan was in fourth. He didn't seem to be too pushy. He was okay with that. And he slowly moved up, and now he's in second place. So here's the battle, the Coyote MGM battle, the famous battle that goes on. And you're looking at, I think, is that Duval trying to get in there, trying to get by Fagan? And there a couple hand signals there. And Fagan now puts up his hand, I guess, saying, hey, go. But now they're still side by side.
Yeah.
So
Fagan and Duval. Yeah.
A good battle for second, but Fagan comes out in second. But he's lost some time to Chris Carroll. So Carroll doing a good job of holding on to that lead, and he had Fagan on his back bumper there for a while, which could have been trouble, and I believe we'll see what happens with that, if that is going to change, because Fagan was getting pushed by Duval, and a good race going on there between the two. A couple hand signals back and forth, and let's see who pulled up into it is Duval now, right? Duval has taken over that second place, with Fagan in third, Dittmer's in fourth, Jerry Fandry in fifth, and Jeff Shore in sixth. Cruttenden, who was up there now, dropped all the way back to seventh, because we were surprised. Cruttenden was running in second for a while. So not sure what happened there during the interview. Dave and I tend to not watch the race sometimes. We're watching the interview, which we shouldn't probably be doing, but so we got caught up there. But Chris Carroll definitely holding the lead, but now he's got Duval, I believe, on his back bumper as Fagan has settled for third, and we'll see if Fagan decides to make that change. Dittmer right there in fourth, and never count out Mike Dittmer. He is one of the top racers in CKNA, and he is right there now in fourth place.
Yep, absolutely. Mike Dittmer, he's known as the king, and he does a very good job of really customizing, making his kart stand out for us, just for me and Tony up here. That's the whole reason he did that, with the Dittmer on his nose going, I don't know.
Yep. You can't forget that name. It's right there. You don't have to look at the number. And but he's doing a good job, staying there in third, and it looks like, I'm sorry. Dittmer's in fourth. Fagan is in third.
Yeah.
And there goes a move by Duval, right?
Check back in.
But he checked back in, but he's definitely letting Carroll that he's there. He's trying to shake him up at this point. I don't think you're going to shake up a guy like Chris Carroll. He's been around too long. So Chris Carroll, go ahead, do what you want to do, but I'm not giving up the lead that easy. So we'll see what happens. The top three now have pushed out in front, and that's what Fagan's definitely famous for. He'll help them. He'll help even Duval get the lead and try to shut Chris Carroll out, but he couldn't do it. Chris Carroll came right back and got that second place. But what a race we got going on here, and now fourth and fifth might be catching up. That's Dittmer and Jerry Fandry. So we might have a five-way battle for the lead, but right now it's Duval out in front with Chris Carroll holding on to second. Fagan right there in third. And don't count Fagan out yet. It could be it's a three-way battle, I'm going to say, for the lead. And there goes Fagan trying to get by Carroll, and he does it this time. And now you see Fagan jump up and down out of the seat trying to pull away from Chris Carroll. Carroll holding on to third. And Fagan now lost some time up against Duval, who was able to pull away while Fagan and Carroll got into it a little bit there. And let's see if Fagan could close the gap. And they're getting the 2 laps remaining. 2 laps remaining. So Fagan's got that figured out. He knows what he's got to do. And let's see if he can do it. Chris Carroll holding on to third, not being pressured yet by your fourth place driver, Dittmer, who could come up and start put the pressure on Carroll. But the top three look like they've put a little space between them. Jerry Fandry starting to push the number 77 of Michael Dittmer, trying to get that fourth place away from him, trying to get into that fourth place. Every position counts when you got these 2 split classes here that are going to have to come together for their feature. And you see Jerry Fandry jumping up and down out of his seat, trying to get the weight off the wheel, try to get that engine to pick up a little bit quicker. Meanwhile, Fagan holding on, and now Carroll closes in. So we do have a 3-way battle. Now, this could be a problem for Duval, or it could help Duval. If Fagan and Carroll start to battle for that second place position, then Duval will pull away.
But right now, all separated. So, but here comes Carroll again. Carroll's not giving this one up that easy. And down the front straightaway, Duval, Fagan, and Carroll. White flag is out. This is it. If Fagan's going to make a move, and look at Fagan right on the back bumper of Duval. This is what he's famous for. He'll push Duval and then find the right place where Duval will get a little loose and then pass him. Fagan right there, and he's trying to pull away from Chris Carroll so he doesn't have to worry about Carroll. He's doing a pretty good job, but Carroll's doing a great job, too, of closing up that gap. Carroll's working real good here. So it's staying a three-way battle. I don't know if Duval can hold it out. Can he hold off Fagan and Carroll at this point? Fagan doing a great job right there. And look at Carroll right there also. So it is a three-way battle. But your leader is number 91, Jacob Duval. And there goes Fagan looking for that move. He knows he can set him up for this turn. Carroll might shut the door on Duval. And Duval is able to hold there side by side, but Carroll's got the line coming out of that right-hander, and that's it. So now Carroll moves into second. But look at Fagan. That's what he needed, for those two to get into it and pull away. Fagan is famous for this.
Duval came back around.
And Duval came back around Carroll. Not sure how that happened. I was watching Fagan pull away. Look at the lead. Yeah. But Duval, oh, wait a minute. Something going on there.
Oh.
And the black flag is out, and Duval's looking
Duval's
like
giving up the spot.
Maybe he felt he did something. I didn't see that. And maybe he felt, and he knows they're going to take it away from him, so he wanted to give it back to Carroll.
And make sure he gets third. That would be a smart
right.
move.
Yeah, smart move.
Yeah.
At least he didn't finish worse than third. So we'll see how the officials rule that. But it looked like Duval got third. But we'll see. I mean, Duval got second, right? Yeah.
We're just trying to get update on the scoring here as quick as we can.
I keep forgetting they got a lock on this.
Okay, so the next class up is going to be cadets, I guess. Yeah, cadets class. We're scheduled 3:14. We're running just a little bit behind. About 3:16 to 3:17 right now. Okay, so in the cadet class, on the pole, we are going to have the 221. That's Aston Wyatt, outside front row, 151. Daniel Dragonov. And then we have Caden Williams and Cooper Mull. Third row, Connor Lipka and RJ Brown. Fourth row, Dominic Gaddis and Keegan Irwin. Fifth row, Austin Taylor and Andrew Adams. Sixth row, Sparkles Eddie and William Vetter. Seventh row, Hudson Howard and Parker Stewart. Eighth row, Miles Wilson and Lincoln Willie or Wiley. Ninth row, Keaton Leons and Melville Dos Santos. 10th row, Chase Thixton and Arlo Barr. 11th row, Anthony Di Donato and Zion Dyer. 12th row, Reagan Hodges and Anthony Ciofani. Let's see, starting 25th, Giovanni Fiorita, and then we have Jacob Faust, Ryder Thompson, and Mila Stoner. And I don't think that's any relation to the other Stoner. That's of course, one of my greatest jokes is Stoner family. They had to pick a number in the 400 group because some other series require you in a certain group. So, of course, they picked 420 for the Stoner family. I always thought that was hilarious. Anyway, this is our cadet class.
And, yeah, just one group to qualify here, actually. This will be their last heat race. And then tomorrow, we'll get them ready for their features. So, again, an important race here. Trying to get all the points they can so they can get a good starting position in the feature, which will be tomorrow. And tomorrow they'll crown the Grand National Champions.
Yep, and they get to brag on that for a whole year until next year. So yeah, you can only win the Grand National Championship once a year. And this is the big one. Over 500 entries, the biggest event ever, karting event ever at Castle Motorsports Park, and we're very proud of that.
Somebody waving their hand back there, not happy about something.
All kinds of, no, you can distinctly see the tram lines we keep talking about. That's very, very.
But also, I think they said no bumping at the start, so that's kind of hard. And you
they're
see
way out of
quickly Aaron Wyatt pulled out, and I believe Aston Wyatt, I should say, pulled out, and I believe he got the lead. Let's see if they all get through. They were a little antsy back there, and not sure, but looks like they're all making it through.
Yeah, some of these people are not going to finish where they think they are because I saw a bunch of tram line violations, and I wasn't even looking for it. That's how obvious they were.
So we said, will we break the 100? That's what we were saying, right?
I think, I'm setting the over-under at 100 for the whole weekend. Yep, absolutely.
David's predicting that. The drivers don't want to hear that.
No, not 100.
That's a lot of tram line. But you know what it is? A lot of tracks and a lot of series. I mean, not series, I want to say, but a lot of local tracks and stuff. The tram lines aren't, I haven't heard really that enforced that much, okay?
Right.
Yep. And
that's
some
part of
places don't even have it. You know?
Well, and that's part of the problem. When Cup Karts comes to town and we do strictly enforce them,
exactly.
and they're not expecting it.
Right.
Everybody says it, but nobody does it.
Right.
We do it.
We
So,
do it,
yeah.
right. And, we had to really preach to the Northeast people because a lot of the tracks they run at, they did not have it. And what do you mean? What's a tram line? What are we doing?
I remember that very well, and they were quite surprised when we started enforcing the penalties.
So
your leader, Aston Wyatt, out there.
And Caden Williams goes into second. Daniel Dragonoff ends up in third, but he was up there.
He's back to second.
Oh, he could be back in second. Yeah, I didn't pick that up. Is he? Yeah, looks like it. And then we have R.J. Brown, Keegan Irwin, and Cooper Mull in sixth. Connor Lipka in seventh. Dominic Gaddis in eighth. Austin Taylor in ninth. And in 10th, Eddie.
Oh, yeah.
Alyssa
Sparkles.
Eddie. Yeah, Sparkles. So, missed that one. And some good passing going on there. It looked like the cart number 5, but I don't know.
Daniel Dragonov up there in second place. T. Gonish. I think that's how Dad told me. T. Gonish.
T. Gonish?
Yeah. Tag, you're it.
Tag, you're it. That's what it says on the back of his helmet, but in another language. So
back of his bumper.
His bumper, I meant.
But it's a Bulgarian,
Yeah.
If Dad hadn't told me at breakfast this morning, I still wouldn't have it right.
Right. No. So some good racing going on. I see with Connor Lipka and Cooper Mull and Dominic Gaddis running for position back there. So let's pick it up as they come across. And it will be Aston Wyatt, no problem. Dragonoff in second, Williams in third, Brown in fourth, Lipka in fifth, Irwin in sixth, Mull in seventh, Gaddis in eighth, Taylor in ninth, and Eddie in the top 10. Good battle right here for second place. That's where the race is right now for second place with Caden Williams, R.J. Brown, and Connor Lipka. They're battling for that second place. Meanwhile, the 151 of Daniel Dragonoff, I should say that was for third place. Daniel Dragonoff, I think, in second. No, So 151 is Daniel Dragonoff. That's where the race is for second between Dragonoff, Williams, and I believe R.J. Brown. Your leader is Aston Wyatt, and he's got a little bit of a lead, but Dragonoff is not going to. Oh, I think we had to change. Is Dragonoff 151? Right, still in second. And maybe Caden Williams trying to help him to get up there to catch Wyatt. We'll see.
Yeah. And Dragonov is a very, very confident, successful, intelligent racer. He's not going to do anything stupid. Oh, we got two
out.
carts facing each other. Let's try to get this straightened out.
Looks like cart 21, right? What was the other one?
74, maybe, possibly? Do we have either one of them? Maybe I'm making numbers up. Anyway.
Hard to pick up these numbers, I guess, on the screen sometimes, and the camera does try to help us and focus in on them. But, we're not used to that. So, let's see. I believe Aston Wyatt's still out in front. Daniel Dragonoff in second. In third is Caden Williams, I believe. In fourth, R.J. Brown. In fifth, Connor Lipka.
And it looks like they have pulled away. Top 3 pulled away a little bit from your 4th place driver, R.J. Brown, but he's still got he could still catch up. And here they come, the top 3 of Wyatt, Dragonoff, and Williams.
And Williams all over the back of Dragonoff. Well, I guess all 3 of them are right
all
together.
3 are
yeah.
right. They're very tight. It could be anybody's race right there. Right now, Wyatt has the lead, Dragonoff and Williams right behind him. Then you got a little bit of a break, and then you have R.J. Brown, Connor Lipka, and Keegan Irwin. And you see the number 44 of Connor Lipka. He was fast, and so now he pulls out, looking to gain a position. And he's got the line going into turn 1 there, and he's going to take it. So Connor Lipka will move up to that 4th place. He got by R.J. Brown. So we got a good race going on there. Your leader continues to be Aston Wyatt, Dragonoff, and Williams, top 3. But it's Wyatt trying to hold off. But I don't know. He's got Dragonoff and Williams. They're right there. They're keeping pace with him.
And you saw Jason Burgess give the halfway sign last time by, so there's 4 laps down, 4 to go.
Only 4 to go. That's all Wyatt has to hold on. And sometimes, you can't wait for that. But if you're in the lead, you can't wait for the checkered flag. If you're in the back trying to gain positions, you hate when you see that checkered flag. Like, wow, it's out already.
So what do you think, Tony? Now, for the adult classes, should they still be trying to make their move long before the last corner? I still think it's holding up. Yeah.
I think that's holding up unless they know they're going to have somebody behind them. Or somebody either in the last race that we saw the VLR guys team up, and the one VLR guy that was in second kind of pulled out and protected, so that the other person couldn't get alongside of him. So either you have to have somebody pushing you or protecting you, but it seems like you got to make that move early to get in the lead and then stay there. It's just not working the way it did last year or the years prior.
Yep. And I remember seeing that so many years prior. You could make your pass on the very last corner of the straightaway, and
that's where they would do it,
time,
and then swim by them, but it's not happening in this race, and maybe like everybody's saying, I mean, I know Xander did mention that the tires are sticky, and you know what? Somebody's telling me that Vega changed some of this compound, so maybe it is more sticky than it's ever been. And the conditions, of what's on the track and how the track is getting. People saying the track's getting greasy, though, too, so that'll make it slicker.
Yep, track reports are getting, it's getting greasy, and it's going to be warmer tomorrow, so it might be even slipperier tomorrow.
So, but these tires seem to be working very well. Now, how long they'll hold up?
And we're going to go do an interview with David Land again.
All right, down here with Jacob Duvall, and just wanted to ask real quick about the little mix-up down there at Monza on the last lap. There were some hand gestures exchanged. What was the deal down there?
I felt like I went in there kind of deep, and the door was open, so I felt like it was a clean pass. But I've raced with Chris for a while, and I don't want to do him dirty. We hit wheels to wheel, and just one of those things where I want to give him the spot back. So I get back to third, had some fun racing, learned what I needed for the final, and hopefully get back up there and do it again.
Yeah, you were up front for quite a bit of that race, and one of the things that I'm noticing is that, different than Friday, or I'm assuming the track conditions are changing a lot more with rubber coming down as well as the track temperature rising. What is your observation on the track conditions from the cockpit right now?
It's getting a little greasy, but for the most part, I got a balanced setup. I'm not destroying the front tires like a lot of the other karts around me. So we're ready for the final tomorrow, and hopefully we can just have a clean start and get there, and we'll go from there.
Good stuff from Jacob Duvall. A little bit of sportsmanship.
Yeah, he displayed some sportsmanship, but maybe because he didn't want a penalty. So
yeah,
it worked both ways. But yeah, he did kind of let Chris Carroll, I guess, take that position back, or not, we weren't sure what happened.
I'm absolutely convinced he made the right decision.
Oh yeah,
if CKNA had a penalty pending on him, he would really be sorry. So
yeah, he definitely made the right decision and a good sportsmanship. Yep. I do agree. So. And we're talking about the track getting more greasy and traction. So this is going to be a big part of how much air pressure you're going to go out with a 16-lap race, knowing that too much air pressure could give you too much traction because the tires will heat up real quick, and too little pressure could make it real slushy a little bit. So it's going to be, what are you going to do? And I know a lot of the pit crews are thinking about that, and they're going to wait, though, for tomorrow's weather. You got to see what the temperature is going to be and all of that. So that will be something that's going to play a big part. So right now we still got Aston Wyatt in the 221 out in the lead, Dragonoff in second, Carmen Lipka in third. That's where the race has been. And there goes Lipka. Lipka making a move, and I think he does pull into that second place. So now with the race just about over, I believe.
Yeah, final lap.
Final lap. So Lipka makes the move, but can he catch Wyatt? Now that gave Wyatt a little bit of a break as those two were battling for that second place position. And Lipka, though, is very fast, and he's caught up to Wyatt. So we do have a battle for the lead. Let's see if Wyatt can protect that lead, knowing that Lipka now has got to be right behind him. Lipka did a great job. Look at Lipka cutting that corner to save a tenth of a second there and pull up on him. And Lipka is right there, right behind him. So this is where the race is. Here we come down. And Lipka's going to pull it out. This is what they were doing last year. Did Lipka have enough? I believe he did.
I think he might.
And Lipka did it. He's the first one to do it as they were doing it. He got him on the last corner. Yeah, we got the black flag out.
Sorry.
And this race is under consideration.
Yeah. But Lipka, he finally pulled it off. Passed on the last corner and still won the race. Yeah.
Lipka is the first driver now to pull that off on that last corner and get the swing off of the draft and able to inch away and pass Aston Wyatt right at the finish line. So Wyatt gets second, Dragon off third. Williams holds on to fourth. Williams moves up to fourth. Caden Williams moves up to fourth, I believe. Brown fifth. Keegan Irwin in sixth, Alyssa Eddy in seventh, Cooper Mull in eighth, Andrew Adams in ninth, Austin Taylor in your top 10. So a good race there for the cadets, and we'll see what happens for tomorrow.
Yeah, kid karts are coming out next. They will be pushed out onto the track on their kart stands, set down, and we'll have a standing start. So yeah, congratulations to everybody in the cadet class. Dragunov ran that, it seems to me, that whole race in second place until right at the very end.
Yep. And
got
a lot of strategy being played out by these drivers, and you could see the drivers that have that experience and really knowing what to do here. But the conditions are changing a little bit, and that'll be the better driver. Like you take a guy like Colin Warren, he just played it perfectly right, and that's one of the races we haven't seen somebody pull such a big lead in, and Colin Warren is the guy that did that. So it's expected of him.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Colin Warren is.
So, but yeah, I mean, we're seeing that, and there are changes happening out there. And tomorrow is another day, and the conditions are going to be, I'm going to say, different. And depending on the weather, it could be totally different, but maybe not much different, depending on how much rubber gets down and stuff like that. But this is the last set of heat races, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, next up, kid karts. On the pole is going to be the number 31 of Spencer Height. Outside front row, number 19 of Blaze Hindry. Second row, number 12 is Jackson Reinholtz, and number 18 is Reed Hindry. Third row, number 141 of Diesel Maxwell, and the 222 of Grant Heckman. Fourth row, 463 is Jackson Brewster in the 00 of Zeb Turner. Fifth row, 99 is Liam Campatello, and 95 is Will Eisen. Then we have the number 9 of Riggins Barnacle and the number 60 of Levi Shepker. So a couple to keep an eye on. Of course, Spencer Height, he won the championship. He wins just about everything, so Spencer Height is real strong. Blaze, both the Hendrys are real strong. Jackson Reinholds. And just a fun one's going to be Diesel Maxwell. It's his first year ever, so I don't expect him to do a lot of winning, although he has the potential to for sure. So watch Diesel Maxwell, number 141. So your pole sitter is on the right side? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, we probably just haven't settled down yet. But, yeah, your number 31, Spencer Height, is your pole sitter. Oh, and they're racing. Yeah, what am I thinking of? They're standing start. Yeah, they're already going. So, yeah, that is your leader, Spencer Height.
Yep, Spencer Height takes the lead right off the bat. And we'll see what happens. As the number 19, Blaze Hendry in second. Number 12, Jackson Reinholds in third. But the 19 is right on the back bumper of Height. Height has been, like Dave said, Height's been fast all day.
Oh, yeah.
And look at these drivers. And at that time, it looked a little slick for them out there. Now, remember, they use what we're going to say 4 fronts.
Yeah,
tires.
That's what it looks like. Yeah,
no, they do.
Are
They're
they all okay?
Yeah, they're restricted to using the 450s instead of the 600s.
Okay.
The adults and all the other classes use 450 in the front and 600s in the back. These are all 450 size tires. So they're on what we say 4 fronts.
Sure. Yeah, and there's a bunch of other restrictions for these kid karts. Once again, they're 5, 6, and 7 years old.
Right.
Yeah, no, they do a fine job of racing out there. Open wheel cars racing at faster speeds than you can drive down the city streets.
You see the 222 of Grant Heckman trying to get by the number 18 of Reed Hendry. So they're doing a good job out there, not taking each other out. The 18 of Reed Hendry is able to hold on with the 222 of Hickman. And then it looks like, is that the 141 of Diesel Maxwell? Yeah.
Oh, do you see him out there?
And Maxwell trying to, is that him or is that 11?
I think that's 11. That would be, let's see, there's no 11.
I don't think I had an 11. That's why I was saying, is that Diesel Maxwell? No.
Let's see, where do we got Diesel in here?
Diesel
number
is
1.
Sixth
place, number 1.
No, he went up 1 place. He's he's
hello.
number 141.
Okay.
So that
You're
is, right. I just saw it. It is number 11, it looks like. Or maybe
0?
It's 00. Do we have a 00? Yep, Zeb Turner.
Oh, okay.
So Zeb Turner doing a
having
great
good
job.
race.
I think he started way back there. Where did Zeb Turner start? Back in 8th. And he's up there now. So that was Zeb Turner. Those 0-0s from up here look like 1-1, didn't they, Dave?
Yeah, it's tough to see some of these numbers sometimes. And I know you people laugh at us and you wonder why we always make you change your numbers. I'm telling you, it's really hard to see them sometimes.
Yeah, but
there's your leader, number 31. We know that, Spencer Height. We're pretty sure of that.
And the 19 of Blaze Hendry in second. And third place was there battling with them, but he's kind of dropped off the pace a little bit. I believe that's Jackson Reinholds.
Yep. And then we've got another Hendry out there. Should be number 18. Should be somewhere behind Blaze.
I mean, look at these kids, man. Look at that kid in the Hendry there, man. He's putting his whole body into it. He's not playing around. Look at him. He wants to get there, and that's it. Once they start driving like this, when they get up to the other classes, they're good drivers. I mean, they already have the feel of it. And that's the main thing. We always, tell parents, don't force your kid. If your kid,
right.
They got to want to do this. This could be a little scary for some kids.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like you're saying, they're going at this speed and everything.
And like I was saying, the Leanna Mole, with Cooper Mole, she pushed him 5 complete laps around the racetrack before he'd ever allow the engine to start.
Right.
So, yeah.
So, but that was a good way
to get him race now.
Yeah.
Look at him. I mean, he's right in there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That was a good way to get started. He wanted to make sure he was safe, and can't blame him. This is not for everybody. See where we are now. So the top 3 continue to be Height, Hendry, and Reinholds.
Yep.
That's your top 3.
And they're staying in line. Nobody's even attempting to pass or anything. They're just staying in line, but they're behaving themselves very well.
They're doing a good job. 4th place is a distant 4th, and I believe that is Grant Heckman.
Oh, okay.
He's back in 4th, I believe, but he's in a distant 4th.
Yeah.
Yep, Grant Heckman.
And I believe he's just about running all alone. Reed, Hendry, and Maxwell, Diesel Maxwell having a good run for that 5th place, but it's Reed, Hendry in 5th, Maxwell in 6th, and Zeb Turner now drops back to 7th. But that was Zeb Turner, I believe, up there for a while. Well, unless maybe we had a different camera angle, you know. So we'll see.
Spencer Height still real strong out there.
Zeb Turner.
The 00. Oh, there's the other Henry, the 18. Okay. Behind the 00.
Yeah, Zeb Turner was leading Liam Campitello and Riggins Barnacle.
Okay.
I hope I got that right.
Yeah, and look at that. Now we're glued to the bumper. Now we're starting to realize that we're racing.
Now we're driving like the big guys, you know.
Yes.
You see that little bit of almost pushing going down there, but you got to give Height credit. It's not shaking him up.
No.
He's holding on, and now that might get Hendry in trouble with Reinholz because Reinholz closed the gap there for a while. So the top 3 continue to be Height, Hendry, and Reinholz, and they have pulled far away from the pack.
They haven't changed position, but they sure are thinking about it. You know?
Yeah. They sure are racing, and that looks good. And Height, so far, he did feel a little pressure there, and you see Reinholz trying to pull alongside of Hendry. White flag is out, so let's see. And I saw Hendry drop a tire almost into the grass there, but it didn't hurt him. And Reinholz definitely putting the pressure on the number 19 of Blaze Hendry. But meanwhile, the 31 of Spencer Height is your leader. The 31 of Spencer Height. And like I said, look at Hendry. He's throwing everything he can at it.
There's a battle for first. There's a battle for second.
Yeah. Well, right now it looked like it's a battle for first. But if Hendry gets into a little bit of a problem, I'm going to tell you the number 12 of Jackson Reinholz will be right there. Sure. Here they come. Checker flag will be waving. And look at Hendry. Hendry making that move that we haven't seen by the other drivers, and he doesn't do it. He just misses it. Height gets the win. Hendry gets 2nd. Reinholz 3rd. Grant Heckman ends up in 4th. And Zeb Turner gets the top 5. He ends up in 5th. Reed Hendry in 6th. So we got the 2 Hendrys out there, right? And Diesel Maxwell ends up in 7th. Levi Shepker in 8th. And Liam Campitello 9th. Riggins Barnacle in 10th. Jackson Brewster in 11th. And Will Fierisen in 12th.
Boy, I'll tell you that Hendry sure gave Height something to look at, though. When Height came across the finish line, he was not looking forward at all. He was looking directly to his left to see where the Hendry was, how close he was, and who was going to come across the line first. So, there's going to be some good battles in the future, I can tell you right now. It'll do it for our kid karts. And next up, Senior Light A and C group. And it looks like on the pole we got the number 48. That's a Cincinnati kid, James Overbeck. Outside front row, number 19, Christopher McKeith. And how's that for a front row?
Wow, that's a front row.
Second row, Paulie Massimino and Nicky Palladino.
Oh, man. What?
Third row, it gets better. Third row, Colin Warren and Austin Jers. Then we have Jonathan Treadwell and William Adams, Elijah Skaggs and Adam Maxwell, Dylan White and Colin Aiken, Scotty Kleeman and Alex Murphy, Zach Linsell and Andrew Hitchcock, Trey Armsen and Wyatt Leslie, Kyle Raymond and Sam Schleich, Noah Van Straten and David Baker, Drake Tift and Patrick Lalivre. I'm going to struggle with that a little bit. Patrick. William Wells and Ethan Gray, Jackson Barr and Nagasa Yoshikawa, Carson Bartlett and Jaden Harry, Hudson Brown. Hudson Brown starting 31st. Tony.
Well, he got knocked out.
Yep. Hudson Brown, let's see, where am I? Hudson Brown, where did I find you? Hudson Brown, 31st, and Pierre Thompson, 32nd. And we have Eli Fox and Jordan Hunsell. Austin Olds. Actually, I think Megan told me Austin is out. He's done for the day.
He had a tough break. Yeah. Tough break on Austin Olds. One of your top drivers, that's for sure.
Scotty Watkins, Tanner DeMaster, and Dylan Johnson, Brooks Anderline and Rachel Kennedy, Landon Fitz and Drew Zutch and David Barnes. So, once again, the first 3 rows, Overbeck, McKeithen, Massimino, Palladino, Warren, and Jers. and it just keeps going from there.
So anybody that knows 206 four-cycle racing and any other type of kart racing, when you hear those, that's what it's going to be tomorrow, you know, Dave.
Oh, yeah.
The top people, this is the top of the top. You know, this is it. And you look at this race right here. Who's to start into how many first, second, third, fourth row of any one of these drivers who are capable. And there's maybe some other drivers back in the pack that had a rough break today that can come up and also surprise everybody. But you're looking at that, it's like, you know, you're needling down to the end, and who's going to be in the features, and it's going to be those top names at the top. It's going to be unbelievable. It's going to be one of the best Grand Nationals, and the person that walks away as a Grand National champion definitely earned it. Definitely.
So Overbeck on the pole, is he going to come from the left side, cut all the way across, and try to cut off McKeithen?
Well, he's
depends
with
on McKeithen's start.
Well, both of them are teammates now,
Yeah.
so we might see some teamwork there, the Coyote teamwork. And
Proficient performance karting, too.
Right, yeah. And they might have already talked about it, you know, and that would be the wise thing to do. Talk about it, what we're going to do on the start. So either it's every person for himself, or here's how we're going to do it.
Yeah,
so we'll see.
Team rules, but this ain't F1. You can really race here. So I'm all excited. I'm watching here. I got to actually look out the window, I think. And we are green, green, green. Go, go, go. Hammer down, boys and girls. And Overbeck gets up there. McKeithen doesn't get a real good start. He's back in third, I believe.
Okay.
Yep, third. Overbeck is your leader.
Massimino maybe moved into second. I can't see. Is it number 40? Yeah.
I know McKeithen did not get a good jump, so he he stayed in his line. He was good. Everything was good. He was clean. He just didn't get the big jump.
Well, they're all good. I mean, they got through the first turn, which we were seeing some problems with that, but they're all good. And it looks like, that is Massimino. I'm almost positive in second, right?
Okay.
Yep, number 40. And then McKeithen goes into third. So those are three teammates right there, three Coyotes running up front. And maybe they can pull away and then see who's going to win it between the three of them. But right now, it's Overbeck out in front with Massimino in second. And Massimino's been driving really good this whole weekend. He's been really calculated and doing the right thing. So keep an eye on him. He might come to the front at this point. But right now, it's Massimino in second, McKeithen in third. And now we got that fourth place. That's going to be that's probably Colin Warren, right? I'm pretty sure that's Colin Warren.
Yes. Yep. You're correct.
So Colin Warren is the guy that could break these three team people up. He's got the ability. He's going to think about how he's going to make his move, but he's got to stay with them, which of course he is doing an excellent job of that.
Yeah, he's right on him. Yes.
Yeah, and then I think you got Nicky Palladino, who was in the mix the last race. So here it is, Overbeck. Massimino, McKeithen, Warren, and Palladino. Any one of these drivers can win it. And there goes, Colin Warren trying to break up that Coyote thing, and he does it. The VLR gets in there and breaks it up, but we still got the two Coyotes out in front, which is important. Okay, we got an interview, and we'll turn it over to David Land.
Well, if you've paid much attention to four-cycle racing in the last, let's say, decade, you've probably heard of this guy, Gary Lawson, and you've taken your success as a driver and parlayed it into a very successful business as an engine builder. You told our broadcast colleague, Steve, a quite interesting fact. What's your estimation at the biggest Briggs race there's ever been of the percentage of your engines that are in this race?
I did a quick calculation about a week before the event. It looked like we were up about almost 25% of the entries.
And that's got to be so gratifying as someone who runs a business and cares so much about this class to have such a big part in it. And it's got to be so reassuring to have your competitors want to join up with you.
Yeah, it's awesome. It was a lot of work leading up to it, but we're definitely honored to have so many people choose us for their engine program.
And let's talk a little bit about today. Obviously, it seems like the competition is so tight these days in 206 racing, and you've been getting bashed around a little bit, so I've heard. Just tell me about your weekend thus far and what your expectations are heading into Sunday.
Qualifying started a little rough, just didn't get the speed that we wanted based on the warm-up, put us in a bad group because we had some rain, and then worked our way through a little bit in the heat races, and then ultimately got up to 4th from 12th, and then just got shoved off, and it just aggressive racing, and a lot of fun until that point. Definitely was having a great time out there, but it was a little frustrating at the end though.
I'm sure we'll be hearing his name before the end of the weekend. Gary Lawson, one of the legends here in Briggs Racing.
Okay, we're back, and we talked about, you heard Gary Lawson talk about aggressive racing. We've been seeing a little bit of that right now out there, and the Coyote team was up in front, but then Colin Warren got up there and got between them, but then quickly they came back, and Colin Warren got kind of pushed back there. We'll have to pick that up. I believe he's back in 5th now. He went from 1st to 5th, so there was a lot of tight racing there, a lot of little bumping and shoving. And Colin Warren was doing an excellent job of moving up clean, not hitting anybody, sliding into places, getting in between the Coyote guys, breaking them up. But all of a sudden, it really got hot and heavy, and Colin Warren got pushed to the outside, and they freight trained by him, wouldn't let him back in. I don't blame that. That's the way to do it. So it looks like Paulie Massimino once again goes back into the lead, and he's been driving excellent this whole weekend. Christopher McKeithen, teammate, right behind him. Nicky Palladino in 3rd. Austin Juris up in 4th. And Colin Warren had to settle for 5th, but don't count Colin Warren out yet. He's just somebody that could come back.
Yeah, I mean, cross flags given out now here. Penalty flag given to someone, so we'll see if they abide by that and drop back before they move forward again. But, yeah, Colin Warren can't cut him out. We know how fast he is, how fast he's been all weekend. Like you said, Paulie Massimino, Heat 1 winner, 3rd in Heat number 2, leading the way in Heat number 3, looking to be in a really good spot. No, there is a wave by. I think Colin Warren maybe got that penalty marker and decided to drop back right there. That was right. What we and I mistook it earlier in Legends in the 2nd heat that Todd Barron, we thought he had a problem and slow down. Same thing. Decided to drop back and try to let guys go so he could outrace the penalty.
Right, that's right. And I think that's what must have happened to Colin Warren.
Yeah.
So anyway, but right now, Massimino doing an excellent job of trying to hold off, but he's got Christopher and Keithan behind him, and they're teammates, so they all look like they're going to try to push up, and then maybe they'll race at the end, but that's the right thing for them to do in order to keep away from the rest of the pack here. Colin Warren did give up a spot, like you said, maybe trying to outrace the penalty and get back in there, rather get you whatever position you finish in, that's the position you're going to get, rather than get the penalty and find out you're back 1 or 2 positions. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Paulie Massimino's definitely got Christopher McKeithen right with him, right on his back bumper. So we'll see, I think, some action at the end there. But they're doing the right thing. They are pulling away from the rest of the pack, as Nicky Palladino, who was a threat and been a threat to them, is going to have a tough time trying to catch them.
Yeah, he's faded back just a little bit there. Austin Jers next in line, of course, says James Overbeck and Adam Maxwell around Colin Warren. He's kind of settled in line behind him because they are turning some pretty good lap times, the two of them. Overbeck that time was only a tick off the pace of his PPK BJR teammates out front in Paulie and Christopher. He was 3rd fastest last time around, so Overbeck taking them all the way up, getting around Jers, and there's Adam Maxwell going by Jers now. The next on the target list is Nicky Palladino here, headed into the infield hairpin. Colin Warren onto the bumper of Austin Jers. We'll see if he wants to make work of him and go, because every spot now, this is where you're really going to see them get aggressive. This is the last chance to move yourself up the grid order, and as much as you want to do that, it's also a chance that might go awry, and then you find yourself in the LCQ if you wreck out of this heat. But it's desperation hour no matter what per session when you see that 2 to go signal from Jason Burgess, and James Overbeck is moving forward at the right time. He gets to 3rd. They're getting by Nicky Palladino. Adam Maxwell continuing to come along for the ride as he moves up into that 4th spot.
Yeah, and a tough break for Colin Warren. He drops all the way back to 7. Austin Juris gets that 6th spot, and as you said, Adam Maxwell kind of gives up to Nicky Palladino, giving him 4th. James Overbeck right there in 3rd. So now you got, look at that teammate, like you were saying, you got Massimino, McKeithen, and Overbeck all together, and if they can protect those top 3 spots, they're going to have some good starting positions in the feature race. Palladino in 4th, Maxwell in 5th, and Austin Juris in 6th, Colin Warren in 7th.
Well, watch out for Palladino right now. Austin Jers threw a haymaker on him in the cell tower, got by. Colin Warren's going by, and Nicky Palladino is fading backwards very quickly. Next up is going to be the Comet Eagle machine just behind Nicky, and I think that might be the 72 of Dylan White. Then you got Elijah Skaggs in the mix there along with Jonathan Treadwell, but Dylan White next one to try and maybe get around a backwards sliding Nicky Palladino. We're watching Austin Jers lead this pack with Colin Warren. Then ahead of him, there's third and fourth. Out front, the two leaders pulled long away. Now, this is kind of a role reversal from the opening heat race of the weekend as Austin Jers gets shuffled to the wayside. He'll drop back behind Dylan White. He was just getting going for it. Now he dives him again over in 3. Gets him back. It's at least one spot back, and Austin Jers, Dylan White. Now here comes a ton more. They're going to go 3 wide down the short chute to turn number 5. Somehow everybody makes it through, and Elijah Skaggs will be the big winner. But this right here, Tony and Dave Mack, this is a role reversal from heat number 1. If we remember right, Paulie Massimino was the pusher till the end of that heat, then got by for the lead on the last lap and defended nicely. So now he's been leading this whole way. When does Christopher want to make the move? It's the green corner. Christopher McKeith into the lead. Paulie crosses him over. It'll be tight right here. I don't think he'll be able to get there.
Paulie crosses over again.
Yeah.
But Christopher
again.
Now McKeithen gets back into the lead. Paulie's not giving it up that easy, though. And Paulie comes back as he crosses it over back. Here we go into the last. Now, can McKeithen pull out and pass him? There we go. Let's see. Paulie doing an excellent job here today, and he's going to hang. Of course, he's going to try to protect that lead. He's going way down low, and he's going to get it. What a finish that was, and I got to tell you, Paulie has been driving excellent this whole weekend. Can't take anything away from McKeithen. He was up there, and he stayed clean, and they took second place. Overbeck gets third, so Coyote with a big finish here, first, second, and third. Adam Maxwell in fourth. Colin Warren, he was up there for a while. Colin Warren actually, I think, had the lead a little bit, but tough break for Colin. But he got back up into the top 5. Nicky Palladino got dropped back to 6th. Austin Juris in 7th. Dylan White in 8th. Colin Aitken in 9th. And Jonathan Treadwell in the top 10. So we're going to see some great racing tomorrow. Like I said, the names that are coming up, and they're percolating to the top. And the names that we're going to be calling out tomorrow on that, who's up in the first 5 rows, 6 rows, 7 rows, is going to be unbelievable of the who's who in 206 Briggs Racing.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch. By this point in the weekend now, it's not a fluke. It's not one random good lucky heat race. If you're still up front, like Paulie, like McKeith, and like Overbeck, like, of course, a lot of the names we'd expect to be up front, like Colin Warren. Now they've put together that aggregate of good finishes, heat over heat over heat. Now, again, we're still only halfway through. We talked about 58 drivers starting in the main event. I don't know exactly. Dave Mack, do you know what our cut line is going to be for the LCQ yet?
I don't for sure yet.
I don't know exactly who is going to auto-transfer, who has to go to that last chance qualifier, but you would assume maybe anywhere from 8 to 10 drivers would transfer, maybe more. So you're thinking safety net, a 25th place average. That's right around where Drake Tift, Tanner DeMaster, Jackson Barr, Ethan Gray, and there's a lot of attrition. Obviously, a lot of mechanical DNFs. We think back with Brandon Jarskrak in that last heat race for the lunch break, breaking down after running in the front, so he'll end up with a decent average if he can get a good round 3 from the back of the senior medium heat that he's in. But a 25th place average in your group, that's roughly what we feel like and what we can estimate up here you're going to need to not have to wake up early Sunday morning and race your way in to the Grand National Championship Finals.
And that will be published on Facebook tonight, all the transfers and everything.
The big question, I guess, for you, Dave Mack, is how excited are you to walk the grid for Grand National Sunday and hang out with everybody?
That's my one most favorite job of the whole summer, the whole racing season. And next year, I believe we start in early December, so it's going to be a long year. But, yeah, that's my all-time favorite job is the grid walk. And some wonderful people. And Marie Casely always helps me. I truly appreciate all her help with that. So, yeah, that's going to be fun tomorrow.
You'll have a lot more names to learn here by tomorrow, Dave, when we got a 58-driver main event grid, and that's going to be the case here for this class specifically. Of course, Senior Light getting set to go with the other half of the group. Brandon Jarskrak will start up on the front row alongside Owen Lloyd in the South Georgia karting machine. That's at least the way that they should line up so far with the aggregate of points they've gotten. Gianluca Savalio and Dylan Amundsen will be on row number 2. It'll be Austin Garrison, who qualified up front and led us to green for his group in the first heat race of the weekend on that Trackside Karting Services GFC in 5th. He's joined by the Mark Steele Racing, Beryl Art, Ian Quinn, another Beryl Art and Jordan Pryor, and then through the rest of the top 10 coming up, it'll be Parker Gill, Cale Zimmerman, Keegan Clark has been just kind of picking up a couple spots of heat race. He'd be looking to maybe get a little bit more. And for drivers coming from the back in this one, keep your eye on a Henry Wheeler. He's had some rough runs in the heats. He's starting 42nd in this next group, so he's got a long way to go forward. Reagan Seville is a Texas Sprint Racing Series 206 junior champion, just moving up now into senior light. He rolls off from 39th, long way to go forward. And a few other drivers that we've seen kind of up and down the table are mid-grid or so, because, again, it's progressive heat races here, but it's progressive by the points. So it's not necessarily last place in Heat 2 means you start last for Heat 3. It's roughly where your points total is. So that means, of course, Owen Lloyd in his group is right now the guy that would be on the front row for tomorrow's features.
Yep. So, yeah, like we're saying, these people, the names are starting to percolate up to the top of what's going to happen tomorrow. And that's what championship racing is about. This is a championship race. The fast guys go to the fast people, go to the front. That's what it's all about, and now the qualifying is starting to eliminate and put the people that are fast up there. And we'll see, like I said, tomorrow you're going to see some really great racing. Really going to see some great racing. I mean, these are your top, like I said, 206 drivers, and they're all here for the Grand National, and we're going to see who gets crowned Grand National champion in each class. But that is going to be a big deal tomorrow. So you're seeing a picture of the pre-grid here as karters roll up and get ready to get on the grid, which there are so many karts we had to provide, like what I call it a staging area or a pre-grid, because we just couldn't have everybody coming up to the grid, and then you couldn't get by. So the kart has been doing a good job of that. They started wheeling their kart up on the grass, as I was calling it, or the dirt, and keeping the pavement open in case we had to get somebody there or somebody latecomer.
It's a big staging area, by the way. Like, if you look at the amount of karts that are queued up, so this is from our interview station down by the back of the grid, only about maybe 20 more feet to the left, the grid starts. But then to the right is the main end of the garages and restrooms and main facilities here at Newcastle, the entire length of that building, and then back all the way to about the freaking main gates.
Where the Vega truck is, they're alongside of that. That's how far back we had to line them up.
The queue goes for each session. It is incredible. This place has not been packed like this in a long time. Fence to fence, end to end. The oval here at Newcastle Motorsports Park is just absolutely packed over there. That's the Canada Corner, if you will, here. A little shout out to Road America. But Canada Corner is Canada Oval at Newcastle Motorsports Park, with all the Canadians parked on the backside of the racetrack. The fencing just goes enough to separate them from the track, but it's up to the very last, 2 feet off the last trailer is when the fence ends, because, we have just slammed everyone in. And as this event just continues to get bigger and bigger year after year after year, the question now becomes, where in the world are we going to be able to hold all these people? Right, Dave Mack?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Xander. And Canada Corner, it was kind of a joke. We put the Canadians out there. They elected to go out there years ago. They need to be there. They need every bit. We need every bit of spot. When we pulled in this morning, we noticed there was just a few spots left, not very many. So if you consider racing this next year, if you're at home watching right now and consider racing, don't wait till the last minute. Let me tell you right now, if you want a pit spot, don't wait till the last minute. You might be out at the truck stop or something a half mile away.
I think Mike was looking at laying down some more concrete in some places to spread things out a little and give us a little more room, because that's what happened. I went to him on Thursday and said, hey, we need that staging area, and he was quick to get some cones and have the Vega people move their vehicles, so we had that whole area, but it's all dirt. And the karters started packing themselves up there and making it so you can get onto the grid, especially if somebody's late. You wanted to keep it open so they can get to the grid and get their practice session in. And the same thing today, so they can be with their class. Because if you're not there, they're going without you.
Oh, without a doubt, yeah.
Well, it's Owen Lloyd on the inside in the orange MGM. It's Brandon Jarskrak on the outside in the black and white Coyote. Dave Mack, take us down here as we get set.
Owen Lloyd, let's see if he cuts across the track. He's watching. No tramline violations yet. Green flag, and he does cut right across and almost completely cuts off Jarskrak. Yeah. Owen Lloyd first into turn one, first out of turn one.
Oh, Jarskrak's off the racetrack.
Jarskrak gets way on the outside.
8, 9, 10 spots.
Wow. Yeah, he got a little bit of help there, I think, from Gianluca Savalio, who was coming through, started third, and went wheel to wheel with Jarskrak, and Jarskrak just kind of fell off the edge of the track. So move the Jars a little bit further back to the outside edge, maybe around 12th, 15th or so It is Owen Lloyd, though, leading the way, although he's smoking.
Oh, no.
He's probably got some new header wrap on that thing burning
That could
off.
be, yeah. It could be have some header wrap. I don't think it was the
He's blowing up.
He's smoking.
Owen Lloyd is blowing up right now. There is oil leaking out of the back and burning off of that engine. And if he doesn't get off the racetrack right now, he's going to blow a hole through that thing.
Well, wait a minute. Let's see what's happening here. He is smoking. You're right. And I'm trying to look.
Oh, no.
It's coming out.
It looks more like header wrap. Does it not?
It could
or
be.
it could be from the overflow bottle down below.
I was going to say his breather might be full, and it's blowing it out, catching the exhaust with the wind, which is not good, but I don't think he'll blow up.
Well, right now, I mean, the thing is, though, is that's a potential hazard of leaking oil, and there goes the meatball flag. So blow up or not, leaking oil onto the racetrack is going to take him out. So first of all, our off-pole man, Brandon Jarchak, gets knocked in the grass, and our pole man, Owen Lloyd, gets the meatball flag out of the lead. And, yeah, it is pushing a ton of oil out of that engine right now. Whatever he's got, a massive problem. Hopefully he pulls in. No, he stays out. He stayed out this time. This is not good again for everyone around him.
Would that be tire rub by any chance? No,
it
sure looks like engine.
No, it's definitely coming right off the back there. Either way, he's been shuffled back a couple spots as now the newest leader. There's Ian Quinn trying to point to him to let him know, hey, your engine's smoking, dude. And now he sees it. And I think now, there he goes, hand in the air. Owen Lloyd realized the problem that he's got. He's all the way to the outside. He'll let the field go. This is a wild start to the other half. There goes Jarchak on by. He's now going to move up into the 10th position. But Owen Lloyd out of the race here from the lead on lap number 1. I mean, he was only halfway through that opening lap, and it started billowing smoke from the back end of that South Georgia Karting Complex MGM. Meanwhile, let's go side by side down to pit lane. Your newest leader on that Charles Leclerc car, Gianluca Savalio. He's got to be careful if Brandon Jarchak gets back up to him. I don't know if the respect will be given back or not after the way they came together on the start, but he leads Amundsen on the MGM and Ian Quinn in third. And down on pit lane, David Land has caught up with Adam Maxwell, who had a solid run once again here and has continued to stay close towards the front of the field.
Yeah, this is absolutely wild. I almost feel bad cutting away, but let's talk to you, Adam Maxwell, just for a little bit. P4 in your last race. I mean, it looks like you're peaking at the right time. Describe your weekend thus far.
It's been pretty good. Practice on Friday didn't go good, so qualifying I got a bad start. Had to start in a slow group and run by myself and didn't qualify good. Started 23rd in the first heat and got to P12, and then second heat started P12, got to I think P10 because they cut it short, and then the last heat I started P10 and got up to P8. So we definitely got speed, just got to make the right decisions and keep getting to the front.
So one of the big things right before we get back to live racing are the track conditions. I mean, right now it's absolutely crazy. Last few races have been spread out. What are your observations about how the track's going right now?
Yeah, track's really rubbered up, really good for racing. Just hope it don't get too much more rubbered up so I don't get tight. Keep up the speed.
That's Adam Maxwell. I mean, fellas, it's absolutely thrilling racing out there right now.
Yeah, what a battle at the front of the field here as they come through turn number 4. It is still Savalio out front, but there are a couple guys. Oh, no, bumper just got ripped off one driver there. That's one of the VLRs, the number 5 of Cale Zimmerman. Cale Zimmerman has that rear bumper completely ajar. That'll be our second meatball of the race. He doesn't know it yet, but he's going to feel it now here in the left-hander as that kart's going to get all lean onto the right side. That right rear bumper is going to dig into the ground now. I think he realizes what's going on. Just looked over his shoulder. That bumper is disconnected. So another mechanical failure. 2 out of the lead pack. I don't think we've had 2, much less 1 out of the lead pack like this all weekend long. So everything falling apart for a number of contenders. And again, just like we talked about in the last heat, this is a class where only so many drivers are going in to the Sunday final. So for the likes of Cale Zimmerman, Owen Lloyd, this is a huge detriment that might put some of the fastest cars all weekend in the LCQs.
Zimmerman doesn't know it yet. I mean, he did look back and maybe he didn't see that his bumper's dragging. I don't know if he'll get the meatball flag this time around. Let's see. No.
Oh, they didn't give it to him yet, but Jason just saw it, I guarantee it. I think it happened right as we panned away over in turn 4 this lap, so it's very recent that just got ripped off because they were 2 and 3 wide going through there. He's at Austin Garrison right now, who did not have a good start to this heat. That GFC is back outside the top 10 trying to get around Zimmerman, but your lead pack through all that has now dwindled down to about 5 cars. Savalio leads it, and fellow Beer Alert under the Mark Steele Motorsports camp Ian Quinn is second. Then you have the Tony Kart, the EOS Kart. Keegan Clark is now up 7 spots. He's into third in the white helmet. Wow. Dylan Amundsen in the green and blue MGM colors is in fourth. And right there at the edge, another Beryl Art, another Canadian, Jordan Pryor. Back there in fifth, tails off the train. So in senior light, as we come to 3 laps to go, 5 drivers in that lead pack. There's Jarskrak's group. Here's a look back to Cale Zimmerman. He's now fallen behind Austin Garrison and one more, and that puts him about 10th, and I think he'll get the meatball this time as we also get 3 to go.
Yep. So Cale Zimmerman is going to have to come off, right, at this point?
I would imagine so.
Yep, there
it is. Yep, Jason Burgess getting a little bit of flag and help to give them both the signal of how many laps they got left, as well as the meatball for Cale Zimmerman. But look at this. Dylan Amundsen, Keegan Clark, Shuffle, and Gianluca Savalio into the 3rd spot between them because Ian Quinn has gone to the lead. He's going to start low lining already. Down to the inside, coming to turn number 5. He's worried about staying at that front spot because he knows Keegan Clark is now up 8 positions from the 5th row and is now looking to go to the lead for the first time, I think, for Keegan all weekend.
Yep, that's first time for Keegan. And like you said, he's moved up through the pack. So you know he's got it. He's got the speed to do it. And he's right on the back bumper of Quinn. But Quinn already, like you said, taking a tight line at this point. And Keegan looking to the outside, to the inside, trying to find a spot to get a run on him and try to get past him. But he's got to watch out because you got the
Amundsen's out. Dylan Amundsen gets spun around. Coming out of the green corners, he looks over, and it looks like something broke on the MGM out of the lead pack. Dylan Amundsen, another big contender, and he's in the lot right next to Owen Lloyd. 2 drivers that started safely in the top 5 are out of this heat race as Ian Quinn sees the 2 to go signal. Keegan Clark is right there. And look who has driven all the way back up to this lead pack. Welcome back to the main stage, Brandon Jarsekrak, who was dirt tracking it on the opening lap. He's rebounded to 5th. He might get more because this is about to get dicey down to turn 5, Tony.
And you can't count Brandon out, man. He's a good driver, and he can make some moves here. Maybe he won't get the win, but at least he can move up. He's in the top 5, so that's where you want to be anyway. He's in a good position, but he can maybe gain a few more positions because I think you're going to see some moves here, as you said, with Ian Quinn in the lead and Keegan Clark. Keegan has come up through the pack, and I think he's hungry for that lead. He hasn't been able to see the front in a long time, and now he's right there. He could see it. So there's going to be some shakeup, I think, going on. And you see battling back there for 3rd and 4th even. And now somebody.
Look at Jordan Pryor.
Jordan Pryor.
Wow. He kept his foot in it all the way through on the outside. Ends up losing 1 spot.
And Jarsekrat's going to make the move. So Jarsekrat now gets another position. So Jarsekrat, definitely, seasoned driver, knows what he's doing. He's going to take it one by one, let these guys. But look at this.
Keegan's got a nose down low.
Right. Keegan wants to see the front of that pack, and he does it.
Man, what a drive for Keegan
So you got to feel good now. Nobody's in front of you. You finally made it. You came through the pack of how many, and now he's in the front, and he's going to be a hard guy to pass. I don't think he's going to give it up that easy.
And watch as well, Gianluca Savalio let Jarsekrat go.
Yeah.
That was a classy move from Gianluca there, or a smart one regardless, to not get any retaliation.
Right.
He went wide out of turn 2 and just let off the gas, let Brandon go around the outside, let him go up into 3rd. He knows that he was kind of the reason that Brandon had to fight on the back foot all the way through, but now he's P3. Savalio's got company in the form of Parker Gill right there behind him, and Jordan Pryor as well as Austin Garrison. But Keegan Clark watched Ian Quinn low line it the last few laps. Now he's doing the same thing, trying to hang on to that top spot all the way to the checker. Jarsekrak's there, Quinn's there. This is going to be a pack run to the line.
That's right.
We'll see. Maybe Ian Quinn can get some help from Jarsekrak. We've seen how fast he is, how good the roll speed is on his car. Can he get a good run to push Ian Quinn past Keegan Clark as we come to the checkers, Tony?
Yeah, it depends. I mean, we'll see. I mean, this is every person for themselves at this point. We got 3 different karts up there up front, and it looks like Keegan Clark, nobody challenged him at the end. So Keegan Clark's got to feel good about that win, and he finally got a clear track in front of him. Ian Quinn gets the 2nd place. You got to give Brandon Jarsekrat credit coming all the way back up to 3rd and possibly was close to getting up there in 2nd. But he could have had the win here today. Unfortunately, things happen, and we're seeing the breakdowns of some big-time drivers. Not their fault. Things giving out, loose back bumper, smoke coming out of Lloyd's kart. I mean, these are just bad things that
this is the time when I say, you can have everything going for you, but sometimes you got to have a little luck too, and you don't want that little bit of bad luck. And that was something I don't think they could have fixed. So we'll see what happens there and see what's going to go on.
Well, back to the rest of the pack beyond them, of course, Jordan Pryor ended 5th, Garrison 6th, Parker Gill 7th. How about the drive from Addison Ianello? Man, there was so much action at the front, we didn't go too far back. She drives all the way up 12 spots to crack into the top 10. Great drive for that young lady here who calls Newcastle Motorsports Park her home racetrack. We've got cleanup to do. Obviously, you saw a number of contenders go out, a handful others, so the track will get cleared as we move on to the rest of our final few classes on the afternoon for the final round of heats to set the grid for main event Sunday and who goes into those tricky last chance qualifiers. It all is rolling your way next. You're live on Kart Chaser. You're watching Cup Karts Grand Nationals number 7 from Newcastle, Indiana.
Whether you're dominating the pre-final or just getting started, BriggsRacingGear.com is the only place for official Briggs Racing swag. Place an order of at least $25 by October 15th and you'll receive a free gift. BriggsRacingGear.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. Based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Are you a racing enthusiast? Drive Your Line is the Mid-South's only full-service kart shop. We make dreams a reality for those 5 years old and up. All racers start in karting, and we're the purveyors of fun for the whole family. Karting the Coast is presented by Drive Your Line Kart Shop and is the premier race series on the Gulf Coast and brings racing to Biloxi at Finish Line Performance Karting and at the world-renowned NOLA Motorsports Park. Call us at 601-667-0770 or find us at driveyourline.com. Also on Facebook or Instagram.
Hi, my name is Brandon from Brandon Jarks Crack Racing / Precision Performance Karting. I'm driving the 138 in senior light and senior medium. Here's the rest of our driver lineup.
Rob Howden, the driver of the number 37 in Legends and Masters from Cambridge, Ontario, Canada.
Cade Yeager, number 64 in junior, hometown Kewaskum, Wisconsin.
Chris Carroll, car 12, running senior heavy and Masters. Hometown is Charleston, South Carolina.
I'm Christopher McKeithen, driver of the 19 in senior light and senior medium from Gastonia, North Carolina.
I'm James Overbeck, driver of the 48 in senior light and senior medium. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Paulie Massimino, number 40, senior light, senior medium, hometown, Chris Knockman, North Carolina.
Are you a racing enthusiast?
Karts have been released onto the racetrack now for our juniors here in their final session of the afternoon. Luckily for all of them, everybody's going to transfer through, I believe, into the, we have two group juniors, my mistake. So junior as well, going to be a fight to make it through to get into the main event, as we'll have an LCQ. It's 40 apiece in the two groups for the heat races. On the pole, Cade Yeager's had a great weekend here all the way through. Fantastic run in the heats. In fact, he's got about a 6-point lead over Jackson Young, who joins him on the front row in his group. So as long as Cade really ends up with a top 5 result here, he's got a very good chance at starting either on the pole or at minimum on the front row for tomorrow's races. He's almost in a dead tie. It comes down to 5 hundredths in the point tally. 100.93 points for Cade Yeager, 100.98 for Isaac Malkiet in the other half of the junior group. So it'll be between these two. If either one of them wins and the other one ends up further back, that would be the difference of who goes on the pole. Both of them have such a massive margin over the driver in second in each group that I think it's a pretty almost done deal. Don't want to jinx them with a mechanical issue like what we saw in that last one, but a safe, smooth race for Cade Yeager in the number 64. He'll be on the front row, leading 58 juniors to green in competition for a Grand National Championship. On his outside, again, Jackson Young, as we mentioned, then we'll go back to row 2 with Brady Shad and Ronnie Kleiss. Row 3's got Jared Clark, who has been making up ground most of this weekend. He gets his best starting spot we've seen yet for the number 316, I believe, in 5th. On the outside of him, Declan Black will go on the outside. Then row number 4's got Sam Tutwiler and Josie Chambers. Row 5, Emil Osman and Landon Boer to round off the top 10. Jonah Good, Shane Smith, Mason Rick, Austin Johnson, Sloan Sterling, Tyler Colshorn, Ryan Sukina, Porter Trudell, Maximilian Spliger, and more. And we're racing down to turn number 1, and it's a good start off the bat for the front row. It was nice and smooth, and it was actually a really slow punch-off that kind of spread them out as they went to turns 1 and 2. That's what's kept us clean all the way through. The whole field all good over to turn 4. Cade Yeager leading the way, Jackson Young and Brady Shad right there in tow as we have got one off the racetrack, but still going as he got shuffled off in the middle of the field. But a big line of cars. The number 7 of Ronnie Kleiss has gotten his way up to 3rd. It's Jackson Young in 2nd. So Jackson Young able to drop right in line to P2 from the outside of the front row. Brady Shad there in the 4th spot, and then on back to the likes of Jared Clark and Declan Black and company. But Cade Yeager leading, battle for 3rd. Kleiss under fire, and quickly back through is Brady Shad, the Wisconsin kid in the orange and black colors. Takes over, and there's some more fighting further back. That's the number 9 machine of Sam Tutwiler getting by. They're banging tires behind him. That'll open the gap as Landon Boer is trying to get his elbows out on that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. He'll end up surrendering one spot to get a place back in line, and it's one big train down the front stretch from 6th on back, but 6 drivers in the lead group headed to turn number 1, led by Cade Yeager.
Yeah, a good start there. I mean, we just had one kart kind of go off, but not in the first turn, and that was a good, clean start, and everybody's, not wrecked or anything, so that was good to see that in this heavy-duty class here with the amount of karts that are racing. And Cade Yeager just was able to hold on. Jackson Young right there, but like you said, the top 6, Brandon Skad, Ron Kleiss, Jared Clark, and Josie Chambers, they were running tight, and let's see if that continues. As if Landon Boer can close up and Sam Tutwiler, could they close up on that? They were running pretty tight, so let's see what happens.
Let's go through the green corner here. Still no major changes up front. Cade Yeager continues to lead. But if they go side by side, we'll be side by side as well. Down to pit lane with our man of the hour here, David Land, continuing to give us more intel straight from the drivers. Let's see who you got down there for us, Dave.
Well, you got a last lap pass in there. Give me the rundown on that, because it seems like, talking to drivers and working through this thing throughout this weekend, it seems like the general consensus is starting to move to you want to lead the entire last lap. Did you show your cards a little too early?
Ian Quinn started to block a little early, and I was going to wait for the last lap, but I got him 2 to go. And I'm a local around Newcastle, so I sort of already know to be out front and hope that you can just hold it there. I still got a couple cards in my back pocket, but we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see what I got.
We've spoken to a few local drivers over the course of the weekend, and how much of that is an advantage as a home track advantage? I mean, how many tricks and tips can you bring into this thing to take on some of these foreigners and some of these guys from out of town?
I think a lot of it is. We race out here almost every weekend, and if you're up front, a lot of the people that are up front at the club race are also up front here. So I feel like we're already racing national competition in the first place. It's just not as big, and it just sort of helps coming out here and knowing where to block and when not to block.
Another great part of your story is another big storyline of this style of racing, as we got a bit of an incident out on track, is that it's affordable and you don't need brand new equipment to be competitive here. Tell me a little bit about the chassis you're riding on.
I'm on a 2-stroke chassis that I ran at SCUSA that I wadded up a lot there, but for some reason it just works on the light car. I think it's like a 2017, maybe 18. But it's been through a lot, and it still works. It's fast.
Local guys are going to be coming to the front, Xander. It looks like there's a lot of action out on track. Catch us up on it.
Thanks, Dave. Again, that's Keegan Clark, everybody. Great run, as we mentioned. Got himself to the lead, got up front, had a great final heat race, and a lot of momentum to go into Sunday. As David mentioned, the action on track has heated up a little bit. We've flip-flopped the top two. New leader, Jackson Young, and that all-black Trackside Karting Services GFC. Leading the way out of the green corner, Yeager in second. Still in third, looking on, is Brady Shad. Coming to the halfway mark here, 4 in, 4 to go. And while we've talked about mainly the 6 of them being in this lead group, going back to Ronnie Kleiss, Sam Tutwiler and Landon Boer have been steadily tracking down the leaders. Landon went the fastest on the racetrack last time by. Is a little mistake from Jared Clark there coming out of the Monza. But those two more, the bright yellow, green, and red, or at least yellow and red Tony Kart as Sam Tutwiler's closing in, and this will bring them even closer because we're fighting again for the lead. Cade Yeager through, so is Brady Shad as Jackson Young slots back into third.
Some really, and they're closing that. It was the top 6, but it could be the top 8 going at it.
Yep.
As you said, Tutwiler starting to close in with Landon Buer behind him, and Tutwiler went purple. So he's got the speed, and he's definitely trying to close the gap and make it an 8-way run for the front. It was a 6-way run for a long time, and they're still holding pretty tight positions. Everybody driving pretty clean. But that's going to end when it comes to that next to the last lap and seeing who wants to gain a position.
And the two leaders right now, Cade Yeager and Brady Shad, have raced against each other for years and years and years since they were young kids. They know each other very well, and they know exactly what each other does. So, yeah, definitely there's no mystery between those two.
None at all, and that's why you're seeing them push as well as they have since getting into first and second. No move yet made by Brady Shad. We're coming to 3 to go this time by here in this junior heat. And Jared Clark, again, still running in the 4th spot behind Jackson Young. Down the front straightaway, 3 laps remaining. Landon Boer has swapped spots with Sam Tutwiler. He's taken over the 7th position, a couple car lengths away from Ronnie Kleiss. Another fast lap of the session for Landon Boer. He is flying. That was nearly 4/10 better than the race leader, Cade Yeager. So watch out for the red and white Kart Republic. Back in 7th to go for another spot as Jared Clark getting into it with Ronnie Kleiss. And around the outside, Landon Boer says, have fun, boys. I'll take both of those spots right there into turn number 5. They're continuing to fight. Sam Tutwiler now side by side with them back for 6th and 7th. He drops in line. Jared Clark and Ronnie Kleiss, that was kind of awkward the way it came out of turn 4 over to 5, but they end up both losing 1 spot in the process. Landon Boer into the top 5, and the drive forward continues for that young man. That's a 5-spot gain now, and still with 2.5 laps to go, and anything could happen as we've seen in this lead group. For the moment, nothing happening, though. Brady Shad doing a great job being a loyal pusher there in second.
Yeah, I believe Landon Buer's got a little way to go to catch up to that top 5. And they are running tight, but Landon Boer is there, and he made some good moves, like you said, and got up into that 6th spot. But you can see there's a little bit of a gap there, and that's, I should say, to catch up to the top 4.
Yep.
Oh,
this will make it. This is going to close that gap up real fast. Side by side for the lead. Shad versus Yeager. Brady cut Cade a big break there. He could have muscled him a whole lot harder, but he was very nice to him in turn 1. Let him get back in line, hold the lead.
Yep.
No change. Yeager leads us here. We now have 2 laps to go as they crest the hill, but he's got another run. This time, I don't think Cade can do anything about it. To the inside and to the lead for Brady Shad.
Wow, what a move by Brady Shad to take that lead. And it is coming down to the end, and this is when we're going to see a lot. Look, there's another challenge going on there, and it looks like I thought 64 of Cade Yeager was going to come back.
But he got crossed over, and so back to the lead for Brady.
Right, Brady takes it back.
Landon Boer got the worst of it, though. All that forward progress just got halted as he got held up out of the cell tower. He loses about 3 spots. It's Ronnie Kleiss back into the 5th position. Jared Clark into 4th. Look to the outside. Ooh. That is the Intrepid machine in the middle of there. That's Josie Chambers trying to go high, then low. He's got another run on Cade. Can't do it. Up and over the rear bumper for a second. We've seen that a few times. And Cade Yeager gets to the inside, as I don't know if he had a little bit of kind of elbow grease pushing wide, but they are doubled up like a start of a race coming down the front straightaway. It's a full-on pack coming down to the white flag all the way on the inside. It's Cade Yeager trying to hang on, and Brady Shad is going to barely just keep that thing on the racetrack with Jared Clark behind him.
Wow, what a race right there at the white flag, and it's not over yet. Yeager trying to hold on, and right now he's in a pretty good position, but he's got Chambers and Shad.
they're getting antsy back there, and they're definitely going to be something going on. Oh, look at the line you got here. It's no longer just 5 carts, and they're still dicing for position. Let's see if Yeager can hold on.
Oh, what a dive from Jared Clark.
Jerry Clark.
Wow! Right into the inside of Ronnie Kleiss. Kind of used him up a little bit. Jared Clark now 3 wide on the outside. He's in a bad spot. Look at Landon Boer on the bottom. He'll get through everyone, and Clark goes off.
Oh,
Clark off the hill.
Clark made a heavy move there. He saw a hole. He tried to get it, but then it cost him in the end.
And Josie Chambers there in the blue and yellow.
Yep.
He's been all the way just silent, under the radar all race long. Josie Chambers is on the bumper, on the cusp of Cade Yeager. Boer now gets shuffled to the wayside. Jackson Young gets back forward, but this is going to be a massive run to the line here.
Massive run to the
what
line.
a
Brady
crazy
Shadd back
battle.
in the fight.
Yeah, Brady Shadd's back in it in third. Down the front stretch, final time to the checker.
Look at this. Look at this. They're going.
What a fan out. It is Yeager who hangs on over Josie Chambers, who ends it with a net gain of 6, moves up to second. So that wraps up for them. Then it is Brady Shadd in third, Jackson Young, Landon Boer, Sam Tutwiler. 11 spots gained for Porter Trudell. What a drive forward. Ronnie Kleiss ends up in 8th. Mason Rick up forward to 9th, and Jared Clark recovers to 10th there, but that was a little bit wild to end it off.
Awesome.
Man, what a race.
So we are going to, instead of commercial break here, Dave Mack has a special guest here for us that will be coming and joining into the broadcast booth. Cup Karts North America always keeps things fun, light, and family-friendly and makes these events such an enjoyable experience to come down to. Dave, why don't you talk to us about what we got going on here on this Saturday evening?
Okay, we're fortunate enough to have Jeff Hill from Jeff Hill Trailer Sales, or Jeff Trailer Sales Hill. I always go by, there it is. I always go by your Facebook page. It used to be DJ Jeff. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So Jeff Trailer Sales Hill. Jeff, what are you doing tonight? First of all, you used to race with us for many years. Now you're racing midget cars. But what do you have specially planned here tonight?
We do. We raced a lot of years with Cup Karts North America and just had an absolute blast with this series. It's pretty hard being here and not racing today.
I'm
not going to lie. You see all your friends out there having fun, and wish we were here. But tonight we're with Bradford Auto Care. We're putting on the chili cook-off, which is, when I started racing karts, the amazing amount of family you create from racing from all over the United States is just absolutely amazing. And we love being here, and we love family, and we love our karting family. So we came back this year after we left for midgets, and just came here tonight to do the chili cook-off again. I think this is our 6th year of doing this, so we're excited.
This is going to be so much fun, and I've usually been so busy I have not been able to attend it in the past. Tonight I'm going to make sure and attend it. And it's not only chili, it's also a crock-pot cook-off, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, not everybody in Cup Karts loves chili, so we turned it into a crock-pot cook-off, but it's still a lot of fun, a lot of family, and that's what it's all about when it comes to racing.
Awesome. And just so you know, Jeff, everybody's talking about it. Everybody's looking forward to it tonight. You're going to be overwhelmed by the amount of people here.
It's insane. I thought it'd be the MGM chassis talk and the Coyote chassis talk and all these other but everybody's talking about the chili cook-off, right? Yeah.
Yes, they are. Yeah. Absolutely. It's the thing this year. So
the crock pots are good, and John DeMaster, they run MGM.
Sneaky John.
With his, Tanner and Emily's dad, he's always putting something special in his chili, and so a little Jolly Good, right?
No,
Who
okay,
doesn't love
sure.
Jolly Good? So
yeah, I tried to mooch a Jolly Good off of him. They only had warm ones. So does he owe me one? I think he owes me one.
I think he does.
Good.
He owes you a cold
I
one for
agree
sure.
with you. Okay. Very nice. Thank you, Jeff. And
Thanks
everybody,
for having us.
Everybody, please come out and enjoy the chili and crockpot cook-off, sponsored by Jamie Bradford and Jeff Hill.
Yeah.
This is Jeff Hill.
Yeah.
And
Jamie's downstairs racing still, so I wish I was where he was, but...
and Jeff has been busy racing midgets and doing well?
Yeah, we are. We are absolutely amazing. What we learned through Cup Karts is transferred well over to the midgets, and we're loving it. And we've actually got our midget here tonight, so we're going to bring it out and set it on the front stretch.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that.
All right.
Thanks so much, Jeff. Really
Thank you,
appreciate
guys.
it. Okay.
Are you a racing enthusiast? Drive Your Line is the Mid-South's only full-service kart shop. We make dreams a reality for those 5 years old and up. All racers start in karting, and we're the purveyors of fun for the whole family. Karting the Coast is presented by Drive Your Line Kart Shop and is the premier race series on the Gulf Coast and brings racing to Biloxi at Finish Line Performance Karting and at the world-renowned NOLA Motorsports Park. Call us at 601-667-0770 or find us at driveyourline.com. Also on Facebook or Instagram.
Welcome back here to Castle Motorsports Park. Juniors B and D getting set to go. We got problems for one that is slow. It looks like to be maybe the 411 off on the side. That motor will not refire. The officials here from CKNA standing over trying to see what we can do, but we maybe end up going green with one less car in the pack because that driver's on the edge on the end of the cool-down lap on that long straightaway towards I-70. The leaders are coming down to the line. Isaac Malcuit is getting set to lead us to green, but no, we'll go yellow this time as Jason Burgess shows to the drivers to try and at least give a little bit of an opportunity to either clear the racetrack or let that driver get fired back up and join the field on the circuit. So your starting lineup again, Isaac Malkiet on the inside. Christopher Wakefield's had a spectacular weekend, the only SOTY kart out of 500 entries, and it is at the pointy end of this junior grid. He said he's been excited to be a part of this project. SOTY Kart and the entire Germanovich family that manages the SOTY Kart factory brand have made a huge impact here and a huge splash in the United States since debuting back in March. Teaming up with PK Sport North America and SLA Kart Racing. They've had a number of cadets. They've had a number of, they just got a race win with in a pro division with Harley Keeble. First time SOTY had won a major headline class in about maybe 7 years, dating back to the Dallas Karting Complex team. And they're also wanting to break in to 206 racing as well and get a go-kart that's for every single engine package available to race. And Christopher Wakefield, a little bit of R&D this weekend. He said he's been having fun chatting with Terry Germanovich, who is watching along back home, along with the rest of the group, and I think we'll see a lot more of those black and orange machines here as the CKNA Grands comes back around in 2024. Down the front stretch, though, beyond him and your second row, it's Jordan DeLeo and Jordan Klein, or Jordan all row number 2. Nathan Dupuis will start on the inside of row 3 alongside Christopher Utzi. As we get set to go green here, Dave Mack, let's take them down the front straightaway.
Isaac Malcuit on the pole. Let's see if Isaac cuts clear across the track and cuts off the outside row one.
Yellow.
Oh, we are not. No start. And I think somebody was out of the tram lines. I'm not sure who all was infracting
it was an early start for the jump on the inside there. Isaac had got a big jump on Christopher, and that was a smart, kind of risky decision by Christopher. When the pole guy's jumping you that early and you're in second, you kind of almost draw the penalty card, if you will, from like soccer, where you wait even longer to punch off to make it look to the flagman, Jason Burgess, like, hey, this is not a fair start. Let's make sure that we get another shot at it. And the same if you're the pole guy and the outside guy is trying to jump you. So Isaac is going to bring us around nice and slow. The good part about that, while it'll take a minute before we get him back around to the front stretch to go green, is we have more time to run through the rest of your starting lineup. Of course, beyond Jordan Klein and Jordan DeLeo, you have the likes of Jack Groot and Christopher Utzi, Truett Sweeney, Garrett and Dexler, Lucas Theck, all the way through the top 10. Prevail Perkins and Jackson Wolney roll off there further back on row number 6. You go back down the rest of the grid. It's Sebastian Day on the inside, Peyton Fayen on the outside, Max Francescelli and Michael Robbins in row number 8, Cooper Perez and Nicholas Capolongo, Gavin Crutcher and Reagan Kerr, Thomas Anthony, George Ma, Alex Miller, Elijah Firesign, Gage Shipley, Adriano Iannuzzi, Logan Hickman, Paulie Hart Jr., Ryder Brown, Massimo Sunseri, the top 30. Caleb Tarter, a driver trying to make his way forward, and this is the guys at the back that are looking for a lot of points to make up, like Dylan Davidson, Raider Santos, Derek Wargo, Benjamin Safar, Robert Arana, Jack Bloomer, and Hunter Patterson will make up all 38 coming to green here. We've got them all. They're lined up better this time, and this time, again, it is a good jump for Isaac Malkit. He's able to bring all 3 Beryl Art machines through with him. Jordan DeLeo gets into second, and following through to third, I think it might have been Nathan Dupuis, but we'll confirm in a second as the Canadians second and third indeed. Christopher Wakefield fourth, and then right behind, I believe one of the Coyote drivers is there in fifth. That might be the like of Jordan Klein, but we're all good. Over to the horseshoe, single file, and the Midwest's own little sizzle, Isaac Malkit, leads the way out of the cell tower hairpin here, Tony.
Great start again. No major problems on that start. And just want to shout out to Jordan Klein. She has been doing excellent this weekend, really coming around, learning a lot about racing and here at the Grand National. And I believe she did get that 5th spot. But a great start by Mal Hewitt. He did a good job and was able to hold that lead. So we'll see what happens because, this is all going to change as we get going. And unless you could pull away, it's going to be, a little bit crazy towards the end.
Well, as they round the final corner, come down the front stretch, we'll put 2 laps up on the board here in Junior, Heat B and D, and a huge line all trailing the number 75 of Isaac Malkit. 2 complete. 6 to go. Jordan DeLeo, Nathan Dupuis, Christopher Wakefield, Jordan Klein, end of the group. But now Jordan's kind of faded back a little bit and is under a lot of pressure from Jack Grote and Truett Sweeney. 5th, 6th, 7th on back because the top 4 there's not a single bit of daylight from 1st to 4th. They're all lined up nice and tight over through turn 6 and 7 here.
So the top 3 are on the same cart?
Yep, same cart. So it's a little bit different colors. You have red and white Beryl Arts 1st and 3rd, and then a Robert Kubica livery. It's just a spin-off chassis line that a lot of the major manufacturers do. Beryl Art makes about 4 or 5, if I'm not mistaken, different chassis lines. All the same tubes, just painted in different colors and a little different sticker kit.
Like the OTK stuff.
Very similar. Very, very similar. So Robert Kubica obviously an ode to the former Formula One driver as Christopher Wakefield takes over 3rd, splits up that Beryl Art 1, 2, 3. Now it's a 1, 2, 4. And Wakefield, the lone Sodi cart, moves his way to 3rd. And again, Jordan Klein closing back up, thankfully, to a bit of battling just in front of Klein, making it 5, back up in the lead pack. Then it looks like we got a Margay in the number 41, a Jack Grote there in 6th as they head down to turn number 1.
Yeah, some good racing going on here. And Isaac Malkit holding the lead and doing a good job of it. But we did see some changes in position there in 3rd. But right now, I think they're kind of settling in. Top 5 have pulled away a little bit from your 6th place driver, Jack Grote.
2 together over here. And looks like one driver kind of got driven over, so they were holding their hands. Hopefully we are okay and we can stay green. But 2 collected. Like you said, the 219 was one of them off the side of the racetrack. Hunter Patterson and potentially Raider Santos or Reagan. I think actually Reagan Kerr was the driver that had the best up NASA panel. So back to the lead, though. Isaac Malkit still has yet to see a challenge from Jordan DeLeo. Jordan has been happy to ride behind here and just push the leader as far away from the rest of the field as they can try to get. But Christopher Wakefield just staying in tough right on his bumper as well. No mistakes out of the kid in 3rd. And for 4th and 5th, still close, Nathan Dupuis and Jordan Klein. So nothing really moving and shaking in this heat, unlike what we saw in the last one. This one is a much more tame junior group so far. But we're only halfway in.
Through.
Yeah, 4 laps complete, 4 laps to go for Isaac Malkit. He's led them all.
Yeah, he's doing a great job here. But, again, this all comes down to those last 2 laps usually, and that's when we'll see the push that everybody's getting anxious and want to get a better position, trying to make sure they get a good position for that feature race, which will be tomorrow. This is the last of the heat races for this class anyway for today, and we'll see what happens. But Mal Hewitt doing a good job. Jordan DeLeo, Christopher Wakefield, Nathan Duke. Oh, we got something.
Yeah, that was a 707 Magic making some hay here at the end of kind of this second group.
Yep.
Yeah, that was Prevail Perkins making a move on Garrett and Dexler and Jackson Wolney. And Prevail able to get by on the Magic Kart, one of the only Magic Karts here in the paddock, as well as we're side by side behind them. That's one of the MGMs getting run a little bit wide there in the 195 on the outside of Jackson Wolney. The 195, that would be Truett Sweeney was running 7th, shuffled back behind Jackson Wolney all the way to the end of the top 10. So a little further back as Lucas Steck now pulls up to the rear bumper of him. And we've got 3 different packs here. The top 3 coming across the line. 3 laps to go, down 2 to go signal given. It might be 1 lap ahead than where timing shows.
Yeah.
But I believe we've got the 2 to go signal given down on the front straightaway, Dave Mack, yeah?
Yep. His flags are off.
Yeah, either way. Hard to believe Jason Burgess will be wrong. He's a pretty all right flagman. He's not too bad.
He's got that locked down.
Although
he's only been doing it for a little while.
I am
going to
pick on him, though. A couple days ago when he was out there flagging, the first day he got here, he did drop a flag. I've never seen him do that before. He dropped a flag.
Man, maybe it's just an off weekend here for Jason Burgess, an off year. He's thrown off by these 500 entries. No, I'm kidding. Jason Burgess is a heck of a flagman, and he's getting that white flag ready, so it does look like we are probably on 2 to go. And again, just like we talked about, we've been kind of waiting to see when Jordan DeLeo would want to go. You think he'd want to go at this point, or at least before we get to that long run down the front stretch. Christopher Wakefield's closing in on him and Isaac Malkitt as well. Got a great run out of the infield hairpin. It'll probably just come down to these 3, but it's whenever Jordan DeLeo or Christopher Wakefield decides it's go time. As we come on to the front straightaway, here we go. 1 lap remaining. Isaac Malkitt's led all 7. He needs to lead the most important one. And this next lap around as they go down to turn 1, nobody close enough for any big moves just yet here, Dave Mack.
Yeah, this is how they start, though. This is it now. They're definitely staying in 3. And for the people at home that are watching this, you might think this looks easy, but these people are showing some great driving ability to drive that close and not get into trouble. Now, you see Wakefield, he's looking. He's going to try to come on the inside there, but he backs off. He didn't take anybody out. He's going to try to stay in that. He's got to stay in that lead draft, but there still should be Isaac Malkitt is going to have some problems, I think, at the end. We'll see what happens. But DeLeo just playing it up, trying to see where he might be able to get a move on him. And as we were saying, it looks like they have to make that move before they get to the main straightaway, except we did see somebody do it today, get to that last turn right before the main straightaway. And there goes DeLeo.
P1.
Yep.
Yeah, Jordan DeLeo gets through on Isaac Malkitt. Now he's going to start to block just a little bit into the Monza. Malkitt looking low, gets into the side of him. Here comes Christopher Wakefield. Almost there, still trying to be there. Oh, he's in the dirt. And now Jordan DeLeo, elbows out, fending off charges left and right as they drag race behind him. It's Jordan DeLeo who wins the final heat race in junior over Wakefield second, Malkitt third. Of course, black and checkers for an unofficial run. Don't know if it was for something there or maybe elsewhere in the race. Of course, a big field. And through the rest of your top 10, Nathan Dupuis, Lucas Theck, Prevail Perkins, Jackson Wolney, Jack Grote, Jordan Klein, and Truett Sweeney, the top 10. And a few other big moves as we look further back. How about Derek Wargo in the DYL Kart Sport Comp Kart? 19 positions gained from way back to get up to 15th here by the end of it. Christopher Yutzi in 14th, Cooper Perez 13th, Garrett and Dexler, Sebastian Day in between him, all the way up to 11th. Gavin Crutcher, Gage Shipley, Max Francescelli, Nicholas Capolongo, and Ryder Brown picking up 9. Massimo Sinceri picks up 9. So a few other big moves, but a great charge for Derek Wargo. And he was right in the middle of a swarm when he came across the line. Had 2 more laps gone by, he might have gotten probably 20-something total positions gained because he was right on the tail of another big group.
I don't remember, but I'm thinking that might be the biggest gain of the weekend so far. Do you remember any more? I can't think of any more.
It's got to be up there. I don't know if anyone's picked up 20 spots. So Derek Wargo might have just had the biggest hard charge so far. And that's so impressive to do, again, in general, but to do it in 8 laps. That is super, super impressive.
Where was Derek Largo from, you know?
Metairie, Louisiana.
Yep, from Louisiana.
New Orleans.
One of our Louisiana drivers that's made the trek all the way up here to Newcastle, Indiana, to come and race with us. We've got now from some of the young superstars on the CKNA Grand Nationals fold to the Masters here as they get set to go green. And this class, we have, of course, seen a lot of wisdom level driving out of the likes of Eric Fagan, who has been so fast in both the heavy division for Briggs Senior and in Briggs Masters. And in heat number 2, we got the win there over Mark Steele and Jeff Shaw. Michael Dittmer ended 4th. Ben Cruttenden ended in 5th. Ben, of course, put it on the pole in qualifying and kind of just been fighting to stay alive, it feels like, in the heat races. Starting on the pole, it's so tough to keep guys back behind you. A lot of forward momentum versus backwards momentum that comes down to, right? If you're starting 5th or 7th, you're constantly moving forward. Everybody around you thinks you're fast as you're passing guys. When you're on the pole, it's super tricky because, you are fast. You qualified on pole. But the moment that you slip backwards and you get past and the next guy gets to you, he thinks, oh, someone just passed this driver. They're slow. I need to pass them. And it keeps on snowballing. So speaking of drivers with experience as well, while the Masters are on grid, after them is the 2 senior medium heats that'll close out our day. One driver that's been a big factor in senior medium is VLR's own David Vasquez. He's down with David Land on pit lane. Daves? Sorry about that. We might have just had Dave with a little mic hiccup. Make sure your mic's on down there, David. He's been so good all day, though. Only reason I'm picking on him. He has been phenomenal down there. I know him and David Vasquez will be chatting here in a moment. We might just have to wait and see if this Masters race goes green on the first time by, but we'll let you know when we get down to it. You do want to hear from California's own David Vasquez, who has been a contender at many CKNA Grand Nats now here years over. One driver just lost a rear tire. That is not a good way to start your Masters outlap. I don't know who we just lost. I see one cart off the racetrack over in the horseshoe. That was a long roll for that tire from where that driver ended up. It looked like it rolled off in the middle of the double right-hander, and the driver is standing by, so we're down 1. Who's our driver we've lost? Oh, we'll get that info here in a moment of who's the driver. It was the driver of the number 480 machine, one of the Burrell Arts. That was Rich Foligno, who was slated to start 10th. So that's a big hit.
Yeah, he had a good starting position, 10th place. And that is, again, we're saying that a little bit of bad luck or mechanical problem. And in that case, I mean, unless the bolt sheared or something, maybe somebody forgot to tighten up that tire. The only reason why it could have been off is they were swapping from one side to the other. They can't change tires.
There was
no reason for somebody to be messing with unless they were maybe bringing the axle, bringing the wider, making it a lot narrower, but there was no reason for the wheel to be off.
So as they come onto the front straight away now, Eric Fagan on that Ironman.
Yellow.
Yellow out here. We're going to wait before we go green because we've got another driver slow over by the grid corner.
Yep.
And I think that might be because we might have had someone on the clock down on the grid. We don't have a great shot at the starting grid here today.
The 90-second rule.
Yeah, the 90-second rule, where as long as your cart, 4 wheels on the ground, you're ready to go, and you end up not being able to fire up, and the leaders get released. As soon as the grid clears, the 90-second clock starts for you to try and figure out a way to get your motor turned on and get off the grid. If you can get going before the 90-second timer hits 0, you're able to join the race back in your original starting spot. If not, the grid closes completely, and you have to sit on the sideline. So good deal for that one for the driver that was able to get back onto the racetrack, and we're at least back up 1. We're down 2 between him and the driver that had the tire fall off. Now we're back up to only a loss of 1 car off the racetrack right now.
And that was Chris Workey in 25th.
55. Chris Worley.
Yeah. Oh,
in
Worley.
25th place, yeah.
Yeah, in 25th place. So he's back.
Well, good to see Chris Worley. He'll try to get his way up to 25th. You saw on your screen as well, Rob Howden's coming from the rear of the field here in this Masters one. He sat out a couple heats to focus on Legends, but I see him on the racetrack on that PPK BJR Coyote, so keep your eye on the man there in the blue helmet and the white and black suit, rolling tail end Charlie. Long way to go forward here, Rob. Let's see how good your passing skills are. We know he's been in the gym getting active. We know he's been driving a good bit recently, trying to get in shape for events like this. And, of course, the road to get back to Super Nationals 26 in Las Vegas. That's the big run for him at the end of the year, the biggest race in the world. This one is coming real close on entries to almost beating it. And this weekend, out of 500, a bunch of Masters are ready to go over 40 deep, and we're green down to turn 1. Eric Fagan leads Mark Steele. Steele on the outside, trying to get the momentum to turn 2. Mark Steele to the lead there on the red and white Beryl Art machine.
Yeah, Steele got the good line there and was able, and Fagan did not get involved there, so he was able to hold on to second. We got somebody out there, and that's a pretty top driver there.
Yeah. That looked like the 484 of Kevin May, who started 7th, dirt tracking up the hill.
Yep, but he got back on, so he's not dead yet. He could still keep coming back.
Amazing job of not spinning that out when he hit that grass. Keep it going
he
forward.
did a good job recovering. You just had to watch when he got back on the track that he didn't take out a few people. But
we've had a couple close calls on that hill with our cameraman, especially yesterday. Man, oh man, was it wild. Matt Del Sol had one heck of a ride up the berm. But as we go down to the infield, it's the Beryl Art, Mark Steele, the orange. Oh, a little bit of contact. That's Bill McLaughlin, I think, trying to. No, that's Ben Cruttenden. Your pole sitter getting together with the 14 car. That was J.D. Gunn. So Ben Cruttenden in the 19, and then the 14 of J.D. Gunn battling and hooking tires coming out of the infield hairpin.
Wow. Your leader continues to be Steele with Fagan in second. Dittmer's in third. In fourth is Todd Barron. So Barron has closed up, and he's in contention in that fourth slot. In fifth is Jeff Shaw. And Chris Giamara, we talked about driver fitness. He has a driver fitness center that he offers to drivers if they want to do some physical fitness, but it's in California, so not too many people from around here. But Chris Giamara has his own fitness center and does driver
and he does online plans as well. So you go to Chris Giamara for a remote plan as well. You can do online coaching, meal plans, everything. He's helped a lot of the paddock really get in shape, which is cool because that kind of helps out from all the chili we're going to eat here tonight. But nonetheless, one other thing cool, again, are the guys in the top 5 for Todd Barron, although he did get shuffled back to 5th by Jeff Shaw. Todd Barron is one of the drivers in Masters, like Rob Howden, also running Legends and dropping down to the age group that is at a 20-year difference for the minimum age, and to go head-to-head with, in Todd's mind, probably some young kids that he saw at the racetrack while he was running senior or Masters even. They were getting their start in the sport of karting. But everyone's got experience. How about this guy? David Cole, there from ekartingnews.com, is at the end of this lead pack there in the CRG LSR Motorsports number 4, and he is into the top 10. He has clawed his way up the grid. It is one of the best races so far he has had in the last couple of years, and I like to give David a lot of heck, but I can't say much about this one. Got to give him some kudos and a tip of the hat from the announcer's booth. David Cole, one of the hardest working guys you'll find around the racetrack, has got himself closer to that top group here as he runs in P8.
Well, definitely David trying to secure a position in that feature race, and he's definitely doing a good job of it. Masters luckily only has the one group, so you're going to be in the feature, but you got to get up there to get a good position, and Cole doing that right now. So interesting, and what Howden's in the back. I don't know how far he's made it up, but
let's see here. Just looking off the timing monitor, how high has Rob Howden made it up? It's up 12 so far. He's already to 34th and digging for more.
Right.
So Rob Howden, 2 laps in, picked up a number of spots. Here's a look back to the rest of the group as they come through the infield. A few more passes further back because nothing's going on up front. Eric Fagan in the typical, almost trademarked as you've given it here this weekend, Tony, Fagan strategy. Get into second, push the leader, wait till the last lap to try and make a move on him. That's exactly what is going down as we got a spinner in the infield coming out of the corner, facing backwards. The leaders facing forwards, and another lap in the books. 3 laps complete. Mark Steele continues to show the way with Fagan right there, Michael Dittmer, and Jeff Shaw. Shaw going purple that time by on the VLR. He was fast. And back to 5th and 6th, Todd Barron, Chris Giamara, Jamie Bradford as well in the middle between them and David Cole. And we heard from Jamie, of course, helping sponsor tonight's chili cookout as well, and the cookout on the front straightaway that we invite everyone here in the paddock to come and hang out. It's been a weekend of festivities tonight. We, of course, had our divisional championships Thursday night, Friday night. Tonight, it's a party festival for all 500 drivers here on the front straightaway, which will be a lot of fun. Dave Mack.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be a pretty good time tonight. We're looking forward to it.
How about it here now, though, for 3rd and 4th working together? It's almost like 2-car tandem NASCAR racing from what we saw a few years ago, Tony. Just 2 pairs closing in, although Dittmer and Shaw, they were faster last time. Looks like they're gaining. They're faster probably again this time, as they're only a car length back from Eric Fagan.
Yeah, Fagan, though, doing his traditional, that's Fagan style, staying right with Mark Steele. Mark Steele admitted in an interview he works well with Fagan, but I guess Fagan says, you work well with me as long as I can win, So we'll see. We'll see what happens at the end. But they're getting halfway time.
No! Michael Dittmer, a round out of third.
Oh.
He dropped the right side tires off to the edge of the grass going into turn number 1, and it spun him around, and he is trying to find a safe gap to get back on the racetrack. Michael Dittmer had such a good
break.
run going.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Dittmer, one of your top racers. I'm surprised he did that, dropped the tire off the track, which cost him. But he was lucky he was able to recover and get back on. So trying to just get some points so he can stay in contention someplace in the starting grid of the feature that'll happen tomorrow. So going back to the front, it's still Mark Steele with Eric Fagan. But without Dittmer there, I don't know. Let's see if Shaw could close the gap. I'm not see if he can do it. That allows Fagan to get a little more comfortable there where he is and try to make a move on Mark Steele, which could happen. Like I said, it's going to happen on the white flag lap or on maybe even the checkered flag lap. We'll wait and see.
Shaw looks like he's rapidly catching him, though. I think Shaw's going to be right up behind him here.
Well, he was, but, I mean, he lost his dancing partner right there in Michael Dittmer, so it's going to be tough. The bigger the gap Eric Fagan can build now, the earlier he can start to make a bid for the lead and be safer at worst finishing second. There's Chris Giamara and Todd Barron. Yeah, they're having a heck of a run. Jamie Bradford there because they've faded off the back of the leaders, and it's these four together. Chris Giamara in the Chris G Coaching BJR LN Kart. Then Jamie Bradford and David Cole are right behind Todd Barron, trying to close up to them as well. Both of them running some pretty respectable lap times, just on the cusp of getting into the top 5 for the pair as we exit the cell tower hairpin. So here's a look at them. No major battles up in the front. In fact, really all the way through the field. This Masters field's gotten pretty tame by the end of this race. We've spread the leaders out, but looking around, there's a couple decent trains, but not a lot of crazy side-by-side 3-wide action that we've seen in the younger classes. Although there's a mistake. Jamie Bradford drops a tire off the edge of the racetrack there in the green corner. He's going to get a little bit sideways with the grass and dirt still on the tires, but David Cole is now up into the 6th position.
So Cole moving up into 6th position. A good move there as Bradford made a little bit of a mistake, and Cole was right there and took advantage of it. So he gets up there. As we said, Giamara moving up into the 4th spot. But let's keep an eye now on the leader. Mark Steele has led this race right from the beginning, but he's also had Fagan right on his back bumper throughout the whole race. And now they got a pretty good cushion between them and 3rd place, Jeff Shaw. So, definitely Fagan's going to make a move at the end, and hopefully he doesn't get too crazy with it, and both of them survive, but not right now. We can't say who's going to win it. I would give it to Fagan, that Fagan's going to win this one, but Steele might be able to hold him off. And Shaw got a real good, comfortable 3rd place. Giamara in 4th doesn't seem to be closing the gap on him yet, and I don't think there's going to be enough time for a battle for 3rd. So 3rd place is pretty comfortable. 1st and 2nd are pretty comfortable. It's just a matter of who's going to take it. I'm going to give it to Fagan because of past the way he drives and his style of driving, but you never know. Steele might have something up his sleeve that he knows what Fagan could do. So he's going to take a tight line. He's going to try to throw him off of his game and try to stay in the lead. I believe white flag, is this it?
Yep.
White flag coming out. So
if you're going with Fagan, I'll go with Steele.
How about that? You guys split them up here. Jeff Shaw.
You can have Shaw.
I'll take Shaw. Maybe we have a little bit of controversy at the end of it all, right?
You're right.
I mean, a little wild.
Shaw's in a good position. He's got nobody challenging him, and if these two guys get tied up, Shaw could be the winner. But right now, I mean, Mark Steele's a good driver. I don't think he's going to make a mistake, but you never know what could happen. I mean, if Fagan gets a little antsy, you might pick the wrong time to pass him and tie it up. It could be a problem. So far, Fagan not making a move. But we see it that it will be right towards the end and not maybe on that last turn leading down the main straight. It has to be a little before that. Now, is that Giamara closing in on Shaw?
A little bit, but not by a lot. It's a big gap there, about 2 seconds, so Shaw will be safe. Let's see. This corner has been a pretty good one to pass into.
There he goes.
He covered it off, so there it goes high.
Not gonna work.
Now low, nothing there.
No, nothing there.
Maybe something into the Monza here because he's already tried the front stretch. I don't know if he'll do anything. Nope, he stays in line. He's going to try and line him up for maybe one last run to the line. Otherwise, again, Eric Fagan still 2nd place in a grid this big is a great amount of points.
Nope,
and
he's not going to do it.
No, he's going to have to settle for it. Mark Steele.
Mark Steele.
So he was right. Mark Steele got it.
And
Jeff Shaw third?
Yeah, Shaw got a really comfortable third place. Giamara, a good run by him, making up 4 positions, getting up into the 4th spot. Todd Barron holding out in the top 5. And David Cole doing a good job here, finishing up in 6th. Jamie Bradford in 7th. Ben Cruttenden in 8th. And Amber Flint in the 9th position. And Sean O'Shea making up the top 10. J.D. Gunn just missing the top 10, of course, out of Target Distributing and CRG
Hey, we
Racing.
talked about big movers.
Yeah.
How about Ryan Cassidy?
Oh,
There
wow.
is our big number on the
Yep.
day. 30 spots.
There it is.
For
Yep.
Ryan Cassidy. We saw how fast he's been in Legends, and I don't know if he parked the Masters car or what happened that had him
yes.
so far back.
Something must have happened in Masters that he started that we didn't even see him in the front, up in the front. But you could see how many positions he made up. That has to be the big one, Dave. I mean,
It's certainly the biggest I've seen.
And a big run for Bill McLaughlin Jr. as well. He's up 22. I thought for a minute Rob Howden might have got that number as he was carving up the grid. He ends up 21 gained.
Wow,
to 25th there for Rob from the back of the grid. Stephen McAvoy picks up 16. Wow. Michael Dittmer able to recover back to 20th. Not bad, but not the greatest, but a whole lot better than maybe ending up down in 44th or 43rd with a number of DNFs that happened. Like, unfortunately, we said we weren't going to talk about it. It was a bad weekend, but Chris Carroll, a DNF in that one on the final lap, drops down from the mid-teens to 44th. He's the only driver from this one, I don't believe, that made it to the end of the race for him. So Chris Carroll, unfortunately, ends out there. Chuck Maitland was out early on lap 1 as well. But Mark Steele, perfect race. Nice and smooth going. Got the lead off the start. Eric Fagan pushed him all the way, and he was able to cover off the couple of chances Eric might have gone on him. And again, for Eric Fagan, knowing the amount of points he had coming in, he might have also done the math in his head that he can let Mark Steele win this one and still end up on pole.
And again, like we were saying, trying to play it safe, that might have been the smarter idea. We've seen already people trying to give back a violation and play it safe, so at least they can retain a position. So, I think the seasoned drivers, they kind of back off and know that. And Fagan, if he could have got him in one of those turns, he would have taken it, but he wasn't going to go crazy and do something crazy that would knock both of them out. So he just played it cool and said, like you said, he had enough points, and he knows he's got a pretty good starting position going into the features tomorrow.
So the senior medium class coming out next, A and C group, Alpha and Charlie. On the pole, Hudson Brown and Jordan Pryor. Then we have Ryan Gensheimer and Christopher McKeithen, Eli Warren and James Overbeck, David Barnes and Alex Murphy. Have you ever heard any of these names? Gary Larson? Gary Larson?
Gary
Lawson, rather.
Yeah,
and
Lawson.
Adam Maxwell. And Adam Maxwell is the namesake of AMAX Racing.
Yep.
Adam Maxwell.
Okay.
Owen Lloyd, Keegan Clark.
Owen Lloyd.
Mikey Bolin and Cade Godby here. Jerry Fandry, Wicked Nick Sobiek, Josh Conley, Andrew Hitchcock, Chloe Drummond and Brooks Anderline, Carson Smith and Jaden Krause, PJ McDonough and PJ Lida, Trey Armsen and Will Lawler, Brendan Hanville and Braden Johnson, Jesse Clossy, William Wallace, Ben Lida and Aiden Shimbashi, William Lalonde and Tyler Dolick, Max Trammell and Macon Moore, Jordan Johnson and Braden Heber, Johnson Rothman and Matt Del Sol, Stephen Masterson, Dylan Johnson, and Matthew Frost. So one more time, the top 6. We got Hudson Brown, Jordan Pryor, Ryan Gensheimer, Christopher McKeithen, Eli Warren, and James Overbeck.
Wow, this is going to be some race here. But, wow, this is – we'll see what happens.
Yeah, let's see as they begin to form up and over the hill here for AC for senior medium. And again, Hudson Brown, really, really good points haul. He's one driver again in contention to maybe get that pole here in the main event. You can see with the final 2 classes or final 2 sessions of the day that no one's gone home yet. No one's gone to the hotel. The hill is lined. There are people with tents just to watch the racing because this is going to be spectacular today, and it's going to be a spectacular send-off tomorrow afternoon for the best 58 senior medium drivers in the country to go green. We're not going to go green this time, though. Yellow out for it, and I don't know what for. The field looked decently together, but at the same time, we may also have one driver on the grid on the 90-second clock, so that could be the reason for the false start here on attempt 1 for Hudson Brown and Jordan Pryor. And again, in this group, we're going to keep our eye on Brandon Jarsakrak because he's got a long way to charge up the grid here for this one after he went out with that mechanical issue in the second heat here earlier this morning. He's got a little bit of work to do, I believe, to get going.
I believe he might have had a flat tire. I wasn't sure. I thought I heard something to that effect. That's what took him out.
So, Tony, what do you recommend for the grandson on the pole there? What do you recommend? Come right across on the right and block the whole
I mean,
track?
do what everybody else has been doing. But, but some of them been just taking it clean and trying to go head-to-head and see who comes out in front. So we'll see what happens.
Just make sure you don't get jumped.
Yeah.
That's the main thing.
Well, but really, he sets the pace, and the outside pole should be with him or right just a little bit behind him. But he sets the pace, and here we go. We'll see how Hudson does. And, your outside pole, Jordan Pryor, then you got Gersheimer and McKeithen, Eli Warren. You're talking about top drivers right here. Wow. It's a tough one. And
Jason says yellow,
he doesn't like it.
He
doesn't like it. No start. I'm not sure why, but it did look like maybe the inside row was a little too far out there, but maybe that's why he's turning them back. Who are you looking for? Jarsakrat, right?
I was trying to find him because I looked. I could have sworn he would have been this group, but I don't know if he may have scratched this class after the issue that took him out. I don't see him on the list.
You're right.
To go green. So it was cool to see the throwback Coyote machine, but the
here.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah, all the way at the tail end in B and D. So he's in the other half of the group with the way that it shook out for this last heat race.
Right.
He'll start tail end Charlie in B and D back in the mid-40s. So that'll be the one to watch. Not in this one, though.
Yep.
Hudson Brown will lead this group to green as the round robin split up the heats. Of course, that's why Jarsakrak would be in the other half. He was only got to race against Hudson once. He would race against everyone in his group 3 times. So he'll be in the next group. It's Hudson Brown again on the pole over Jordan Pryor. Let's try this again, boys and girls. We got a lot of them wrangled together, and I don't know what was wrong, but I see Jason Burgess. He's amped and ready with the green flag on the top of the barriers down at the end of the straightaway. So as they go into the tram lines and get set to go racing, senior medium, groups A and C. Can we try it on attempt number 3?
Yep.
We get it. Green flag, Hudson Brown leads us down
out.
to turn number 1. And Jordan, they're both off.
Brown go out.
Brown off, and Jordan Pryor even way further off. Hudson able to bring it back on around 10th or 11th. Jordan Pryor all the way to the back. We've got another spinner in turn 3. A rough start for the front row, and everybody else is still 2 and 3 abreast. It's Eli Warren who now leads the way. The privateer here, local to Newcastle Motorsports Park on the red speed. He's showing us around as they go to the cell tower.
We're seeing a lot of good the local karters have been doing very well here. So I guess there is some advantage that this is your local track, and I know one of the drivers was saying he races here every week, and he did well. So, you got to put your money on some of the local drivers, and right now, like you said, lone driver here, and he's out in front and did a great move there and was able to hold the lead. Not sure what happened and who hit who there, but 2 drivers out, Hudson Brown being one of them. I don't know. I think
just probably a bumper hook. Typical deal, just like what happened right there.
Yeah, right.
Exactly right there. The rear bumper of Hudson Brown kind of got hooked on the front of Jordan Pryor. And look at this. How about that move? Get your someone ate his Wheaties today, and it must have been Owen Lloyd, because that was a Superman move to go high then low and get by everyone in the 119. Christopher McKeithen now on the outside. Another driver bouncing. I think that's Keegan Clark in the 38. We were just singing his praises in white earlier. He gets a rough run. Well, that's just the thing. There's so many guys that have a ticket to the dance in this lead pack that it is just put all of them in a hat. It's not as easy as that last Masters heat where we had 3 guys we were picking from. You got to pick from about probably 20 to 30 guys per group here in senior medium that could really run in this main group. We see Overbeck side by side with teammate Hudson Brown, the 2 Coyotes back and forth. Hudson gets through, so move him back further up. I think that should be about 6th as he fends off Overbeck. McKeithen is through. Lloyd is through. By the way, way out in front as they continue to fight. McKeithen goes to 2nd. Eli Warren is not even in frame anymore. He's out in front by over a second and a quarter now.
So a good break for Eli Warren as all of these karters kind of mix it up in the back there, and gives Eli Warren a real good chance to be out there in front and not worry about anything. But we'll see what happens as they start to settle down and maybe get some racing going instead of looking at who's going to push who off the track. But, Eli Warren
out there. He's got a pretty good black flag being rolled up, giving somebody a warning.
I think it was to a couple of them. It looked like he
Yeah.
pointed it a couple times.
He
So
was, yeah.
the whole midfield just shaking at the entire pack at this point because they're all racing hard. But what a young contingent we've got also in the top 5, by the way, here. You look at Eli Warren, senior rookie. Chris McKeithen, just barely into senior rookie.
Right.
Owen Lloyd, another young guy.
Right.
James Overbeck, only
Another
a couple
young guy.
years in.
Hudson
another young
Brown
guy.
in
Hudson
first year,
Brown,
yeah.
first-year senior as well. So a very youthful top 5 right now here in senior medium. As behind Hudson, it's going to get a little bit dicey. Side by side now, 3 wide. Oh, no! Oh, man! That left front tire just came completely off of one car. The side pod destroyed on that VLR. And there it continues to roll as it is going to go all the way to the other side of the racetrack. That was just an accordion effect, typical deal where they get piled up in front. Everyone's got nowhere to go. And I don't know who it is that the tire came off on. Actually, that was a rear tire, it looks like. And the whole hub came with it as well. Might have split the axle or ripped the right front spindle out.
Wow.
That was gnarly.
Yeah, that was a rear tire, I think, like you said, and it split the axle and it came off the hub. I mean, the hub was
the hub was with it. That's what he was holding when he was
holding the hub.
So the hub came off. So either the axle split, he had the axle in his hand too, or that hub just slid right off. As James Overbeck getting by on Owen Lloyd. That's for 3rd. He was fastest last time by was James Overbeck, former junior Grand Nats winner.
Wow.
And he's now moved his way up into the top 3 with Eli Warren. He got tracked down by Chris McKeithen and that group very quickly, by the way. Don't know what happened to the Red Speed driver out in front, but they have closed up a ton. And now he's back into 3rd as McKeithen's gone through and Overbeck's gone to 2nd. So not sure what exactly transpired in the last lap, but they picked up like 7 or 8 tenths on Eli Warren and just ate up that gap. I mean, he was out in front by a lot and very quickly not so much. So now he's in 3rd, safely in the group though. Lloyd in 4th and Hudson Brown, Ryan Gensheimer trying to track him down. Nick Sobiek up 9 spots. How about PJ Lida? We've talked about him a good bit here this weekend. He's up 15 positions now to 9th. Great drive forward here. In just 4 laps, PJ Lida has picked off an average of more than 3 drivers, nearly 4 drivers a lap here around Newcastle.
So, yeah, people say it's hard to pass in 206, but when you're seeing these top drivers, there you go. I mean, we saw Cassidy with 30.
Yeah. Well, as the 2 to go signal's given. And, of course, there's a lot more kind of argy-bargy attrition, pack racing stuff in the midfield, so you can make up a lot of spots when you're further back. It's a lot harder to get those last few at the front of the pack. That's 1-by-1 passes here. It's McKeithen. Leading the way up a couple over Overbeck.
What happened to Eli?
Yeah, well, he was out front. They tracked him down.
They did.
Very quickly, just a lap ago, got by him, and now they're battling in front of him. Overbeck goes by. So it's PPK BJR 1-2 over Eli Warren, the privateer in 3rd. The South Georgia Karting MGM. Owen Lloyd there in 4th. Now back and forth. The teammates back at it again. McKeithen tried the inside of Overbeck. Couldn't do it. Here comes Eli Warren to the bumper, and he's going to force him to defend that spot in the infield. And Owen Lloyd, we've seen him do some crossovers already in this heat. He's got another one trying to get on Eli Warren, but he can't quite get it. And it opens the door for Hudson Brown to get there on the inside. Not quite going to be there.
No.
He'll tuck back in line as well.
Wow, some good racing for those drivers. And Christopher McKeithen taking the lead with teammate James Overbeck right behind him, so that might help him. White flag is waving.
Flag is out. Yeah,
in
Overbeck
3rd,
is
Eli Warren's been the factor in this race. He's been up front and also challenging for position. Owen Lloyd, also somebody you can't count out, and he can come back. Hudson Brown running in 5th. Ryan Gessheimer in 6th. Nick Sobiak in 7th, Jerry Fandry in 8th, and Andrew Hitchcock making up 9 positions in 9th, coming up to 9th.
Now, Overbeck's 2 plus maybe 3 kart lengths ahead of 2nd place McKeithen.
Well, that's where he needs to be on this last lap so that there's no problem for him. Christopher McKeithen could protect him if somebody tries to come up, but that's where Overbeck needs to be, and he's running a good lap. And like you said, he's put some space between him and McKeithen. McKeithen closing up, though, again. Eli Warren, don't count him out.
Black and checker again.
Black and checkered coming out for unofficial results, but I will say, though, they've all spread apart a lot. Hudson Brown under pressure now. That is Gensheimer going by in the infield hairpin, but that's it. This is pretty much going to be just a spaced-out run to the finish. McKeithen might get close. It's not going to be close enough. James Overbeck, another good run. The good weekend continues for the number 48. Overbeck wins heat number 3 for groups A and C. McKeithen goes fastest on the final lap overall, 13.5, 1 minute 13.5.
Wow.
Eli Warren ends third. Owen Lloyd fourth. Gensheimer, Brown, Sobiek, Jerry Fandry Jr., one of Kart Chaser's own camera operators out on track. Really a driver first. We picked him up over the course of this last year and a half. We haven't been around as long as he's been racing, but we call him one of our own. He had a great drive there. Picked up 7 spots, got to 8. Andrew Hitchcock up 9 to get to 9th. Keegan Clark ended up rebounding from his big off-track excursion for still a net gain of 2, but he had some really quick lap times and all kinds of attrition that have taken out a number of drivers in this one. One of those looks to be maybe the 820-something that had the right rear tire come off just in front of us on the back section of the racetrack. I would imagine, or maybe that might be Mikey Bolin. Yeah, that's Mikey Bolin in the 626 MGM. And he got hit hard, so there's probably some extra damage there along with that hub just getting ripped right off to his MGM machine, one of our Texas drivers that's come all the way up here to Newcastle to go. So he'll ride the cruiser on in. A little wave to the camera. Good to see you, Mike, at least in good spirits. Hopefully tomorrow will be a better day for Mikey Bolin. But a finish like that, unfortunately, with as big of a class as this is, it's almost kind of a one-way ticket into that last chance qualifier.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for these drivers. And, you make the last chance qualifier, and even if you finish up, I don't know if they're going to take the top 5 or whatever. Now, look how much you put on your tires, and now you got to go into the 16-lap feature.
As we get set to go green, there's a look from the back of the grid for Brandon Jarstrak. Remember, if you've liked all this racing action, tomorrow morning you will still get to watch the last chance qualifiers. But if you are not a KC Premium member for $9.99 a month, that's how you watch the main events live. If you can't afford it or won't justify it, that's okay. They'll be free on replay earlier or later on next week. I believe about Wednesday they'll get published. But to watch the main events live supports us, and we've got racing streaming pretty much every single weekend from now all the way to the Super Nationals, so it's a good bang for your buck.
I'm here
to be able
tell
to watch
you,
them.
just do it. Just do it. Hey, real quick, Newcastle Motorsports Park and Cup Karts North America really appreciate everybody coming to the Grand Nationals. So Mike Adams and Greg Jasperson will be doing a simple cookout with burgers and hot dogs during the chili cook-off tonight beneath the Champions Club, and everybody is welcome.
I think we have hundreds of hot dogs, hundreds of hamburgers. Hopefully it's a good time. We bring everybody out. You heard from Jeff. He's bringing the sprint car out as well. We've also got all the chili. So we've got a ton of stuff on the front stretch. Hopefully no one spills anything and we end up with a wet spot tomorrow morning. But nonetheless, should be a great time here tonight. And again, the festival, really, that is CKNA Grand Nats, because there's just as much fun that we have during the day as it is with everyone camping out here at the racetrack at night, hanging out all together. And that's one of the cool things, right? We see so many people from all across North America, Canada, Mexico, the U.S. that come and race this race. And, it's people we see really only this time of year. The Californians come all the way out east. You got guys from Florida that come up. This is like an annual pilgrimage for guys. New Zealand. Got a bunch of, we got a bunch of guys from all around the world as well. But it's cool to see the friendships that people have made over the 7-year history of CKNA Grand Nats, the friends you make through racing that you only see once or twice a year for some of them. But what's, to me, one of my favorite parts of seeing this event when you come into Newcastle Motorsports Park, of course, we've been here already a handful of times this year for a bunch of different national programs. But the amount of independent groups and the amount of RVs with small trailers behind them, that this is their family vacation for the year, is coming here. The fence line normally splits the paddock about half and half between pit spots and rental cars or individual cars driving up. Here this weekend, there's barely enough room to pit cars because everyone's got their own little campground, and it just makes such a fun atmosphere during the day, at night when the racing's over. And again, not only that, of course, Greg Jasperson and the entire CKNA team with all the amazing partners that help make this series come to life, putting on fun events like tonight's big grill out and chili cook-off that'll be happening later this evening. We mentioned again Jarstrak from the rear, specifically for the BJR PPK Throwback Coyote. He is 46th. Only Levi Wilbur was further back on the lineup. There's an issue for
Justin
the 148, Justin Wishart also from the rear. Dylan Jans from the rear. Vince Scatina from the rear. So keep your eye on a number of drivers that'll be coming from way back to the front to try and challenge, or at least get closer to, Paulie Massimino, Colin Warren, Colin Aitken, Brady Atwood, Henry Wheeler. And we're going to wave this one off, which will give us more time to talk about it. But yeah, it looks like maybe the nose cone was loose in the 148. That's what the driver was adjusting, so it'll botched that one start. But could either of you guys have predicted Brandon Jarsakrak might be staring down a last chance qualifier backmarker spot coming into this weekend?
No, I think Jarsakrak could maybe get up enough positions that he can secure a feature, without going to the last chance qualifier. But if he does go to the last chance qualifier, I would believe he will still get into the feature.
Yeah,
and he's got Justin Wisher right there in front of him. I mean, if the two of them start working together, they could probably pull through the pack and get up there to get decent points that would allow them to be in the feature without having to run the last chance qualifier. But you need that little bit of luck too, and you need the drivers back there to respect that. And sometimes the people in the back are racing like they're in the front, and they don't realize that here comes a faster driver up, and they're playing it hard to make a pass and stuff. So it is challenging being back there, but we've seen Ryan Cassidy do 30 positions.
30 spots.
30 spots.
Yeah,
so I'm not going to say it's
Coyote
impossible.
set the bar pretty high.
Right, and that was a Coyote. So Jarsakrak's on a Coyote, so he could maybe do it. Like I said, just get up enough points that he's locked in the feature. And we'll see. But, yeah, keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on Justin Wisher, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, no. Big spin in the back.
Wow.
Oh,
please.
A lot of drivers kind of all got tangled together. And, wow. Someone got driven over. You can see the carburetor's off on one of the red speeds before we even went racing.
Wow. Hopefully Jarsakrak wasn't caught up in that one.
No, I think he's safe. He avoided it. Luckily, he was all the way dead last. So he was expecting a little bit of carnage and giving these guys some extra space. And I think the back of the field was playing catch up to get back to their, to close up to the cars in front. And then a quick accordion effect, everyone's slowing down. See damage there to one of the Invaders, one of the Cole Nelson racing machines trying to get by as he's got to move his way forward. A few more. There's Justin Wishart getting back up there, but we've lost a couple, I believe. At least one driver is out on the front straightaway. So there's one spot forward.
I was going to say, one spot he does have to worry about.
He'll take it all on. But again, he needs to get 30 spots or better to not forget being even best overall of the day, just to be the best Coyote hard charger. Right. He needs 30 spots to do it. But
all right. He has to beat out Ryan Cassidy to be the best Coyote hard charger. But I think Jarsakrak can get enough positions
and he's
to
done
get
this
back
before.
up there.
He's had a lot of big drives in his career on the national stage from the back of the pack. He knows how to do this. He's been in this spot plenty of times. Almost as many as he's been from the front where his teammate Paulie Massimino is, who leads us. And this time, we get a clean start down to turn one. Colin Warren on the outside lane, slotting safely there into second. Colin Aitken third. And their wheel-to-wheel further back that looked to be Ian Quinn hanging on tight on the outside. He does. He'll safely slot in line. Good start as well for the driver moving up in the third or fourth of Colin Aitken, but Massimino goes low. Colin Warren to the high side. Outside, can he do it for the lead? Oh, yes, he can. Barely. Still there. Clear.
What a drive by Colin Warren, man. He dropped the tire, actually, and still was able to hold it, but here comes Massimino back. Massimino has been on track all weekend long. He's been driving very carefully and making sure, but right now he's out in front again, and Colin Warren is definitely right back there with him. So it's going to be a hard-earned race here. We're going to see who's going to take it. But I got to give Massimino credit. He came back after all of that, and Colin Warren, I thought Colin Warren was going to get that.
Well, down through the Monza, Massimino, Warren now, they've already a little bit traded blows, if you will, back and forth, but it still stayed the same as the way that they started. Paulie Massimino brings us down the front straightaway to complete lap number 1, all the way through, clean and green, 7 to go as they go down to turn number 1, if we're not mistaken. Let's go down to pit lane here with David Land for a little bit more action as he's got, I believe, Eli Warren off a very consistent afternoon and another top 5 finish. He's standing by here with Dave.
Yeah, it was a third-place run for Eli Warren, and I'll tell you, you're running up front a whole lot, but you haven't quite gotten P1 yet. What do you got to do?
Well, we're just struggling to find speed this late in the afternoon. You know, we're fast in the morning, but when it comes to this time of day, we're just not fast. So we're going to keep on working on it tonight because around this time tomorrow is going to be our feature. So if we don't have it figured out, then we're not going to do good tomorrow.
Struggling to find speed. You led so many laps. What are you talking? If you're struggling to find speed, the field's in trouble tomorrow. So what do you got to work on? Where do you think that deficiency is? Then can you make it up for tomorrow?
Yeah, it's all on corner entry. We just can't get down to the apex, but we know we can get it fixed. We just got to figure out what we need to change to get it fixed.
Looks like the racing is beginning to take on a little bit more of more character as more rubber gets laid down. The track temperature begins to come up. What have you noticed change-wise from Friday to now and obviously into Sunday?
There's just a lot more grip on the track, and this time of day, past like 1 or 2 o'clock, it just greases over, and everyone's really struggling, I feel like, besides a few people, and they're usually the ones up front.
Eli Warren, driver number 1, looking for P1 tomorrow.
So we got a new leader. It's Colin Warren. Not that anybody would be surprised about that, but he took Colin Aitken with him, and Massimino drops to third. Addison Iannello in fourth.
Big carnage over in turn number 1 and 2. A lot of drivers together. Lot of carnage. That was midfield. And that just, we're red. We're red flagged here now as one driver is going to get checked out on the racetrack. I mean, when you get spun in a high-speed section like that in front of the field, it's never good. This red flag here does come before the halfway marker, which means we probably will go back to racing. There is another one. That's the 777 GFC. Ripped rear bumper off. So a lot of carnage and attrition. We've already lost a handful, but that was a lot more that just got collected all in turn number 2. An update for Brandon Jarsicek fans back home. He was 31st when he crossed the line. He might have even been behind this group, so if he was, he'll pick up even more spots. And this is almost a dream scenario because the leaders were starting to get away pretty far. If we go back racing here with 5 laps to go, Brandon Jarsicek now will restart with the field packed up, already 15 spots higher.
Right.
So he'll be able to get a lot more guys in that short amount of time versus having to drive up and catch them as they've spread further and further away. So you can see that the on-site medical team is going to make their way over to check on the driver that was involved that they are halting the race for. Luckily, it seems like only one maybe needing to get checked out. Everyone else quickly got up under their own power and was either trying to get off the racetrack with their cart or get back into the race and stay on the lead lap because, again, even if you got spun out in this pack, you know, normally you would be half the track back, race over. Now with a restart, you got at least a second chance.
Right, so this could give Jarsicek a better shot because, like you said, they'll be bunched up again, and now he's up in a higher position, so he can start making some good moves and even move up. And I said, I believe he could secure a feature position that he's not going to have to run the LCQ. But if he does, he'll be up front in the LCQ and get into the feature anyway. An interesting thing that was said at the last interview when he said he needed more power, and he was asked by Dave, what do you got to do for that? He didn't say, hey, my motor's down on power, because it's not usually about motor here. It is about what you're doing. And he talked about turn speed and getting into the turn, and they have to do something with it. And a lot of the younger drivers or the newer drivers got to realize, I mean, a lot of times they want to say, the motor's down on power. But it's just really the handling that they just don't have perfect, or they're turning in too late on the or not turning in too soon on the turn, losing a couple tenths right there. So that was interesting that he didn't say, well, we need more power. We have to work on the kart to see what we can do to be better tomorrow. And knowing that the conditions have changed, he might have been a local because he seemed to know the track gets greasy at a certain time and all of that. So that's where the locals maybe have the edge over some of the people that are visiting here, that they know how this track changes, and and they know how it changes, whether it's sunny or it's cloudy or whatever. And they know what to do to make those adjustments because they've raced on all those different surfaces. So it will be interesting to see how the conditions are tomorrow and how people set up their karts for tomorrow. Now, yesterday, when we was in this position with a red flag like this, they called the race, if you remember. Mm-hmm. And I think they did that because of time. Now, today they shouldn't do that because this is the last race. We have time. Let's finish it, especially because this is really important how drivers can make that feature. So, let's not call it on this. This is the last heat. And hopefully they'll restart, like you said, and give everybody another shot at coming back.
And give us and everyone staying around to watch these guys a show. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Colin Warren, but let's make this guy sweat it out a little bit and work for it. We end it now. Colin Warren, another heat win. Come on,
that's
man,
what happened yesterday. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We want to see something here. And Colin Warren, he's good, and he's pretty. We can pretty much predict he can win this. A lot of people might put their money on him, say he's definitely going to win. But let's see it. We don't want to call it. So it will be interesting.
So I'm just looking up when we stopped here in fourth place. When we stopped the race in fourth place, we got Addison Iannello She moved up 5 spots. She's in 4th place. That's very impressive for Addison. Your leader still Colin, obviously, when we red flagged it. Colin Warren, Colin Aiken, Paulie Massimino, Addison Ianello, David Vasquez, Henry Wheeler, Ian Quinn, Brady Atwood, Jake Hevlo, and Elijah Skaggs are your top 10. 11 through 15 is Christian Zavalio, Austin Jers, Sean Meyer, Drew Zutch, and Logan McDonough. 16 through 20 is James Michael Sullivan, Jacob Duval, Brian Reddick, Mitchell Morrow, and Jonathan Treadwell. 21 through 30 is Scotty Kleeman, Cale Zimmerman way back in 22nd, Simon Hansen 23rd, Bryce Dickman in 24th, Spencer Conrad 25th, Betsy Gallagher 26th, Kaylin Brown 27th, Carson Craig 28th, Owen Molly 29th, and Vince Scatino way back in 30th place. So then we have Jarsa Crack, Justin Kelly, Dylan Johns, Drake Tiff. Drake Tiff did turn purple on lap number 1. Nathan Heath, Franco Savalio, Justin Wishart 37th, Kyle Chatham, McAndrew Gamrod.
I hate to interrupt you really quick, Dave Mack. We do have an update. Okay. Driver involved in the incident that the medical team's checking out is the number 7 of Simon Hansen that went up and over. He is up and walking, and that is a great sign to see that he is okay. But that was a very, very scary crash back in the midfield that took out at least collected about 10 drivers and has taken probably 4 or 5 out of this race, including a couple that were probably in that lineup that you mentioned. Of course, Simon was 23rd when he crossed the start-finish line. They'll all, if they're able to continue, go to the tail end of the field. If they're taken out, they'll obviously be all the way at the back. But that was, again, it happened in turn 2 right after they crossed the line. And that's when that's what the timing will go back to. It'll go back to the lap before they cross when they reset it. So we'll see how many laps we are to go. I'd imagine we'll go 5 laps to go, revert back to the end of the 3rd lap instead of the end of the 4th to go green. But we're still a little bit of a ways away from that. So we'll take this moment to do a quick commercial break. When we come back, so you can see drivers are suiting back up. Hopefully we get our last race of the day clean the rest of the way. It's going to be a shootout here, and Colin Warren will lead a hungry 45-plus driver field back to green when we return.
Are you a racing enthusiast? Drive Your Line is the Mid-South's only full-service kart shop. We make dreams a reality for those 5 years old and up. All racers start in karting, and we're the purveyors of fun for the whole family. Karting the Coast is presented by Drive Your Line Kart Shop and is the premier race series on the Gulf Coast and brings racing to Biloxi at Finish Line Performance Karting and at the world-renowned NOLA Motorsports Park. Call us at 601-667-0770 or find us at driveyourline.com. Also on Facebook or Instagram.
Need it? We got it. At Kart Eat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
Whether you're dominating the pre-final or just getting started, BriggsRacingGear.com is the only place for official Briggs Racing swag. Place an order of at least $25 by October 15th and you'll receive a free gift. BriggsRacingGear.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Are you a racing enthusiast? Drive Your Line is the Mid-South's only full-service kart shop. We make dreams a reality for those 5 years old and up. All racers start in karting, and we're the purveyors of fun for the whole family. Karting the Coast is presented by Drive Your Line Kart Shop and is the premier race series on the Gulf Coast and brings racing to Biloxi at Finish Line Performance Karting and at the world-renowned NOLA Motorsports Park. Call us at 601-667-0770 or find us at driveyourline.com. Also on Facebook or Instagram.
Hi, my name is Brandon from Brandon Jarks Crack Racing / Precision Performance Karting. I'm driving the 138 in Senior Light and Senior Medium. Here's the rest of our driver lineup.
Rob Howden, the driver of the number 37 in Legends and Masters from Cambridge, Ontario, Canada.
Kate Yeager, number 64 in Junior, hometown Kewaskum, Wisconsin.
Chris Carroll, Kart 12, running Senior Heavy and Masters. Hometown is Charleston, South Carolina.
I'm Christopher McKeithen, driver of the 19 in Senior Light and Senior Medium from Gastonia, North Carolina.
I'm James Overbeck, driver of the 48 in Senior Light and Senior Medium. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Paulie Massimino, number 40, Senior Light, Senior Medium, hometown, Chris Knockman, North Carolina.
Do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedshops.com for more. At Precision Performance Karting and Brandon Jartha Racing, developing winners is what we do. We're a complete karting program with support, driver coaching, parts, and arrive and drive packages at all levels. Trackhouse, Motorplex Karting Challenge, club races, the CKNA South Division, the CKNA Majors, and a complete in-house ladder program with the BJR to move from 206 club racing to the highest levels of KA and X30 competition in the U.S. If you're ready to learn from industry veteran John Seglin and multi-time U.S. Pro Kart Series champion Brandon Jarzakrak, head over to ppkartingfl.com and contact us today. If you're a do-it-yourself 206 racer, then LawsonSpeedShop.com needs to be in your favorite spot. Along with building rocket ship engines, we keep a full stock of everything that the privateer racer needs to get out on track and win. Visit our website at LawsonSpeedshops.com for more.
Well, the engines have just fired back up now. We have been under red flag conditions for a pretty scary crash down by turn number 1 that collected a number of drivers around 20th on back, including Simon Hansen. Was checked out by the on-site medical team, is okay, and we are okay to get back to racing now. On your screen, 2 drivers have been clawing their way from the back of the field, and now with the reset, we'll get to end up getting a restart a little bit closer towards the leaders, Vince Scatina in the 522 Comp Kart and Brandon Jarsakrak in the PPK BJR Pink and Blue Coyote. On the circuit now as Colin Warren takes us down to the infield hairpin. Single file for the restart to get us back underway. Behind him, of course, with a good run, Colin Aitken. Paulie Massimino started pole in this one, restarts in third. How about Addison Ianello? Again, another good run for her. She is restarting fourth in the number 46 MGM. Have gotten her a good amount of airtime today. Said this morning in chatting with her and her father, just kind of made one little mistake, got roughed up a little bit in the afternoon final heat for senior medium yesterday. But some more lessons learned, and she'll be ready to roll here in this one. One driver a little bit slow getting back going out of the infield hairpin is Jed Perkins on the LSR Motorsports CRG. He's gotten fired up. We'll be able to get to the back of the grid and get set to get back going in the 15. Just there, warming his tires up, so we'll see how many spots Jed can make up. Starting tail end Charlie to get us back underway. The drivers involved, again, a handful along with Simon Hansen, all okay. We are set to go back racing in a 5-lap shootout to get us to the end of the day here. Tony Cirillo, Dave Mack, myself, Xander Clements. Dave Mack, why don't we get one of those more greens here as we come on down.
There it is, green, go, hammer down. Colin Warren and the whole gang.
There we are, down to turn number 1. Colin Warren takes us through. Everyone's going to make it. It's a long line of go-karts all the way back, and a few guys in the middle of the field did not get a good restart. That spread the pack out a bit. But as they go to turn number 4, single file, all 25 or so in that main group are lined up. And where does it split? Well, there's going to be one. Is I think Keegan Clark, maybe one of the other Tony Karts, if not him, went off dirt tracking out of turn number 4 here, Tony.
Yeah, but otherwise than that, look at how they are staying bunched up, which we said this was going to happen. So it'll be interesting. Let's see where it goes, giving everybody another shot at being not so far behind. Colin Warren looks behind him, and you see action already going on, and I believe
that's David Vasquez in the VLR.
Yeah.
He shuffled Ianello. Yep. Addison loses 3 spots, drops behind Ian Quinn and Henry Wheeler. And that gave a little gap up front. This will be a bigger gap to the top 3 as now Wheeler to the inside. Henry Wheeler trying to get by Vasquez. Not going to happen. David holds strong on the outside. Henry tucks back in line. So he'll slot in there just still in the 5th spot. Vasquez up to 4th. Out front, Colin Warren leads. And it's a little gap back to Massimino, who's gotten around Colin Aitken as well. So Paulie back up to 2nd. These are the 2 drivers who have yet to go head-to-head because they are top of their class, top of their group. Colin Warren versus Paulie Massimino, the 2 heat race winners so far after yesterday, after so far in the morning today. And now this is the battle between the 2 of them is pretty much going to be the battle for the pole in tomorrow's Grand National Championship final, I do believe. So Paulie Massimino versus Colin Warren through the horseshoe. Let's see if the 2 Titans who have won most of the heat races this weekend throw pass at each other. They were already battling the opening lap. Right now, though, Paulie a little bit too far away to get there. Maybe he's close enough by the time we get to that infield hairpin, but there's not a lot of time left in general. 4 to go, 3 to go this time by.
Well, it looks like the top 3 are trying to. Oh, we got to pass. I don't know if
Colin
Paulie.
Aitken.
Yeah, Aitken trying to get in there, and he does. So Paulie now drops back to 3rd.
He'll go right back on.
But he goes right back. He comes right back in 2nd. But that's going to get Colin Warren the break. And Colin Warren could start to pull away now. Look at that. So, again, Colin Warren might be out there. And they're going to get the 2 to go this time around. So let's see if they can. Paulie now is looking for help to catch up to Colin. He's asking for the push. And I don't know if Aitken will give him that.
Your update on the drivers further back as well for Jarsakrak and Vince Scatina. 28 spots up for Brandon Jarsakrak, 2 away from 30. He's 18th. Scatina up 26 to 17th. Heavy drives forward there. And again, they benefited, I think, a bit from that reset after the scary crash. So a little bit of luck, unfortunately, changing the way, good and bad, for a number of drivers' days in this final heat. Out front, it's still all been Colin Warren. We said we want him to work for it. We want him to get back after it. Give us this last shootout to finish the day off. It's going to be a good battle here between the two of them. He is not going to get away like what he did in one of the earlier heats.
Oh, and there's
now he's
Massimino.
on fire. There it is. Paulie Massimino to the lead in the green turn.
Yeah, Massimino doing a great job there getting by, but here comes Colin Warren. He's going to stay, and he might get help.
So
Colin Warren looked like he was expecting that to come right about then because he kept looking over his shoulder.
Yeah, he was watching to see if they were getting away or not. Now he gets a nice crossover out of the Monza. That was slick. Colin Warren back
Colin
to the
Warren
lead.
back.
Henry Wheeler coming on the front stretch, and we have another flip further back. There is the red and checkers, and I guess we'll go off this run to the line. I haven't never seen the red and checker before, so I don't know if that means we're going off this lap by the timing loop or the previous lap. But either way, another nasty flip here in this heat race. And we knew it was going to get a little bit desperate for a lot of drivers, knowing that if you're in that midfield swarm, you're probably close to the cut line for whether or not you go to the LCQ. So this is your last chance to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and get into the main event. And so, I mean, at this point, if it goes back, which it looks like the way timing has gone back to the lap before, that puts Colin Warren, or no, that was the last lap by. Colin Warren crossing the line at there would have been him over Wheeler and then Massimino, which would give Colin Warren, I believe, the pole for tomorrow's Grand National final. But if we go to the lap prior to that, that order will be a little bit different. Colin Aitken, the driver that was up and over, was the 201. And they are checking out that driver now. That was the 201 of Justin Wishard. Justin Wishard, the driver that's flipped over in the infield that the officials are tending to. Few other drivers that got collected in some of the incidents here in the last couple laps. Elijah Skaggs was having a great run, was up in the top 10. He ends up out of this one. Same for Jed Perkins. He was making his way up forward back at the end, but he ended up a lap down or so. He was out. Of course, we talked about Simon Hansen. It also collected Jonathan Treadwell with the wreck that put us under the red flag conditions. The same for, I believe, Justin Kelly, Drake Tift, Owen Mal, Bryce Dykman, Ryan Rettig, all out off that deal. Sawyer Roussel out as well. So we've lost a number of drivers in some really just carnage-filled final heat races. On a better note, Jarsakrak and Skatina, though, up a lot of spots, but still our biggest mover today, Ryan Cassidy. 30 spots gained, just 2 better than Brandon Jarsakrak. Brandon can make the excuse, he didn't have as many laps in his race, blah, blah, blah. Whatever, Mr. Team Owner. You didn't get the highest number of spots up, but he did, as you said, Tony, get a good result here. Top 20, that'll be 18th. A top 5 result, I believe, in the opening heat race, and then a 44th. That should net out roughly around the mid-20s, well into the top 58 to go into the main event directly. So he should be safe.
So just two of the Coyote Karts, we got a net gain of 57 laps in the last
57 spots in less than, I would say, about 12 laps.
Wow.
Right? Because we didn't run the full distance in this one. We only had 8 laps in Cassidy's heat, so super impressive. We'll see who we can grab. I'm sure David Land and company are grabbing a few more drivers down in the scale area. And at the same time, everyone, I think, is trying to figure out what all went down and transpired in terms of how the results will show, where we'll end up in just a scary ending to the day. We'll give you an update on Justin Wishard when we get one as well. Hopefully he's all right. I can see the on-site medical team is over there attending to him. And at least he flipped out onto the grass instead of onto the pavement, so hopefully not as bad. But yeah, but I mean, the medical team, they have been, unfortunately a little busier than we'd like them to be here on Saturday for everyone trying to race their way in. But, we've heard from all these drivers talk about, there are some guys making a lot of moves, and it is possible to pass. We've got so much grip down. We're staying side by side. You can rip the high side.
Jessica and Ashley, that's the medical team out there.
Jessica and Ashley, the on-site medical team. So shout out to Jessica and Ashley for keeping us all safe. The on-site medics doing a great job of checking in with everyone. The moment things go awry, they're there nice and quick. And Justin Wishard is up and standing under his own power, so that's cool to see Justin Wishard all right after getting quickly checked out by the team. So there you can see a number of the CKNA officials. Our protocol as well for those just watching us for the first time, we don't go to the wreck if there's a potential injury until we know the driver is okay right there. So there you can see a look at the vehicle they're using to get out onto the racetrack. Check them out with all their tools and make sure that Justin is okay. So a lot of different takeaways from the end of Saturday here, fellas. Let's kind of wrap it up and conclude a little bit. Some of our thoughts while we wait for David to get some more interviews rolling. Dave Mack, what sticks out to you here from the end of the heat racing?
The amazing amount of racing, how close everything is. And, a lot of you people are used to two-strokes. I'm not. I watch a four-stroke all the time. Two-strokes, things happen so fast. Four-strokes, it takes forever. You got to set it up way ahead of time and realize, what you're going to do. So, but the amazing amount of racing, I mean, how close is it? Normally we have a runaway like Ryan Cassidy. Expect him to run away half a lap ahead of everybody? Not this weekend.
No, there's too many guys.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I didn't feel we were going to see any runaways. We did have one runaway. I think it was Colin Warren in one of the classes that he won, that he got out there in front. But I didn't think we would see a big runaway by anybody. And the type of track here, it does present a challenge. And I knew there'd be like the drafting going on and the bumping. And so the top guys came to the top. I mean, there's a few independents in there that did well, and maybe a few people that haven't run the series but just came to the Grand Nationals. But it is the ones you would expect. They're up there.
Yeah, there's no question. We had a lot of drivers pegged by many to be some of the favorites, if you will, coming in each of the classes. Like you said, Tony, I didn't expect we'd see many runaways. I will say this racetrack, I feel like whether it's this year, whether it's we're just going faster through the corners or whatever the difference is for the gear ratio, by not seeing as many slingshot moves down the front stretch, I feel like the layout, and of course we've run this layout for many years now with the CKNA Grand Nats to try and mitigate those super long straightaways that just makes it a draft train, kind of takes it a little bit out of the driver's skill of getting through the corner and mechanic of setting up the go-kart. But this year, even more than most, it feels like we're not seeing too much of just, big slingshot moves where guys are getting freight trained. If anything, that kind of has added to some of the frustration for some of the passing, as so many guys try to get up and they end up just even by the end of the corner and not clear. But you can see this racetrack all the way around. I mean, the amount of rubber that's laid down over the course of these 3 days, seeing the Vega rubber going on top of the Mojo rubber. There is just a lot of grip here, and it's made it fun to watch. It's also made it very fast, and to hear guys saying they're not even brushing the brake pedal on some of the laps around there it's crazy to think about. But that's just how much speed they've been able to carry through the corners. Here's a look, of course, over across the grid. That's over into the completely packed out paddock. You see fencing and then more RVs behind the fencing. Well, that fencing is normally for the oval section when we run some alternate layouts here at Newcastle. But we do not have the option to go race on the oval. We had to park all the Canadians, or at least a bunch of the Canadians, over on the oval. They got their own little section, as we would say.
They're Little Canada, they're calling it.
Little Canada. I like Little Canada's a good one. Yeah, so Little Canada over on the oval here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. But, I mean, we have, filled this place up end to end, side to side. You cannot fit many more people here. But we know for a lot of you watching along home, you watching all your guys' comments, many people saying, man, I wish I was here. Something came up, just couldn't make it happen. We'd love to have you here, of course, for the CKNA Grand Nats 8 back when we come again to Newcastle, I'm sure, for next year's edition. And, of course, the 2024 Cup Karts North America schedule. Only around this time, we get all the regional schedules together. That's going to be coming together very soon. Of course, Tony, you got your second year, the CKNA Northeast Division, for some more growth. I mean, what a spectacular year you had in year one. And, that's all coming to be excited about with the meteoric growth this deal.
Okay.
And everybody at home, don't forget to subscribe to Kart Chaser for the rest of the,
if you want to watch those features,
the main events will be live there. We'll hear from some guys that'll be starting at the front end of those main events here. David Land on pit lane with a last little wrap up, and a couple drivers here from Senior Medium. David? Well, unfortunately, they're just a little bit of a hiccup for David Land, but we know that we'll have him back tomorrow. We'll talk to those guys in the morning with the everything going on. Of course, the live stream continues tomorrow morning, bright and early, last chance qualifiers. Then we'll have a bit of a pre-race show during warm-ups here. We'll be chatting about all the big names coming through during that last round of practice after the LCQs, and then that leads straight on in to the main events that'll be exclusive for KC Premium members. Of course, here, Dave Mack, Tony Cirillo, let you guys kind of sign it off with the last little bit of final thoughts to you, Tony.
Well, a little thing we didn't talk about. What do you think with the tires? Do you think how they're going to hold up? Now, they're going into that. It's a 16-lap feature, right?
Double
what they've been doing. And like I said, if you had somebody like Jossicrat that had to push his way, he had to get his way up through, he had to push. So he had to wear tires maybe a little more than Colin Warren, who could kind of take it easy out in front. So it's going to be interesting. Do the tires hold up? Do people switch the tires to try to get the different wear on them? It'll be interesting. And as you said, the Vega Reds have been pretty sticky. And that means they're wearing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. That tires might play a factor. It could be, and that might be the factor that some drivers aren't up on and not knowing what to do or what pressures, get the right pressure, and that could cost them a couple positions. But, the top people, I think they got it figured out, especially the locals maybe got it figured out. So it'll be interesting what happens during those features. If those tires start to back off on the 8th lap, the 9th lap, the 10th, when you're getting close, you got 16 laps. It could cause a problem. And also, chassis setup is going to be so important. You got to set it up that 16 laps, this thing could start binding up. It just depends. And so all of this is going to be something that the drivers, the pit crews and the drivers are now, I think, definitely thinking about how they're going to set up their kart. Do they want to go out for the warm-ups?
I'm guessing no. They'll either go for just a little bit or less. You're absolutely right. Because
for warm-ups, most of them probably have a lightly used set of practice tires. Well, yeah, true. Run the warm-ups and then save the race tires.
You can run whatever you want. You can run whatever you want. So
you'll see a lot of guys for warm-ups, but will they get the right kind of intel? You heard from Eli Warren. He's like, look, we're going to be racing my main event at around this time tomorrow. My warm-up, I'm not going to learn much from. It's at 11 in the morning or 10 in the morning versus my race at 5:30 p.m. So that'll be the big thing, is a lot of guys have, especially if they've double dip classes with how quick the heats are, you're on track every 30 minutes to an hour. Even if you're double duty or triple duty, there's going to be an hour to 2 hours, maybe 3 from the last time you're on the racetrack. And then if you're only running one class like Eli is, just senior medium, you've got just 2 sessions tomorrow. You're kind of shooting blind into what the track's going to be, just trying to eyeball it from the side, talk to buddies in other classes of yours or teammates if you're under some of the team camps of what the track was just recently, because it changes throughout the day.
Right.
And it normally does the same thing. But, a 5-degree swing, 10-degree swing, and the temperature outside means a 10 to 20-degree swing in the surface temperature of the racetrack, and that can mean a totally different track as well. So even what they learned from today might not fully transfer. But by having the gaps, that'll be the big thing, I think, tomorrow, is a lot of guys will be kind of blind on it. And in terms of tires, it's kind of a bit of both, right? While they are laying down a lot of opportunities, they're wearing and falling off a little bit. That first session, from what I've heard, the first session's a real big money session in qualifying. Then after that, the plateau has been pretty good. So normally when a tire's like that, there is eventually a big cliff. It falls off, right? But it's like first session's always going to be quicker. Second session on pretty decent plateau, not a lot of change, and then drops off heavy. But as for, the other end of it, well, with laying down all this rubber, the track's got a lot of grip in it. Versus, let's say, a green racetrack where the newer rubber would make a bit of a bigger difference. So I don't know if we'll see a lot of tire degradation. Of course, we are, in a 206 class, so we're not working the tire super hard in a lower horsepower division. But we're carrying a lot of speed in general.
Yeah.
So maybe on tire deg, I'd be curious. I'll definitely talk with some more guys. Sure, you guys will tonight, and we'll hopefully talk to everybody down at the chili cook-off and the hot dogs and hamburgers provided by Newcastle and CKNA down on the front straight away. That's going to be a lot of fun as well. So we'll.
Got it? Oh, okay.
So we will continue to enjoy everything here tonight. But it ends our live show. So for, of course, Dave Mack, Tony Cirillo, myself, Xander Clements, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys bright and early free tomorrow. And hopefully you have that KC Premium subscription to join us for main events week round Grand National Champions.
Absolutely. Do it right now.
There we go. Great salesman, Dave Mack. Thanks, guys. See you in the morning.